Welcome everyone to ChessBase India live stream of World Cup Tiebreaks semifinals. And I, Niklesh Jain, welcome you all. And with me today, we have with us the legendary Grandmaster Pravin Thipsay sir, जो कि 7 बार के नेशनल चैंपियन रहे हैं इंडिया के. प्रवीण सर, वेलकम. और आपको कैसा लग रहा है आज?
थैंक यू। आई थिंक बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है क्योंकि आज बेसिकली एक ऐसा मौका लग रहा है कि वर्ल्ड कप के फाइनल में भी दोनों इंडियन प्लेयर्स आपस में भिड़ेंगे। कल आपने देखा जैसे कि दिव्या देशमुख ऑलरेडी जीत गई है, तो एक तो वन ऑफ द टू प्लेयर्स इन द फाइनल शी विल बी देयर, एंड टुडे इट डिपेंड्स ऑन हाउ ली टिंजी एंड हम्पी आर प्लेइंग देयर गेम्स. टाई ब्रेक्स आर स्टार्टिंग. फर्स्ट गेम ली टिंजी इज वाइट as हम्पी was white in yesterday's game, the classical game second round. देखते हैं कैसा होता है. Yes, I think the games are going to be very interesting.
So what do you think about, like, Humpy was very close to win yesterday, and you missed that big chance. So how you prepare yourself, like, to how she's going for today's game? What was the mindset?
Yeah, no, I think Humpy is a very solid player and at the same time very matured player. Even when she was a child, she was a very matured player. So there's no question of taking it badly. Yes, she played well. She pressed the advantage. She played very well. But at one stage, I found Lee Jinji found almost all the forced moves. And when the advantage was big, there wasn't a clear-cut win. Of course, if she had not played F5, probably there was a good chance of winning. But I didn't see it till the end, a forced win. So it was a tough game in the sense a good defense by Black and a continuous advantage. If you look at the players, I think the players are they are at a very interesting phase in life. Humpy has won the World Rapid last year in December, on 29th December, rather. That's for the second time. So she's very strong in Rapid, having won it for the second time. And Lei Tingjie is at her best rating this time. This is July 2025, is her best rating in lifetime. So, she is at her peak in classical rating, and Humpy is probably at her peak in the rapid rating as well. And now we have this rapid games. So it seems that we haven't actually had the opportunity of checking how Lei Tingjie is playing in rapid tournaments. There's not much of data compared to that. So एक थोड़ा सा लग रहा है कि हम्पी जो रैपिड में उनका जो प्रदर्शन रहा है बहुत ही बेहतरीन रहा है वो कई सालों से. एंड दैट कुड बी अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर. जहां पे इंपॉर्टेंट जगह होती है जहां डिसीजन मेकिंग होगा, तो हम्पी इज वेरी क्विक इन मेकिंग करेक्ट प्रैक्टिकल डिसीजंस. जैसे कल दिव्या ने भी दिखाया कि कल के गेम में नहीं लेकिन बाकी गेम्स में किसी इज एबल टू टेक करेक्ट प्रैक्टिकल डिसीजंस इन अनक्लियर पोजीशंस. तो वो एक हम एबिलिटी हम्पी में बचपन से है, और वो हम उसको आज उसका प्रदर्शन शायद देखेंगे.
So one more thing was, sir, when Humpy became first time World Rapid Champion, in finals she defeated Lei Tingjie only in
Yes.
2019.
Yes.
So maybe somewhere that psychological advantage will also help her. But
Yes,
anyway,
I think
ultimately you
I
have to
think
play.
so. They haven't played much because Chinese players have not played much after 2018, and it could be a great advantage. At the same time, both the players are quite matured. In at that time, Paralit Inji was not so matured, but yes, China has a tradition of world champions and world number two. You must have noticed that last few world championship matches are being played among the Chinese. So
Yes.
naturally, they are quite good at that, get strong. And I think both the players are mentally strong, and it's just your calculations and ability to make correct decisions that is going to matter here.
Okay. Oh, game started, sir. So Lei
Wonderful,
Tingjie
wonderful.
started with e4, e5. This is knight f3, knight c6. Okay. Let's say, okay, Italian, bishop c4.
Okay. Yes, a great. Yes, okay. I think simple opening. Knight f6 will be played, probably the most natural. But d3, I think, has not been
Oh,
expected apparently. Yeah, so
now
okay.
she played
Knight f6,
c3.
c3. So very standard games. Almost all top players have played this position. And there are various setups. The players who move the c6 knight quickly to g6 as well by playing quick d6. There are players who play with h6. And of
Now
course, yes,
Humpy
h6 has
played
been played.
h6. Yeah.
Yes, indeed, h6 has been played. As it's one of the, I mean, it's a trend, one of these modern trends. Black just waits for white to castle. Okay.
Oh,
And then probably d6 is going to be played. Yes.
d6. Okay.
So looks like a standard way white could play knight bd2 most likely. B4 is the offbeat system, which once it was played by Kasparov and Nigel Short, they played it. But as it has been proven that B4 and Queen B3 doesn't really yield any advantage and it leads to weakening. So knight bd2 and black would probably castle, or there's the option of Queen E7 and Bishop E6.
A5.
But
Yeah.
oh,
She
A5,
played
okay,
A5.
a very very wise move. Recently this move is quite trending in the sense that after knight B3 they move bishop to b6. Okay, rook e1 standard line again, planning knight f1. So black is delaying castling.
Yeah.
Probably here castling should be the normal way of playing.
And that is also possible, sir. Knight e7, knight g6 from black side also.
Yes, knight e7, knight g6 is also possible. Yeah, but knight e7, one has to be careful about d4 here because we have not, the e4 pawn is well guarded and we haven't moved the bishop. So perhaps a move bishop b6 would prepare for knight e7, but then bishop is better on b6 or a7 will not be easy to decide. For knight b3, bb6 is good because then you would be getting a4 and sometimes
she played bishop e6 first.
Yes, queen e7 and bishop e6 are expected, but okay, Humpy is trying to play for a ambitious game because bishop into e6 and queen b3 could give some initiative, but as black is very well equipped, queen d7 is going to come. Bishop b5. This is also standard move. The idea is that now there is a threat of d4 and d5 winning a piece, but it has been taken care of. And d4, ed4, bishop into c6 looks like a wild continuation. d4, ed, and then white takes bishop into c6 and pawn into c6 and c into d4.
But sir, do you think that in Lei Tingjie mind, Humpy endgames skill could be there? She understand yesterday what happened.
And I think both of them played endgame quite well, in the sense that's a very important factor that compared to the other event, other game, this game was quite well played, and that is where okay, h3 now a solid move. So she is preparing probably for knight f1 and d4.
Now she played knight
h7. Okay.
Now playing knight g5.
So this is the aggressive system. They want to try to play f5 quickly. One has to, of course, look at d4 here as well as knight f1. Both those moves seem to be possible.
Okay, so now is d4 from white is planning to play d4. Black maybe is planning to play f5.
Yeah.
So let's see.
f5 could be very risky because of the h6 weakness. But one way of playing is also to exchange the knights with knight g5. If you can take with the queen, then very often that's all right. Because you are already.
But for example, if white don't go for d4, maybe f5, then f5 is okay. If white
after d4, f5 will not be possible. But before that, f5, yes. Although f5 is usually met with capture followed by d4, and it opens up the game. So generally, one has to avoid that. One has to be very careful. And we are not developed the queen, and also the king is not in a best position. Knight on h7 is not in a best position. So perhaps if knight f1 is not played, then knight g5 could be a reasonable chance, neutralizing the pressure against the d4 point. So if the knights are exchanged, then there's a lesser chance. Sometimes a move like queen f6 is also played to prevent d4. So
she went knight f1.
So she wants to win a piece with d4 and d5. So she wants to play d4 and the bishop moves d5. So there is a direct threat now, which means that the bishop may have to be moved. Now, moving the knight again doesn't help because the d4 will attack the bishop.
So as a black, what do you think? Knight g5 is still working, or how?
Knight g5 at this stage could be very risky because of knight into g5 and queen h5, and then we have to weaken f6 and bishop c5. It becomes also secondly knight g5. Yes, it prevents d4 d5, but bishop into g5 and d4 still wins a piece, I think. So I don't think there's enough attack in knight g5, bishop into g5, h g5 d4.
And always in Italian, you need to be careful with this threat back to back.
And d5, yes. And that's the reason why bishop e6, bishop b5 has become popular. This was played by Abdul Sattarov, this move, which is a similar pattern. And it was more common to exchange the bishop. But Abdul Sattarov found this idea of bishop b5 in some of very effective games, I think in 2021. And since then, this idea has become popular. And f5 now probably will be a sort of attempt where white is f5 will prevent the possibility of d4. So that's a way of stopping. And if a into f5, yeah, so
So
yeah, knight f5,
first time Humpy is
f5
taking
is
little time now. Till now, so
yes.
far he was
I
playing
think
very fast.
she's deciding on f5. That's my opinion, because
Mm-hmm.
f5 with when knight is not jumping to e4, f5 is possible, but f5 pawn takes pawn. f5 prevents d4 in a way that d4 can be met with fe4. So white will play
Okay, so
ef5
if
first,
she
and
play f5 here,
I think
uh,
ef, yes, ef
bishop
first,
f.
and then bishop into f5, and then either knight g3 tempo first, knight
Hey,
g3. So
1 minute, sir.
bishop
I
must go to
think this
g6.
move already
Yeah,
happened.
and
Yeah, this happened
this
already.
happened. Okay, okay, knight g3. So bishop
Ah,
g6 and d4.
or bishop g6 and then d4. Okay.
Yeah, and ed-cd must be played because e5 is attacked, and we move the bishop to b6. So the idea
Okay.
is to put pressure against the d4 pawn, but also try to utilize the d5 square sometimes. I'm a bit
Ah,
worried about the king on h8, but since white is not getting knight h4, and since the f2 point is weak, so there could always be threats after bishop g6
yeah.
d4. Ed is important, and ed cd, and then bishop b6, not bishop b4, and
Okay, so
then
I
we
will
are
मैं बोर्ड पे
preparing
आप लोग
for,
को
yeah,
चल के
we are
दिखा देता हूँ
preparing
एक
for,
बार. सो
yes,
बिशप जी सिक्स अगर d4 खेलते हैं तो ed cd
हाँ
एंड देन
बिल्कुल
बिशप
बिल्कुल,
b6.
या
सो
और यहाँ हम क्वीन एफ सिक्स का प्लान कर सकते हैं, कभी कभी रुक इनटू एफ3 का प्लान हो सकता है, अगर
हाँ,
हमारा
ओके.
किंग एच8 में नहीं है तो नाइट एफ6 नाइट डी5 का प्लान हो सकता है.
हम्म.
तो ये टाइप से पोजीशन अच्छी रहेगी, नाइट अगर डी5 में आते हैं, पिन में नहीं है तो.
सो
सो
हम पे ऑलरेडी
करीबन
प्लेड बिशप.
जी6 या तो जितना एडवांटेज व्हाइट को मिलना है उतना ही नॉमिनल एडवांटेज है, और हम कह सकते हैं कि ब्लैक हैज एक करीबन इक्वालिटी मिल गई है, ऐसा हम कह सकते हैं. बीबी6 कैन बी अ
हाँ,
वेरी
ऑल द
नॉर्मल मूव.
पीसेस आर प्लेइंग ना, सारे पीसेस गेम में आ गए हैं.
यस, और व्हाइट को अगर बिशप ई3 खेलेंगे तो कोई फायदा नहीं होगा, बिशप इंटू बिशप में ब्लैक की पोजीशन अच्छी हो जाएगी. तो अगर वो नहीं भी करते हैं तो फिर बिशप का क्या करे C1 का, सो दैट्स आल्सो प्रॉब्लम. C1 बिशप, सो व्हाइट विल हैव टू प्ले फॉर D4 सूनर और लेटर, एंड इट्स गोइंग टू बी अ
सर
शार्प
इसमें
गेम.
इटालियन में यही ये जो पर्टिकुलर पोजीशन इसमें अगर हम देखें तो नाइदर दिस बिशप और नाइदर दिस बिशप वाइट्स आर नॉट डूइंग एज मच एक्सपेक्टेड. ओके, d4 ऑलरेडी आ गया बोर्ड
Yes,
के
D4
ऊपर.
has been played, so ED is forced and CD, and bishop B6.
हम्म. ओके,
Yeah,
ईडी
so
सीडी
here,
भी हो गया बोर्ड पे.
yeah, bishop B6, and here I think black has some advantages. There are less pawn islands, so one option is to make use of the D5 square. It's very offbeat possibility, but knight F6 and then knight B4 and C6 and knight D5. You
Ah,
can
she
put okay,
played
A3, yes.
a3 here.
Knight
So
B4,
now
yes.
knight
Knight B4
f6
should
can come back to the game.
Knight B4 should be stopped, but knight F6 is fine. I think knight F6, and black must try to exchange the white colored bishop. So knight f6, I think bishop d3 or first bishop c4 check, and then bishop d3 could be the possibilities. Knight f6
So
has
let's
a
see.
disadvantage of allowing knight h4 sometimes, so it becomes a tactical
Ah, okay, knight
possibility
h4.
sometimes. But I don't know, moving the bishop is fine, then d4 is attacked, f2 is also sort of weak, and knight f5 also comes. It becomes very sharp now, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so it's a very sharp game, and white could be in equal danger as black. But yes, it looks scary because it attacks your bishop, and you have only 2 pawns on the king side. But I think Humpy is a player who would take such a challenge. On time, I think both are at the moment comfortable. Uh, Almost 12 minutes and almost 14 minutes, not a great difference. Things will happen when the
So far,
actual
not a
captures,
big difference. Yes.
or the captures, when the captures start. Today we saw, so far we saw only 2 pawn exchanges and
Mm-hmm.
hardly any activity as such. But yes, when pieces start capturing each other, I think that is the time when it is very important to calculate correctly, because if there are multiple capture possibilities, I think BD3 would be a good choice. So BC4 check just to provoke D5.
So if bc4 check is there, for example, how we will defend? We will move the king or we'll play d5.
Yeah, I mean, presuming that black is playing knight f6, yeah, I don't think black should be going for queen f6 here, although queen
No, but
f6
knight
also
f6,
comes.
bishop c4 check.
Yeah, I think I should play d5 in my opinion. King h7 I
Okay.
don't like because of bishop d3, but yeah, knight h4 is also coming. So d5 and then bishop d3. That
Okay,
could
so
be
knight f6, bishop c4, d5 or something,
d5,
bishop
bishop
d3.
d3, and I must exchange. Black must exchange, and probably queen on a white square. So queen d7, and that looks like a
Okay,
normal
so
position.
something happened here.
Okay, yes, let's see if they have played any move.
No,
Oh,
one
no,
minute.
not yet. Yeah, okay.
No, this is okay. Last move is a3 only, and Humpy is still thinking. Okay,
Okay, great. Yeah.
this was okay.
Yeah. So I think a very complex position where it's only the tactical accuracy that is going to decide. But yes, if white does not get initiative, then I can see it a very favorable ending for black because
Mhm.
after the exchange of white bishops, its middle game is
Ah,
scary, but
Humpy played knight to e7, but
e7.
now knight h4 is coming.
Yeah, she wants to preserve that bishop to f7, but surrendering that other diagonal bd3 could be a very committal decision. And knight h4, bishop f7, bishop d3 looks like a normal move. And it becomes a bit awkward to play because if you have to play g5 sometime, then it's going to be a bit risky.
Mhm.
So knight h4 and bishops f7,
And
bishop
also
d3
after
looks
knight h4, bishop f7, you're closing the.
bishop d3 looks normal because you're covering g6 point. You're preventing
Mhm.
knight g6 and such moves. And I don't know, knight has an outpost on d5. So knight can go to d5, black can put knight to g6, or white can put knight to f5. Knight d5,
Mhm.
yeah, knight f5, and queen f6. Yeah, so
So
and
it
then
looks
rook
like
e8.
not so good for black.
Yeah,
Let's see
I'm
how.
a bit uncomfortable because of the weaknesses. The
Mhm.
weaknesses on the, I mean, allowing the bishop on d3 is
And also, sir,
risky.
then after it will be difficult to find a square for this bishop, good square. And also, you're closing the your
Yeah.
file of your rook.
And yeah, that's what I meant when I said that eventually you may have to play g5 and bishop g6, but then you have a completely exposed king. And also there could be tactical possibilities like rook into e7. After you play bf7 and then g5 and bishop g6, it's g5 is going to be a very risky move. And what to do with the h7 knight as well, because
Mhm.
it must go to f6 probably, but from f6 it has no further scope. So
This is
yeah, it's
clearly looks like that the coordination of black pieces currently is not looking good now.
yes, I think white could be a bit preferable because of the ease with which white can place the pieces. Of course, c1 bishop remains a problem in this position as well, but the fact that it can actually attack the h6 point and cover g5 speaks for
Mhm.
itself. It's not
Knight
required.
h4 she
Knight
played.
h4, yes. Yeah, bishop can't be
Now,
given. Obviously, bishop f7 is forced and
so.
bishop d3. And I think king h8 is a wise move because we may need bishop g8 at times.
Mhm.
So bishop f7, bishop d3, king h8 looks like a normal move. And we're trying to play a normal game, either knight g8 or bishop. Knight g8, no, always bishop g8 probably. But yes, it's little scary now because it's the safety of the king that matters most. So
Mhm.
black is a bit weak on the king side. Of course, Humpy has got tremendous ability to defend, and let us see how the games go on. It is going to be basically attack against counter attack. Counter attack will be mainly against d4 and
Mhm.
not necessarily f2 because you with bishop on f7 it is not easy. But black also plan to play bishop f7 and if bd3 then king h8 and then knight g8. No, knight g8 always knight g6
So
check. Yeah,
bishop
it's
f7, bishop d3, and then you're
king h8
saying.
yeah, king h8 perhaps or knight d5. The problem is whenever I move the knight to d5, knight g6 is very irritating possibility. And
Mhm.
yeah, maybe
If knight
knight
d5,
d5
so you're
also.
saying knight
Yeah,
g6.
knight d6 or knight f5. Knight g6 maybe I can take
But
on
what about your bishop g6, bishop g6,
and knight
queen
f4.
f6?
Yeah, I may be comfortable now. Queen f6. Yeah, and I'm winning a pawn. Yeah, so when queen
Mhm.
c2, yeah, so black wins a pawn. So I think white has queen c2 wins saves the pawn, but it's getting risky. Queen c2 saves the
Okay,
pawn,
so bishop f7
but
and bishop d3 already
played.
in the
Okay,
game.
so now white has to black has to decide what to do. In knight d5, perhaps knight f5 can come. Knight d5 may be a possibility. White can play knight.
But in the same time, if some exchanges will happen, will release little pressure from black.
Yes,
white
exactly.
goes
And
for some exchanges.
particularly the d4 pawn can be fixed. And the b6 bishop
Oh,
alive. Okay, knight f6.
oh,
I don't know.
here is some threat is coming. Bishop h6 or something.
Bishop
Humpy
h6
played
and g.
here. This was the move after bishop
Okay, okay.
d3.
Yeah, but bishop into pawn and pawn into bishop, queen d2.
But okay, this is like I don't. This is a suggestion of Indian. I don't think is easy to find.
No,
Bishop
but after
h6.
queen d2, because it's a very standard position and you can't play king g7 because of knight f5 check. So what do you actually play?
The position is really.
Yeah, it's a big risk, knight f6. I think somewhere the other knight could have been tried to be brought to f6 at knight d5.
Yeah, I think this was better option to go knight d5 as you're talking about.
Knight
That
d5,
release
yes.
this
Knight
match,
f6
yeah.
is risky
And just
because you
open
have
your
no queen.
queen.
A little over ambitious decision. Let us see if it works well because you have less pieces on the king side, and that knight was an important guard, and knight is perhaps going away. It will be tied down at f6 once white queen comes to h6. So there will be very few options left.
She played knight
Okay,
f5, and this I think
knight f5.
Humpy
Okay,
should exchange here.
so
So,
yes,
so
king
release the
exchanging, but
pressure.
yes, but also there will still be a threat against uh, h6 point,
Okay,
and we
she
still have to be
exchanged.
very careful because
Now
bishop
maybe rook
h6.
e8, sir, to
Yeah, and then
one
we have
rook
to
also
analyze. Yeah,
exchange.
rook e8. Yeah, because otherwise bishop into h6 and queen d2 is a huge threat. So
So
rook
rook
e8
e8
and
you
then
can
bishop
disturb.
into h6, we can play rook e1 check,
Hmm.
and
So
then
queen
we take
e1 and then you
gh6.
can take h6.
Yeah, and then we take, and then queen e3 or such moves can be met with queen f8.
So if rook
Yeah,
e8,
so
bishop h6 is
now
not
bishop
working
h6, we
then.
can play rook e1.
Is
Yeah,
working, is
yeah,
working.
yeah, but it's
Rook
still
e1,
very dangerous. Yeah, queen
queen
e1.
e1, gh6. But okay, this is something like
Queen
is.
e3, queen e3, queen f8. I still find it very risky.
Ha ha ha.
And knight h6. It's still risky, but at least you have and king h8. It's yeah. So
Yeah,
queen
this is
g.
also like okay, opponent will go in this time control, this kind of position or no?
I think black has played a bit over ambitiously. I would say. I would be scared to play this position with black because I play e4 e5 all the time, and I'm a bit scared when I play f5.
Okay, she
So has
played
rook
rook
e8 been
e8.
played? Yeah. So okay, I think if rook into e8 is played, then probably we are a bit comfortable, although we may still have bishop into h6 and queen d2. So rook e8, perhaps knight e8 may help. So, but knight
Sir,
e8
this
allows
is true that
queen g4. No, knight e8 allows queen g4. No, rook e8 is going to be
okay.
dangerous as well. Rook e8 is going to be dangerous as well if bishop h6 is not working. Because even for rook into e8, and when you take queen into e8, bishop into h6 still comes in picture. And bishop into h6, and you take and then queen d2. It's still a very uh, dangerous possibility. And white is going to get queen.
I think
Yeah, so
bd5
queen
or
probably
something.
moves
So
in.
you
Yeah,
do
and
something.
queen h6, queen f7. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but you need to careful then. Oh my god, is risky,
yes,
too
sometimes
risky.
there can be. Yeah. So
Yeah.
rook e1 is also coming as a tempo. So yeah, this is dangerous. And direct bishop h6 also may be more dangerous because rook e1 check queen e1 and gs6 we have queen e3. So there queen f8 is forced
It looks like this
because
bishop absence is
yes,
so
absence of
dark
this
colors.
bishop. Yes, indeed. And the absence of c1 bishop is not felt because it is going to offer its
Oh,
rook e3.
this is
Ambitious move. But
rook
if you
e3.
ambitious move if you allow rook g3. If black allows rook g3, black loses. But
But I think
it's a
black has
turn
to
by
take
turn
now.
game.
No?
So
Otherwise,
after
game
rook
is
into
over.
e3, yes, after rook into e3, all my attention is gone. And I'll play a bishop to e6 or to d5. And
Yeah,
it
she,
should be
she should
fine.
take rook e8. That is better for her if she want to continue that
Yes,
plan.
yes, also
But could
bishop
be
e3.
that
Yeah,
plan
because
is
now
not
rook
in her
e3.
mind, sir. She don't want
No,
to
I
go
think
that plan.
she is looking for a development, completion of development. And frankly speaking, rook e3, bishop e3, I have bd5. I also have queen f8 followed by rook e8. And for the first time, I would say that black is reasonably
Oh, she
comfortable
exchanged. Okay,
here.
now she's
Bishop
better.
e3.
Fine.
Yeah. Bishop d5 or queen f8,
Bishop
I
d5
think.
looks so good.
Yeah, obviously. And but if you play queen d7, you actually can plan bishop e6. But I don't know if that is useful because again the king side is left a bit weak. trying to put knight d5 is
So
a
you're saying
possibility, but
queen d7 or something?
no, here queen d7 perhaps, but yeah, because queen g4 is not coming. But
But
as soon
here
as
is
you move the
bishop d5 is
yeah,
better, I
yes,
think, to stop
because
this
it
queen
prevents queen
f3
f3.
idea.
Correct. Yeah, because queen d7, queen f3 is already a threat of queen g3. So bishop d5
Yeah,
is a defensive move, and then we plan queen d7 and rook f8 or something.
yeah.
So that could be roughly equal. Um, yeah, I think
Let's
that's
see now.
fine.
Humpy is in little time trouble. She's 6 minute 21 seconds, while Lei Tingjie have 9
Yes.
minute 46 seconds. तो थोड़ा टाइम प्रेशर तो हम्पी पे आ रहा है अभी.
या तो हाँ थोड़ा मुझे वो और कुछ अननेसेसरी वीकनिंग मूव्स बिशप h6 बिशप h5 वगैरह करेंगे तो हमारे लिए रिस्की हो सकता है g4 g5 के बाद या क्वीन d2 के बाद. तो आई थिंक क्वीन f3 स्टॉप
Ah,
करने
she
के लिए
played bishop
गुड
d5.
b5 प्लेड
Nice.
वेरी गुड एक्सीलेंट. या सो नाउ शी गॉट अ गुड सेंस ऑफ डिफेंस. एक थोड़ा सा क्वीन को आने में तकलीफ दे रहे क्वीन d2 खेलेंगे या क्वीन c1 या क्वीन d2
But
कुछ
sir, how
खेलेंगे
to
तो
bring this bishop back into the game? This dark square bishop.
यस इट्स बिकमिंग अ बिग प्रॉब्लम क्योंकि c5 करके हम cd मारेंगे वो स्लो प्रोसीजर हो जाएगी और उसमें हमारे पॉन्स बहुत वीक हो जाएंगे. तो द d6 pawn भी वीक हो जाएगा. विल हैव आइसोलेटेड पॉन्स एंड आई थिंक आफ्टर क्वीन c1 इट्स टाइम व्हेन व्हाइट विल स्टार्ट गिविंग थ्रेट्स क्वीन d2 एंड रुक e1 बिशप h6. शायद c5 का मौका ना मिलेगा तो ब्लैक. और अगर हम c6 क्वीन d7 बिशप d8 लाते हैं तो भी बिशप एक्टिव पोजीशन पे नहीं आया. एक चांस है कि अगर मौका मिलेगा तो बिशप e4 से एक्सचेंज करेंगे लेकिन बिशप e4 जब भी आएंगे मार के क्वीन g4 में गेम खत्म हो रही है.
Ah,
तो
okay.
ये एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलना मुश्किल है. तो क्वीन f8 रुक e8 के बाद एक बिशप e4 मिल जाएगा तो कंप्लीट न्यूट्रलाइजेशन हम कह सकते हैं. और अगर
Okay, so
अटैक का कंप्लीट
first queen
न्यूट्रलाइजेशन हो
d7
जाए
पहले queen d7 लाके rook e8 ले आते हैं एंड देन उसके
हाँ
बाद फिर ट्राई करते हैं एक्सचेंज
बिशप
का.
e4 हाँ ये कर सकते हैं कि क्वीन d7 और रुक e8 और बिशप e4 वो होने पे अगर पूरा न्यूट्रलाइजेशन हो जाता है तो ब्लैक विल बी बेटर.
हम्म.
सो लेकिन तब तक व्हाइट को कुछ करना पड़ेगा क्वीन d2 या बिशप इनटू h6 करके क्वीन क्वीन d2 प्लान.
Okay.
एंड नेक्स्ट वो बिशप इनटू h6 करते हैं क्वीन
My
d2
my
क्वीन
hope is
d7.
like looks like Lei Tingjie already decided that she's not looking for any sacrifice or something because
यस या मुझे
she.
लगता है कि ये बहुत वेग है. पहले बहुत कॉन्क्रीट सेक्रीफाइस था तभी भी उन्होंने किया नहीं है. तो मुझे लगता है कि धीरे धीरे ये पोजिशनली वन साइडेड हो जाएगा ब्लैक की फेवर में क्योंकि अभी व्हाइट के पास कोई इंप्रूविंग मूव्स अच्छे नहीं है. आप देखो क्वीन को आपके कोई अच्छा घर नहीं है. रुक को c1 को अच्छा स्क्वायर नहीं कह पाएंगे. रुक ऑन c1 डजंट मेक एनी सेंस. ब्लैक
Yeah,
हैज अ वेरी
actually,
क्लियर आइडिया क्वीन
actually,
क्वीन
Rook
d7
on
रुक
c1 will increase the importance of this bishop, at least doing something.
yes. So also queen d7 rook e8 के बाद black has a specific plan queen d7 and rook e8 जिसमें bishop e4 की थ्रेट आ जाएगी. एंड मीनवाइल अगर वो रिग्रुपिंग करना चाहते हैं नाइट h4 तो फिर भी नाइट g6 जाके इतना कोई इफेक्टिव नहीं हो रहा है. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये पोजीशन इक्वल है लेकिन ब्लैक को खेलने के लिए अभी आसान हो गई क्योंकि
और जैसा कि आप बोल रहे थे, मे बी इन द if this will go more in end game, that will be favor Humpy because of pawn structure.
यस ऑल्सो a4 अगर आ जाता है तो फिर वो क्वीन साइड पॉन भी फिक्स हो जाएंगे. और ये पॉन स्ट्रक्चर में अगर माइनर पीस एंडिंग है तो नाइट अगर d5 पे बैठ जाता है तो बहुत ही वो डेंजरस हो जाता है क्योंकि वो सारे इंटायर ये अटैक करते रहता है और बिशप को b6 वाले बिशप को ताकत देते रहता है. तो बिकॉज बिशप ऑन e3 remains there it becomes a soft target. Also black king can come quicker in end game. king f7 king e6 रेडीमेड मूव्स मिल जाएंगे. तो कहीं पे ये एंड गेम के लिए हमको ट्राई करना चाहिए. क्वीन d7 ही ठीक है कि क्वीन e8 के बाद कोई घर नहीं है. सो क्वीन e8 के बाद क्वीन h5 कभी भी नहीं आएगा क्योंकि नाइट की e7 में चेक आते रहेगी. तो क्वीन d7 करके हमें रुक e8 या रुक f8 दोनों ठीक लग रहे हैं. रुक f8 में थोड़ा सा खतरा लग रहा है क्योंकि हम कभी भी नाइट e4 नहीं जा सकते. क्वीन g4 का मौका रहेगा. सो आफ्टर क्वीन d7 रुक f8 वी आर एक्चुअली थ्रेटनिंग नाइट e4. सो वो थोड़ा सा एक है चांस.
अभी
क्वीन
यहाँ
d7
पे
के
Lei
हम ट्राई.
Tingjie also taking times and now Humpy is ahead in time. This is good news.
Okay, wonderful. That's great. That means Lei Tingjie has actually just exchange pieces without making a plan. Now she has to give some threats and threats देना आसान नहीं लग रहा है यहाँ पे क्योंकि बिशप d5 इज वंडरफुल मूव. इट स्टॉप्स क्वीन f3. शायद Lei Tingjie का प्लान उसमें डिस्टर्ब हो गया. शी मस्ट बी प्लानिंग अभी मैं क्वीन f3 क्वीन g3 जाएंगे और बहुत अटैक लगेगा. लेकिन अभी क्वीन को कहाँ कैसे लाए गेम में. क्वीन को g3 में लाना होगा. लेकिन g3 लाने के लिए कोई
Oh, she played
f3. No, I think
f3.
it's now
Okay,
it's
she's just thinking
worse.
about to e4 exchange. Okay.
Yes. So bishop नहीं E4 तो नहीं, बट ये हाँ अभी तो काफी अच्छे मूव्स है, क्वीन D7
But
भी अच्छा
sir,
होगा.
she already stopped by her own queen now.
यस. सो
So
अभी तो हमारे बिशप की जरूरत नहीं है. क्वीन
हाँ, maybe
D7 वुड
we
बी
can
अ
play
गुड
bishop
मूव.
e6 or something now. Relocate.
Yeah, bishop e6 trying to play queen d7 with a tempo,
हाँ हाँ
and
हाँ.
d4 को भी थोड़ा टारगेट कर सकते हैं. क्वीन d7 भी एक मूव है जो स्टैंडर्ड.
Direct queen d7. Yes.
हाँ, डायरेक्ट क्वीन d7 ये एक मतलब बहुत स्टैंडर्ड है बिशप e6 रिटर्न करने से. अगर अच्छी भी चाल होगी तो कहीं क्वीन d7 रुकी करेंगे तो थ्रेट्स भी आ सकते हैं. वैसे आई थिंक बिशप e6 होगा, क्वीन d7 भी आई थिंक ठीक ही ये चाल है. अगर
That's
व्हाइट
why
को
this
कहीं
is
g4
very important to select the opening according to your style.
एंड ऑल्सो ओपोनेंट स्टाइल, क्योंकि
Yeah.
अगर यहाँ पे ओपोनेंट कोई व्हाइट अगर मकसदुल्लो जैसे कोई प्लेयर होते
तो अभी तक तो
तो
खत्म हो
तुरंत
गया होता
तुरंत
गेम.
सेक्रीफाइस कर देते. तो ये हमें ओपोनेंट की स्टाइल की बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस सबको रखनी है. कि हो सकता है कि लिटिन जी अटैक करने की मतलब उसको आदत नहीं हो, हम भी मस्ट एनालाइज द कैरेक्टर ऑल्सो. तो
हाँ,
वो
so
थोड़ा
maybe
सा.
she that's why she took risk. She said okay वो तो
यस.
मारने वाली है नहीं ये तो.
हाँ. नहीं, इसके बहुत सुंदर एक हम कथा कहेंगे कि एक हमारे इंटरनेशनल मास्टर पी मित्रकांत इंडिया के लिए अरे चाल आ गई है. तो क्वीन d7
I
इन्होंने
think
चला
bishop
और
e6
क्वीन
now
डी.
almost forced ना.
अभी तो बिशप e6 शायद खेलना ही पड़ेगा, क्योंकि
हाँ.
सेक्रीफाइस करना है तो आप नाइट सेक्रीफाइस कीजिए, बिशप सेक्रीफाइस हम नहीं करने देंगे. ये तो बताना होगा. अभी बिशप e6 ठीक रहेगा, क्योंकि अभी बिशप इंटू h6 और क्वीन h6 के बाद काफी डेंजर. वैसे ऑब्जेक्टिवली आई हैव नॉट एनालाइज रुक एफ8. और रुक एफ8 में अगर बिशप h6 gh6 क्वीन h6 करते हैं तो वैसे डायरेक्ट थ्रेट कोई नहीं है. लेकिन हमारे पीसेस बहुत अनकंफर्टेबल हो रहे हैं, और इसकी वजह से शायद हम
No,
वो
sir,
नाइट
bishop
को
e6 is
f5 को
helping one more
पहले ही
thing
अटैक
ना.
करेंगे.
Bishop e6 helping one more thing. If we eliminate the knight anyway, now d4 pawn will be in target any moment.
यस. नहीं, बिशप e6 में मेनली उनको अगर g4 खेलना है तो
हाँ
ये एक
हाँ.
बहुत कमिटल डिसीजन है. हम देखना पड़ेगा कि वो g4 खेल सकते हैं क्या.
हाँ
क्योंकि
ओके.
g4 में हम नाइट d5 करेंगे तो बिशप इंटू h6 की वो तैयारी भी कर सकते हैं.
हम्म.
तो बट ऑलवेज bd4 चेक हैंगिंग रहेगा आफ्टर f3. तो मुझे लगता है बिशप e6 और g4 में अगर nd5 करते हैं तो शायद, अगर सैक्रिफाइस चल नहीं रहा है तो शायद ब्लैक का अच्छा हो सकता है. क्योंकि
Now this is very important position.
यस हियर
Let's see
आई थिंक
what Humpy is going to play
ब्लैक,
here.
क्योंकि व्हाइट को g4 करना ही पड़ेगा शायद बिशप e6 के बाद. और g4 ये अच्छा होगा कि बुरा, ये समय ही कहेगा, बता पाएगा. क्योंकि समटाइम्स इफ g5 break comes then black king will be more exposed.
Expose.
But the knight on f5 may not be a great asset now, because the g7 has been guarded. It's more or less f5 knight is playing a defensive role of guarding the
She played
d4.
bishop
So it's
e6.
wonderful. So I think black is preferable here, because
And also,
g4 is.
this is also good news that Humpy is able to find the best move from last 6-7 moves.
Yes. Now you look at this tragic position. Knight on f5 has become a defensive piece, because if knight moves, then black may play knight d5, and the d4 pawn really gets into trouble. Black is also ready for rook f8. So the knight must remain on f5. It's a positional requirement to maintain a knight on f5, not for attacking purpose, but to guard the d4 well, and to prevent black from playing moves like knight d5, which may uh, create some dangerous possibilities like bishop into h6.
So all the players who are watching currently, you can see simple example that you cannot think that okay, my piece in the best place always. It can become
Yes.
suddenly bad piece.
Yes, indeed, Humpy's skill. Like I would compare with the Petrosyan's game. That in one of the games, Bobby Fischer writes about Petrosyan. Bobby Fischer felt that he had equalized. The game ended in a draw, but Petrosyan was in a winning position. So Petrosyan was in an advantageous position, and Fischer, every time Fischer felt that okay, I've equalized now, Petrosyan would find a new way to improve his pieces and create new problems for Fischer. So Fischer in my 60 memorable games is I was amazed by the Petrosyan's ability of keeping his pieces improving all the time, something which nobody else has that sort of skill. So, it becomes very disturbing. We feel that, okay, I have controlled all my opponent's pieces, they are in optimal position, and suddenly, no, bishop on e6 is better than bishop on d5. It's difficult to understand. Once f3 is played, bishop has no role on d5. So it comes back, and the knight is ready to go to d5 if the king is safe. I'm a bit worried about the king. When I move knight d5, one should not be allowing bishop into
And
h. But here
I
I
think
think
now
g4 is
both
a good
players is about to enter in the blitz mode soon because around 3-4 minute, 3 minute time is remaining now. So
yeah, g4 is forced here. G4 is absolutely forced here. And then it is black 2. take a decision basically whether black is going to play knight d5, because otherwise what is black going to do with the rook? One is to cram the queen side with a4 and just wait for white to develop the rook. If white develops the rook to e1, we may develop the rook, we may play bishop a5. So that's the idea. So for g4, a4 has
So
the
for
idea,
example, G4, A4.
a4, it prevents rook e1 because of bishop a5.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. So we gain one tempo before we play rook e8. We are gaining one tempo, and we are also preparing for a much better end game because the b2 pawn is going to be very weak, and it's I think a sharp game. Probably bishop a5 can be a posted bishop a5 can be a much better placed piece than bb6. And but
So
if
here is
g4 is not
one
played,
more thing to learn for everyone. What Pravin sir is telling you look like position engine is saying equal, but it's good for black to play.
yes, knight
And
g3,
okay,
I think black is now better because white is not going to give any threats now. And I think let me cram the queen side first. So
by
you
A4.
are, yes, a4, and then probably I can go for rook e8. I think white wants to exchange knights with knight e4 and probably
Ah.
simplify. But knight e4, I have rook f8 as well. So it's or knight d5. Knight e4, I have knight d5, which
Mm-hmm.
can be very awkward. And then I'm playing rook f8 and knight f4. So it's much easier for black to play here. So a4, knight e4, knight d5, and if bishop f2, rook f8. So black is threatening now knight f4. So it's black who is going to put pressure. And one must see that with white bishop on f2, even bishop
Mm-hmm.
into h3 can be a threat.
So lot
Black
of
knight is
threats
on,
are coming, and
yes,
suddenly black pieces are doing better than white pieces. And this is good news for Humpy. The only thing is they both need to control the time, which is now
yeah.
less than 3 minutes for both.
Yes, I think the danger is that missing a simple tactic and losing the game, irrespective of how the
Okay,
evaluation
she played
was.
rookie at first,
Rookie,
sir.
yeah. I think a safe, simple move. I thought a4 was maybe she is not playing so ambitiously at this stage.
Oh, she
Perhaps
played bishop
safeguarding
f2
first.
first.
Yeah, because she doesn't have enough time. So I think, yeah, queen f7 looks like a standard move again.
Queen
And
f7. Just bring your pieces now to the
yes, yeah, yeah.
queen side. And
No, I think queen f7 has a deeper plan preventing bishop g6, which can be
I think if
awkward.
any moment black dark bishop start working, then white position will collapse then.
Yes, because if black has knight d5, knight f4, then white will have problems. But also for queen f7, one has to be careful about queen c2, and then there's
Mm-hmm.
a threat of bishop g6.
Ah, she played knight d5 first.
Knight d5. Okay, fine move. Rook e1 will be played, I think. Now, whether black is playing for a win, black will play rook f8. I think black should anyway play rook f8 because bg6 is coming, and the
Mm-hmm.
knight has a potential future on f4. So I think we should go for
Rook
rook
f8 and then knight
because yeah.
f4.
But also if
Oh, she played queen
okay,
f7 first.
queen f7,
Oh, but
okay.
bishop g6 is not working.
Now bishop g6 is stopped. Yeah,
Ah, okay.
yeah, yeah. So queen c2, I think she will play rook f8 probably.
Okay.
Yeah, because queen c2 threatens bishop g6 again. So
And any
I
moment we
think
can join queen f6 or
no,
something?
no, sorry. Now queen c2 is ruled out because of knight f4.
Ah, okay. No, but I'm
Yeah, so
saying
now
any
queen.
moment maybe black can go queen f6 also to put pressure on d4 more. No?
Yes, I think so. After once you put, yeah, here itself, if given chance, queen f1 has to say knight h4, knight h5 all the time, but no.
Ah, okay, okay.
So
Yes, yes.
when your knight is on f4, then queen f6 comes into picture. Also, I'm a bit
Mm-hmm.
worried about sometimes d5 coming because of the hanging nature of e8. I
He
mean,
played
yeah,
bishop
bishop.
e4 first.
Okay, so probably yes, as we see now, knight f4 may not be uh, playable because of something like d5, perhaps. No, d5 is still not coming, but yeah,
But maybe in
yeah,
okay.
c6. Yeah, but c6 has some.
Oh, she played c6.
Okay, c6. Yeah, so
So
c6
maybe
creates
after knight
b7
f4 you
weakness.
will play d5 once, no? And then take this bishop, dark bishop this side. I don't know how risky is this.
Yeah, if you get knight f4 and then of course there could be a threat. Okay, so now yeah,
Maybe bishop
so now
c7 and then
yeah,
no?
bishop c7, knight f4, and that black should be. But she wants to give a mate threat. So let us see. We may have to play
Ah,
knight
she played
f6.
knight f6 first.
Knight f6. Yeah. So knight e4. I think the knights get exchanged before d5. If d5 is played, black will be good. White should exchange the pieces here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then I think d5 after d5 There's still always some trouble because of queen d3. I mean, you will have to play some weakening move all the time.
So,
Because I
oh,
don't
she
want to
played
have
knight
d4.
here. Okay, knight e4.
Yes, I think this knight is getting deadly because it's threatening d6. So we are capturing it.
They have to
And
capture.
bishop,
But she cannot
bishop.
take with pawn, na, sir?
Yes, pawn I think is will not be
Bit
good
dangerous.
because yes, it will be. I think black will be more active in the f line. So I think that
She has
would
to
be
take either with bishop or either with rook.
yeah. But I think rook is also dangerous because you plan rook f4.
Ah, okay. She take with pawn. Okay.
Okay, so I think she wants to play d5 and win a. No, d5 is also not coming. So not easy to see
Ah,
what she
okay.
plans because a normal move. Oh, maybe she wants to play queen c, queen d3. So rook f8 looks like a normal move here, or exchanging the. I remember once Anand defeated Kamsky in a very nice game by exchanging the deadly bishop on b1 by going bishop a2. So she,
Ah,
yeah.
okay.
So
She
here
played
perhaps it was
d5 first,
possible.
but she.
Okay. I'm a bit worried about queen c2 now because it weakens the king side. I can't play bishop f5. There's no time to play bishop f5. And queen c2, if pawn into pawn, queen into pawn,
I think in queen
the
c2, I think black has to play something like g5 or something.
yes, but if black
Otherwise,
has to, if black has to, yeah, but if black has to play g5, I'm not very happy about black's position.
so
And
this is
it
not
looks
so.
forced for queen c2. It looks forced, I think, because you can't allow queen h7 check. Because if
Yeah,
you take with the bishop, then there is rook e8 check and queen h7 check.
yeah.
So now that the bishop is no longer better, so ed cd g5, g5 ed cd or g5 g5 e5. Even that's a possibility.
Hmm.
But I don't know
But g5,
e5
e5, maybe rook f8, and you will bring.
rook
Oh,
f8
she.
bishop f5.
Oh,
She
no,
was
but this
giving
is
up a
this is
pawn.
she's losing pawn.
No, she's giving up a pawn. She's giving up a pawn. So maybe she's confident of drawing this endgame. There
Ah,
are
okay. So okay,
that is reasonable
exchange the queen
compensation.
and go for that endgame.
Yes, yes, she's going for a pawn where she will be constantly attacking the d4, and with one defensive piece, she's hoping to draw. So I think a wise decision. And let us see how the endgame is because yesterday Humpy was a pawn up and she couldn't win because both of them played the endgame very well. And now here we have a rapid game. Now white is forced to play ED and
Oh, what about it? Maybe she thought ed5, bishop f5 or something? No.
ED5, bishop f5. Yes, perhaps, but you still remain a pawn down. Yeah, rook e8 check and
Yeah,
queen
but
e8 and
anyway, means to keep the queen
yeah.
on the board or something. No.
Yes, keeping the queen on the board can be riskier, no, because bishop into f5 will be a
Ah,
threat.
this is very important. She's going to take bishop into d5 or bishop f5.
Bishop f5, I'm a bit scared, frankly speaking. I'm not happy about
Oh,
that
she
move.
played bishop f5.
Bishop f5, okay, so ambitious play. But I don't know, queen b3 is multiple, rook e8, queen e8, queen b3 is multiple
And now
threats.
queen b3 is dangerous. Yes, queen b3
Yeah,
is
because
very, very dangerous
b6
move.
is gone, b6 is going, and
And queen b3 is
once
natural
b6,
move here.
yes, queen b3 will be natural, and bishop into b1, first d6 or d6.
Oh, she played queen here,
Okay.
and this is little
Yeah.
dangerous position for Humpy
Yeah,
now.
D6 is almost winning. I
d6
think
check is coming,
D6,
then you're losing the bishop, and that oh,
D6
then
King
queen
G,
c7 is coming. No,
D6,
oh,
D6 Queen F7. Yeah, when BB1, D6 Queen F7, Queen B7, Bishop F5. Okay, you're a pawn down, but you're losing the A5 pawn as well. Two pawns down, but the pawns are blockaded. Let us see if there's any counter playing at G2. That's the only. But the pawn on D6 also weakens the B7 pawn. You can't put BD7 because B7 is hanging. Yeah, so it looks that BB1 is forced and D6 is the best move. DC, I think there are good drawing chances in this because Queen into C6 is coming. Now I think
but
the
what about
opposite.
king h7? We go king h7,
Yes,
queen
King
b6,
H7
and
now because Queen B6, I can play Queen into C6
yeah.
and Queen into A5, Bishop E4. I think I got adequate play here. I'm no longer in danger, I think.
So king
King
h7 is better
H7,
move here. Don't do any
King
mistake here.
H7, yes, King H7 and Queen into pawn, Queen into C6, Queen into A5, Bishop E4.
Okay,
I'm
so
completely
then
equal.
go for
I'm
opposite
completely
color,
equal.
that kind of position. Yeah.
Yes. And if you're two pawns up, you have to face the music with your king because Bishop E4 then. So Queen B6, Queen C6, Queen F5 is two pawns up. Now you are ready to go for endgame. I play Bishop E4 and probably you have to play Queen C5.
Okay, if Humpy
And
is going to save this game, this is going to be a good thing for her.
yes, I think a good result it will be if she can serve. Now it's not very dangerous after DC6 because the D pawn would have been a passed pawn, and here
Mm-hmm.
this pawn is going to be eliminated.
She played.
So
Okay, now
queen
Queen
c6,
C6 is the only
queen
way.
c6. Yeah, queen c6 is only correct. And bc6 is too risky. Queen c7 check
Hmm.
and d5.
She played Queen C6. Okay.
Yes, of course. And if white takes on a5, I think black is fine. So, but
Hmm.
white must threaten d5. So queen d8 also. I
Oh,
think I
she
still
played
have to
Queen
play.
A5. Now Bishop E4. Now Bishop
Now
E4.
bishop e4. I think black has a good position.
Ah,
No.
now it's
And if
fine.
you play g4, I don't think I'll play for a draw.
Now even little dangerous against king. She need to be careful.
Yes, yeah. But because after g4, g4 queen c1 check and g5 may checkmate black. But no, I don't know. Queen e1 is coming. No, queen e1
Acha
is coming.
G4. Ah, she played Queen here.
Queen
Okay.
e5. Okay, she's giving the pawn. I have to take, I think, bishop into pawn.
They take you also take the pawn. Okay.
Yes, bishop into pawn. And I think nothing is happening. I mean, d5, bishop d5. I'll threaten mate if you play bd4. I'll deliver
Hmm.
mate first.
Oh, Bishop G7. Okay,
Okay, bishop
now.
g2. So
Okay,
heading
three
towards a
versus
draw.
four, but it's
Of
still
course,
now.
white can give a perpetual check, of course, but
Now Lei Tingjie
black's
have
winning is
16
out of
seconds.
question. But after bd5, white bishop. Yeah, okay. So I think let us say if d5 is working. I don't think it's working because even queen d5, there's no bd4
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
coming. So yeah, so there's no
Ah,
real
she
hope.
played D5.
So bd5 or queen d5. Okay,
But
queen
anyway, now
d5,
this is
queen d5.
okay.
Yeah, okay, fine. So I don't know. It's a perpetual check straight. And if white doesn't give perpetual check, then black takes bishop into h3. Then there may not be perpetual check after some time. Yeah. So I think I don't know why. She wanted to give a straight perpetual check. Okay. So she's going to make it queen e7 and queen e8 apparently. But yes, only
Now
11
she's
seconds. So
okay,
yeah.
okay. Now she's taking draw
Yes.
directly, I think.
Yes. Yeah. As you can see, very few seconds. So she's still thinking, okay, but I don't see equal pawns, more vulnerable king. And how could one be really wanting
So
to
it's a
play
nice
for a
play by Humpy to defending this game because
yes.
there is so many
Yeah,
times
queen
the
f6.
position
Okay,
was not so good.
Ambitious move. Whether I can play bishop e4 here, that's a point. Bishop e4
Oh.
does threaten queen check, but bd4 is a big threat. I can't allow bd4. Bishop e4, bd4 is a huge threat.
So maybe Queen C6 first?
Yes, I must exchange queens here. Queen c6.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah, but still, let us see how there's queen
Queen
g5 check.
G5.
Okay,
Queen
queen
G5, sir.
g5 check.
Everything is solved,
Wonderful.
no?
Okay, so queen g5 check, and obviously you remain a pawn down,
Okay.
and there is hardly. Oh, she did not even play bishop e3. Okay, so she's not even wanting to be a pawn up. Okay, so hardly anything. Black just takes the king to c6 or b5 and keeps the bishop on b1. So hardly any play now. No need to save the g5 pawn. We just go king e6, king d5, a4. Okay, now she wants to. Yeah, so force the pawns on black squares. It becomes much easier. White squares. Bishop c2 is easier to force,
Mm-hmm.
but even king e6, I think hardly any. There's no threats. Almost every move is drawing. Bishop e3 just
Okay.
give up the pawn, I think. Bishop c2 or king d, just king d5. So no threats really. Or you can play bishop f5 and force king g3. So that you play king. Yeah, so, and now she blocks the pawns with the king. Or
King
puts king
G5.
on f. Yeah, I think better to put king on a6 and bishop on f. Yeah. So okay, now king d5. And the draw will be agreed for. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think there is any real chance. So a good result in a sharp battle, although they did not really uh, took. I think it reflects on Lei Tingjie's style that she is probably not a great attacking player. It's not like somebody who goes for rash attacks.
तो
And
ऐसा भी लगता है कि हम्पी ने स्टडी वो जानती हैं प्लेयर के बारे में अच्छे से और
हाँ,
इसीलिए
प्लेयर के हमारे
उसके
बिल्कुल
बेस
बिल्कुल वो
पे
तो
कुछ
स्टडी
डिसीजन
करके ही
होते
किया
हैं.
है. अभी किंग बी5 के बाद शायद खेलने की जरूरत. अच्छा, किंग d5 में भी रख रहे हैं, तो इनको किंग को आने ही नहीं देंगे. वो एक ट्राई करेगी शायद h4 जाके किंग f4 करेगी और वो h5 का थ्रेट दे देगी. वो एक करेगी इतना, तो
बट
ये बिशप c2 गई चली जाएगी फिर. सो किंग f5 तो और भी किंग आगे ले आएंगे. b7 चले गए तो अब तो
वो बोले हम किंग
बिशप
से यहाँ पे डिफेंड कर लेंगे. ओके.
कंप्लीट ब्लॉकेड अभी हो गया. अभी किंग कहीं घुस नहीं पाएंगे. या बट कहीं ना कहीं स्क्वायर तो देना पड़ेगा. आइदर b5 अलाउ करना पड़ेगा या फिर किंग g4 अलाउ करना पड़ेगा. कोई भी अलाउ करके चल रहा है, लेकिन एक तो अच्छा किंग से अगर ब्लॉक करते हैं, या अगर किंग से ब्लॉक करते हैं तो वो भी चल जाएगा. फिर
किंग
उसमें
से ब्लॉक करके कोई जरूरत ही नहीं, फिर बिशप को अपन
हाँ, वापस किंग e4 भी खेल सकते हैं.
हाँ, फिर वो बिशप को
ब्लैक
सिर्फ वो हम डायगोनल पर रख सकते हैं. B1 H7 डायगोनल पर कुछ होना नहीं है.
तो अभी शायद सिंपलेस्ट था. अभी h5 के थ्रेट है, उसको डरना पड़ेगा क्योंकि
हाँ भाई, बिशप को
H5
पीछे
की
लेना
थ्रेट है।
पड़ेगा कहीं तो फिर।
हाँ, बिशप को हटना पड़ेगा, B1 C2 कहीं जाए चले जाएंगे।
हम्म।
वो जरूरी है, वो H5 अगर अलाउ करते हैं तो बड़ा ब्लेंडर हो जाएगा। लेकिन मतलब उतना ब्लैक समय ले रहे हैं कि इसमें, हाँ ब्लैक समय ले रहे हैं, तो ये खेलना जरूरी होगा। बिशप कहीं भी हट जाओ, ओके यहीं पे ले आए,
या
वो बिशप को E8 में शायद रखना चाहती है। ठीक है।
नाउ मे बी किंग B5 इज फाइन।
अरे
नो।
बिशप, हाँ किंग भी अभी बिशप को इवन कहीं भी रखे हैं, इसमें तो अभी ऐसे खेलते रहेंगे। बाकी तो मुझे तो कुछ
हम्म।
इसमें ब्लेंडर अगर नहीं होता है तो इसमें कोई संभावना नहीं है कुछ एक्टिविटी होने की भी। क्योंकि किंग F6 बिशप E8 के बाद अगर बिशप को अटैक करते तो बिशप हट जाएंगे, और
हम्म।
बिशप और पॉन को दोनों को अटैक करने का मौका ही नहीं मिलेगा कहीं। तो वो देख लेते हैं, अभी तो ये
आई थिंक
दूसरे गेम के।
ये कह सकते हैं कि हम्पी ने गेम ये बचा ही लिया है। तो
ये
अच्छा
अच्छी
खेली
तरह से।
सर ओवरऑल। देयर वाज सम मूवमेंट दैट नॉट कंफर्टेबल फॉर ब्लैक, बट एनीवे शी प्लेड वेल।
हाँ, कि किंग साइड को थोड़ा रिस्की कर दिया था, और हम मतलब थोड़ा सा डरते हैं उसमें कि किंग वीक ना हो जाए कहीं। तो ये सिंपलेस्ट है कि किंग को A6 में रख के बिशप को उसी डायगोनल पे रखते हैं। बिशप
एंड
को
नाउ मे बी वी कैन गो
हम,
बिशप F3।
हाँ बिशप F3 भी जा सकते हैं, बिशप G2 भी जा सकते हैं, जब किंग F6 करे आते हैं किंग F4। ठीक है।
Now bishop h3 is also okay. Bishop h no okay.
हाँ,
Bishop
बिशप
h3
एच थ्री को,
careful. Bishop h3
बिशप
is
एच थ्री में
blunder. हाँ
वो रुकेंगे अगर, नहीं बिशप
हाँ
एच
हाँ
थ्री
हाँ
वॉज अ
हाँ।
ट्रैप। बिशप एच थ्री
वो तो
ट्रैप
ट्रैप
किंग
ही है
जी
वो
फाइव
पूरा। हाँ
हाँ
बिशप
बिशप एच
h3
थ्री
और
किंग
किंग
जी फाइव
g5
होना।
और बिशप f5 और
हाँ
h5। हाँ
हाँ, तो वो लॉस हो जाता था। लेकिन
हाँ।
अभी इन्होंने देख लिया है।
Yeah, just keep your bishop far
अभी
and
और
there is
भी
no
अगर सिंपल
progress.
करना है इसको, तो किंग किंग B5 जाके B6 भी कर सकते हैं।
हाँ ओके हाँ।
हाँ, और B6 में अगर पॉन से मारते हैं तो फिर तो हम तो किंग को B7 में भी रख सकते हैं, लेकिन वो किंग किंग बिशप B1 को कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है। किंग C4 में आएंगे तो B5 चेक को रोक देंगे, बस बिशप चेक देके।
हम्म।
और B5 चेक आया तो भी क्या है, किंग हट जाएंगे C7 में। उसमें हारने की मतलब ऐसी कोई गुंजाइश नहीं है। और इतना मैं कहूंगा कि यहाँ B6 खेल के बिशप इंटू पॉन में भी ड्रॉ हो रही है, कोई इसमें
हम्म।
एंट्री का है ही नहीं। तो जस्ट बिशप मूव करते रहेंगे, बिशप B1 बिशप C2। और इनके पास अब 2 मिनट आ गए हैं, इसलिए वो शायद सोच रही है। लेकिन दो क्या, यहाँ 10 मिनट अगर किंग को A8 भी ले जाए, किंग को समझो A8 भी ले जाते हैं, तो फिर इसके आगे A7 भी ले जाते हैं, तो क्या कर पाएंगे।
हम्म।
तो वैसे भी उनको मौका भी नहीं मिल रहा है वहां जाने का, किंग को जाने ही नहीं देंगे A8 में। शायद अब 2-4 मूव्स में ये गेम ड्रॉ हो जाएगी। लग तो ऐसे रहा है कि इसमें अभी किसी भी तरह की कोई ब्लेंडर की भी गुंजाइश नहीं है। क्योंकि इंसान ड्रॉइश पोजीशन में तब खेलता है जब ओपोनेंट को ब्लेंडर हो, ओपोनेंट का ब्लेंडर हो, ऐसी कुछ पॉसिबिलिटीज रहेगी। यहाँ तो ऐसी कोई पॉसिबिलिटी दिख नहीं रही है, किंग भी अच्छी जगह पे बैठ गए, और वो किंग हिलाएंगे नहीं, और बिशप को हिलाती रहेंगी। तो कहीं पे एक दो ट्रैप जो है, जैसे किंग F6 आके H5 ब्रेक, वो एक ही
Okay,
ट्रैप अगर
now this
अवॉइड कर।
already draw. So
ओके,
already
वंडरफुल।
declared draw. So Humpy saved this game. So
यस।
overall, sir, the second game is about to start. So would you like
अरे
to?
तुरंत है, ओके ओके वंडरफुल। सो लेट्स बी रेडी। शायद 5 मिनट रेस देते होंगे उनको।
हाँ सर जल्दी है क्योंकि इनका टाइमिंग जो था
हाँ,
मतलब थोड़ी देर में ही शुरू हो जाएगा खेल।
अच्छा वंडरफुल, तो चलो अ, अ, हम भी रेडी हो जाते हैं गेम देखने के लिए, और
यस
इससे
यस
कोई
सर, यू कैन
फर्क
टेक
नहीं।
सम ब्रेक सर।
यस, आई
आप
थिंक
यू
थोड़ा
कैन टेक
पानी
5-10 मिनट
लेके मैं आ
ब्रेक।
जाता
आई
हूँ
थिंक
एंड
10
देन
मिनट
वी कैन।
लगेगा।
हाँ इनिशियल, यस आई विल कम बैक, आई कीप द
यस यस
स्ट्रीम
यस
ऑन।
सर, नो प्रॉब्लम।
सो
या
आप बात करेंगे तो
हाँ
मैं
हाँ,
आ
यस सर
जाऊंगा।
यस सर, ठीक।
this pawn. Rook b4 check. And now king d5 should be met with rook b3. Very important move. So that later on this pawn is under pressure. No, she blunders with king h3. And now Divya is winning again. King c6. She brings her king in. We'll analyze why this move king h3 was a huge mistake at the end of the game. But all of a sudden, now Divya is totally winning. Because if imagine the rook was on b3, could have given a check. If the king went on the b file, could take the pawn and win a queen. You could give a check back and win the queen for the rook, and then you would have two passers. But with king h3, you didn't manage to do that. She plays a check. But now king d5 again. Rook b4. King c6. Look at Divya smartly trying to gain the time there. She has been playing on 2 minutes. King b5 played. And now rook goes to c1. But this is exactly what white wanted. Now rook g8. Oh, she goes rook g5 first. Attacking the pawn, forcing the king to come back. So if you went here, then maybe king b6 and then rook would block the check. So king h4 attacks the rook immediately. And Divya now down to her last few seconds. She should play this super carefully. She goes rook g8. A good move. And a check to the king. King c6. Rook comes to b3. But now Divya can simply queen and win the game. Final calculations here. She's looking for the queen. She's right next to her. Well, of course, she makes the queen. Takes. We have take on b8. Rook takes b8. King goes to g3. But this is where the rook comes back. Rook to b3, defending the pawn. And now the main part of this. The h pawn will run down. Look at Divya, she's winning. h4, king d5, h3, king e4, h2, rook comes back, defends the pawn, and everything just works out in time for Divya Deshmukh there. Tanjongi knows that the writing is on the wall. Divya Deshmukh knows that she's going to reach the finals of the World Cup. She cannot believe it. This game has been so topsy-turvy that it has been a complete ride of emotions for not just the viewers but also the players. And Divya calming herself down. There's not much that Tanjongi can do apart from pushing her pawn. And now king d5. Of course, Divya finds this move, coming to e4 and then stopping the pawn and then eventually winning the f pawn and queening it. A very, very nice finish there. Tanjongi resigns. History is made. Divya Deshmukh enters FIDE Candidates 2026, the first Indian to do so, and she also reaches the finals of the FIDE World Cup, and she also gets her first GM norm. Well, if she wins this World Cup, she will become a Grandmaster directly, so she wouldn't need the norm. But now with this victory, she also doesn't have to play the tie-break day, and the next day is also rest day, so she gets 2 days off. That's huge for her. She can recover. Meanwhile, Humpy drew her game with Lei Tingjie, which means that they're going to still play the tiebreak. So Divya's opponent in the final.
So hello everyone, welcome back. जल्द ही जो है वो दूसरा मैच शुरू होने वाला है. So I will give you just a recap. I think लास्ट गेम में क्या हुआ, और हम्पी ने जो है बहुत ही बढ़िया तरीके से वो गेम डिफेंड किया है. और अगर हम गेम 1 की बात करें, सो ब्लैक पीसेस से खेल रही थी कोनेरू हम्पी इस मैच में. एंड एक 2-3 ऐसे मोमेंट आए कि लगा कि गेम जो है वो हाथ से जा सकता है. e4 e5 से स्टार्ट हुआ, एंड देन in Italian there was a position where Humpy start playing f5, और यहाँ पे थोड़ा king side. The moment she played f5, this was very clear that the king side will be little weak. But anyway, everything was fine until the moment Humpy decided to play knight to e7, and then knight h4 came, then bishop has to move, then this bishop take this diagonal, and after that what was knight f6 was a blunder, because bishop h6, gh6 and queen d2 was very, very dangerous because black pieces are not capable right now to defend the king. और यहाँ पे गेम चला जाता था, but this was very clear that Humpy knows the style of Lei Tingjie and she knows that she don't play this kind of position sacrifice play with initiative. So that's why I think knight f6, and then somehow after pieces exchange game became equal here, and Humpy played after really well to stop, like for example stop queen f3 with bishop d5, queen को नहीं आने दिया ऊपर, एंड देन उसके बाद फिर से एंड गेम में थोड़ा सा एक गड़बड़ मोमेंट आया व्हेन हम्पी ने c6 और उसके बाद ये यहाँ पर d5 करने की कोशिश की, बिकॉज यहाँ पे Tingje found really good move queen c2. The problem is here is that after this exchange queen is entering here, so you have to do something. So हम्पी ने यहाँ पे बहुत ही बढ़िया मूव खेला, pawn g6. The idea ये था कि take and then okay, normally we were thinking something like this कि यहाँ पे exchange होगा and then something like this, but Humpy once again took some risk because he knows the nature of Lei Tingjie, and here this was again looks like little dangerous, but luckily she found this move, and if you exchange then opposite color bishop is there anyway, but so she took queen a5, but after bishop e4 this pawns, and after okay the position was fine only, once again equal, and after sometimes queen exchange here, and then she need to defend the queen side because there was an extra pawn for white. But ultimately, Humpy played a really good game here to defend this overall situation. And now the second game is about to start. And so I will set the board for second game. And so 10 minutes again, 10 plus, I think 5. This is the time control. और अगर यहाँ से भी सॉरी और इसके बाद भी नहीं आता है रिजल्ट, सो देन आई थिंक 15 प्लस है ये वाला. 1 minute. टाई ब्रेक 15 + 10 है, एंड अगर यहाँ पर रिजल्ट नहीं आएगा तो फिर वो जो आगे के गेम है वो 10 + 10 पे हैं 2 गेम. सो अगर इसी गेम में हम्पी वाइट पीसेस से रिजल्ट आ जाता है, सो देन भारत के लिए ये तय हो जाएगा कि विश्व कप भारत में ही लौटेगा. विश्व कप भारत में ही आएगा, लौटेगा क्या, आज तक आया ही नहीं, तो पहली बार ही आएगा. ओके, सो तो जो भी लोग हिंदी भाषा में गेम को खेलना समझना चाहते हैं, तो मैं एक छोटा सा समरी हिंदी में दे देता हूँ कि हम्पी ने बहुत अच्छा मैच खेला है पहले मैच में और काफ़ी अच्छा डिफेंस किया, और यहाँ पे ये बात बिल्कुल साफ है कि ली टिंगजे का स्टाइल नहीं है सेक्रीफाइस करके खेलने का, और इस बात को अच्छे से हम्पी समझती हैं, क्योंकि कोई भी खिलाड़ी ना अपना स्टाइल सिर्फ एक इम्पॉर्टेंट मैचेस में तो नहीं बदलता है, और क्योंकि वो बहुत ही रिस्की होता है, क्योंकि वो जोन आपका नहीं होता है और आप वहाँ पे अंदर चले गए तो वो अभिमन्यु के चक्रव्यूह के जैसा होता है, सेक्रीफाइस मारने के बाद अगर उसको हैंडल नहीं कर पाए आप तो वैसे ही कुछ कहानी हो जाती है चक्रव्यूह के जैसे. तो इसीलिए हम्पी नोज, और इसीलिए उन्होंने रिस्क लिया और वो फिलहाल तो काम कर गया पहले मुकाबले में. अब देखना ये है कि दूसरे मुकाबले में सफ़ेद मोरों से क्या हम्पी बढ़त बनाती हैं और दबाव डालती हैं और ली टिंगजे के ऊपर. यस, मैं समझता हूँ बहुत सारे लोग आप जो बात करते हो कि हिंदी में कमेंट्री करने के लिए, बट दिस इज़ द मेन चैनल, दिस इज़ द चैनल डिज़ाइन in English language, and this is not like only Indians are following here, all the world people follow ChessBase India. So in that perspective we have to speak in English, means मैं उतना comfortable नहीं हूँ definitely, but it's okay. I think it's good to explain the game sometimes, to be some conversation with you and also talk about the game, because overall idea ये है कि चेस पहुँचे लोगों तक, people will understand what's going on. तो ठीक है, जब तक सागर भाई नहीं है, अभी सागर भाई बिजी हैं, सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू डू समथिंग, एंड यू सी टुडे वी हैव one of the legendary grandmaster Pravin Thipsay sir, and how beautifully he talk about in last game, what amazing explanation he gives, so many opening ideas I know because of him, and I hope you are also learning from him. So so this is the overall idea. So anyway, I think game is about to start soon. So let's see what has happened. Vivek bhai, why not we create one poll about Humpy win in for here in our poll? So let's see how many people vote for Humpy and how many people vote for Lei Tingjie. So that will be great. So you will have poll. So एक एक 15 मिनट का गेम है, 15 मिनट्स गेम इज गोइंग टू डिसाइड दैट हु इज गोइंग टू प्ले वर्ल्ड कप फाइनल. सो कभी कभी आपकी जिंदगी भर की मेहनत 10 मिनट 1 मिनट में आके सिमट जाती है. एक चाल में आके सिमट जाती है कि एक अच्छी चाल ढूंढना है और आप विश्व कप के फाइनल में हो. कितना प्रेशर, कितना ह्यूज प्रेशर जो है द प्लेयर्स हैज टू फेस. सो मैच इज अबाउट टू स्टार्ट आई थिंक इन एनी मोमेंट. There must be some, I think some delay of few minutes by for Leech's FIDE transmission, but anyway, okay. So मैं बना देता हूँ आप लोगों के लिए एक पोल यहाँ पे. Oh, but I am not a member.
Hello, viewers.
Yes,
Nice
sir.
seeing you. Yeah. So I think the game will start a bit early. The game is delayed by 8 minutes apparently. So we'll have to wait some time before the game starts. The moves will actually be played, but they will not be known to anybody except the players and those who are actually present in the hall. So let's, I think, have a word about these two players. And I think they are very dangerous opponents, both of them, because like many women players would like to avoid such an opponent. Why? Because Koneru Humpy, a real master of rapid these days. Of course, she has been a classical queen all along, but also a blitz and rapid player. She is now the reigning world champion of the rapid section, which she won for the second time. And Lei Tingjie, I think this is her best rating ever. Best classical rating ever is July 2025. Means she is at her best, lifetime best. So, when such two players are playing against each other, I think it's going to be a very sort of exciting match. Like it takes me back to Karpo Kasparov match when Kasparov was at his best in '85, and that sort of Kasparov we couldn't really see it later. And like if we talk about Carlsen, then I think what Carlsen was between 2013 and 2016, almost impossible to play against him, winning all the games irrespective of drawish or worse positions. And that sort of possibilities are here because the two players, one of the two strongest players playing one of the most important match which could take them to the World Chess Championship 2026 candidates tournament. So very important event. And of course, the prize money is also a big consideration, always. But I think it's the qualification worth that's more important. And of course, whoever wins, they have a tough match, 4 game match starting day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is a rest day. So we have, I think the battle has now really heated, and with first game drawn, both the sides have something to console. Like Lei Tingjie can say, okay, I was able to get a good position. Humpy can say, okay, I was able to defend a bad position. So, both of the players have shown
So do you
great
think
skill.
their coaches has updated them about, okay, for example, when Lei Tingjie back to the camp, so he maybe they say no, you can sacrifice here, you are winning, she was taking risk. Maybe they feed or they say okay, no, don't say
I
anything
think
because time
probably
is so
the
less.
players are anxious. They themselves, like I've seen Vishwanath and Anand also many times. So as soon as the game is over, and they first want to check what was the engine assessment. So generally, they would have probably already seen what was wrong. And if there's further tiebreak, like if it goes to tiebreak two, then of course we could be having sort of repeats also. But let us see. The games may not actually go to the tiebreak two because this could be a decisive game. The first game we saw was not was not a dull, drawish game. Yeah? It was a ambitious game, and if that ambitious play is there, then white and black doesn't really matter. So both the players have to be very careful. Now I can see that generally Humpy has a positional style. She tries to play for slight advantage, and if she has the advantage, then she's willing to press that. At the same time, when she's in difficulties, she is not the one who would take a passive position. She would try to activate the position and simplify. She is not the one who would keep the position. Uh, Yesterday, we saw great quality in Lei Tingjie that she was suffocating, but she defended that suffocating position without any forcing ways to simplify. I mean, sometimes she could have forced matters with c4 with an easier draw, but she didn't do that. She also has proven that she has a capacity of playing tenaciously in worse positions, which is a very important factor, I would say. And that's why the game is going to be very interesting until the players are down to 2 minutes or 3 minutes. We will not see any obvious blunders. But yes, when it boils down to two or three, then it becomes a lot of element is there, chance element is there, which one has to be careful. Now, as white pieces, I would advise white to Humpy to play more solid and play press for slight advantage, whereas black is definitely either going to make it a dull draw
So,
or she's trying to create some chances late in. So it will again depend on how
thank you so
we
much,
look at
sir,
it.
for your words. And for everyone, we created the poll. Who will we see the Humpy versus Divya in the final? So you can vote now. What do you think? And sir, what do you think if Humpy is qualifying and she's going to play against Divya? So what do you think if this is going to happen for Indian women chess? How big this will be?
Yes, I think it will be a big decision. I'm really hoping for it. And because, two World Cup and the day may not be far. Like in men's, we already have world champions. So next time, in 2026 in open section, I'm really seeing two Indians playing the world championship match. And if World Cup it happens in women, it could be a step towards eventual world championship. Perhaps not 2026 necessarily because they already have a world champion. But if we have one Indian going to 2026 world championship as a challenger, and 2028 we could be repeating what we would be repeating in the men's open section. But I'm sure that there are two Indians playing the world championship next year in the open section. In women's, yes, if both of them are playing, then I think Divya has shown really remarkable progress in last 2.5 years, and I'm really impressed by her way of looking at the things in a very real, true perspective. Because she was asked, she and Vantika both, they were asked about their performance in the 44th Olympiad when they were playing for the B team, and Divya had, I think, won a medal as well. So they said that they would like to play Olympiads again. Now, that was a big sort of ambition because they were not near the rating but they really managed to improve the ratings. And as we see, Divya is, I think, probably the second highest rated player in the country now, or could be third highest, but she has really improved. And the quality of game, if you look at the World Junior, she was just superb, winning every game in about, I mean, getting winning position about 20 uh, minutes, 20 moves every game. So that sort of command at this age indicates that she is a champion material. And well, even the final is going to be a very, very tough event. But let's come to this game, which probably will be shown soon. And what do you
Yeah, it
expect?
should
I
be
think the
started, I
game to
think, any
start
moment
with,
now.
yeah, I think the game should start with the first move d4 or c4. And my personal preference is, preference opinion is either d4 or knight f3. Many times when Humpy finds that opponents are stronger in opening preparation, she goes for knight f3, but otherwise she goes for straightforward d4 in general. And English is, of course, a sister opening, but I don't think a c4 e5 option will be given by Humpy. So Humpy likely to start the game with d4, I thought, or knight f3, a move that will prevent e5 on the first move. Like unlike the earlier game, which we expected it to be a e4 e5 because Lei Tingjie is a e4 player. Similarly, Humpy is more or less a queen pawn player. Be it first move d4 or be it first move knight f3, be it first move c4. So all tend to go to c4 and d4 structures. So we're going to see a completely different type of game with safer kings and attacks against pawn structures and pawns, big pawns, rather than the direct initiative against king. We can see very little action
And you
against
know,
the king.
sir, I want to share something with you. I took a
Yes,
Humpy
definitely.
interview in
Hmm.
Delhi after she won the World Rapid Championship, and I asked her
Hmm.
what change happened in your training or something. And you know what she told me?
Hmm.
That she stopped training with his father for a long time, and she started again training with his father, and that changed her game.
Yes, I think the mentorship. It's not just a training. I mean, she put it in a training way, but it was also the mentorship, and that matters. Like the trainers. Very often, for example, Kasparov, the original trainer was Botvinnik, but eventually his trainers were much Nikitin and much lower rated players, 200, 300 points lower than him, and they contributed a lot. So I think it's also the question of creating confidence and also to understand what your uh, student or pupil wants to from the opening. So yeah, I think it's important. Humpy's father, Ashokji, he was a strong player himself. He was almost on the verge of qualification to one of the national A's. When he lost the last round, he had scored 9.5 points out of 14. And if if he had drawn the last round, he would have been a national A player. So a very strong player in his own right. And he's a good trainer. And he knows what is good for Humpy and what Humpy would be aiming at. So he's not going to suggest a move which Vishwanathan Anand would like to play. He's going to suggest a move or a variation which Humpy is going to play, wanting to play, desirous
So
of
it's
playing.
simple. This is the
And that,
most
yes,
important that your trainer,
yes,
if your trainer understand you,
yes,
that is
exactly.
this is more important than what's trainer strength.
Yes, obviously, that's more important.
Means
Yes. And
definitely
that's
your
when
trainer should be good, but anyway, this is important that trainer and if your trainer understand you from childhood from a start, this is more important.
yes, I think so. One of the greatest advantages Gukesh had because Vishnu Prasanna was his trainer for most of the time till he qualified to the as a challenger. And till then, till July 2024, Gukesh had never analyzed with engines. So why his accuracy and superb ability? I think we can attribute that to his not using the engines, which compelled him to become strong in tactics and analysis. And as you can see, very often he finds out all the forced engine type of moves. That's because he never used the engine and he was used to finding those moves himself. So that was one of the major reasons. So a lot of things. Your parent and teachers know you better. They know what is good for you, and
I
they
have
may
to
even
confirm with
suggest
Vivek
it.
how much time they are taking.
Yes, I think if the game starts,
Okay, it's
it's
start
delayed by
anytime,
yes,
any
it's delayed
moment.
by 8 minutes. So I think we can start. The game will be shown. I think they will be relayed in about 4 to 5 minutes because they must have started by now. It's supposed to start at 5:50, and with 8 minutes delay, which for the I think security or whatever they call it, that's anti-cheating.
But I don't
Uh,
think in rapid why they need this. I think rapid
no,
they
I
don't
think
need.
no. There could have been some reasons. I think FIDE makes the rules with some specific reasons. I would say that it could be more dangerous in rapid or blitz because like you get the moves much
But
quicker
sir,
in.
anyway, means you're
Yeah.
doing
No, I
final
think
for only for
yeah.
two people.
No, I think it's a
And if there is a
decision
strict
which.
measures taken,
Yeah.
how that thing is, any cheating is possible in rapid replies.
Mm,
Anyway, whatever is there is good for chess. They are trying to make game more uh, stay away from these kind of things. So
yeah.
Humpy
Also, yeah.
is going to play e4, d4, c4. I'm thinking e4.
Okay, let's see. I think if it becomes e4, I'll be surprised because she has not really played e4 well. I mean, not
Okay.
many times. I would say her 5% games could be maximum e4, probably not even 5%. So I don't think it's a necessary step because she got a very strong position yesterday and a very solid position with a possibility to outplay the opponent in a positional manner. And that is what I think the most important thing for a player is to be himself or herself when it at the best. Because, I try to play like somebody else may
Oh,
not
game
want to. Okay, the
started,
game has
sir. And you
started.
are correct.
Wonderful.
d4,
Yeah.
d5,
Okay.
c4, c6.
Okay. Slow defense. Okay. So,
Slow.
yeah. So, black wants to make a draw, of course. But
Once again.
yeah. Yeah.
But Humpy
So,
didn't go
let
for
us say.
exchange variation this
Yeah.
time.
Yes, she's not. I don't think she will go for exchange variation. Yeah, so
Okay.
she's going to allow bishop. Okay, bishop f5. So, well, she has not played the usual
Knight
moves. Okay.
h4.
Yeah, the same position is coming, I think. Knight into g6 and queen b3. But last time it was with c. No, it was also
With
the same.
exchange
Yeah?
variation.
Yes, with exchange variation, but again queen b3 was played. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
here, knight into g6 and queen b3 or direct queen b3. I think some interesting possibilities here.
I think knight into g6 mostly played, no? Most of the no.
Yeah, mostly knight into g6 would be a
Yeah,
normal
she
move.
played knight into
And
g6.
whether it's justified to play queen b3 because queen b3, queen b6 or queen b3, queen c7. Queen b3 makes sense if bishop f4 is available.
Yes.
After e3, queen b3 does not make sense. So I think we just develop, I think.
Maybe
Yes,
bishop
but
d2, simple bishop d2, bishop
but
d.
castling on the king side is going to be dangerous. We'll have to play h3
Yes. You have to
sometime before
wait.
that.
So
Yeah.
bishop
So
d2 she played.
black is going to play bd6 probably.
Yeah.
So we may have to. Here, I think one may have to. Is one possibility is to try to play like Alekhin's idea to play c5 and black cannot play e5,
Okay.
which may be tough. So if I mean you could start with f4, but then you have to worry about c5 immediately. So those ideas are not working because of the lack of development. Yeah, for example, if white was to get both c5 and f4, white would be much better. But it will never happen because for c5 there will be e5, or for f4 there will be c5. So things get opened up and your position is weakened. So you're not going for such adventurous positions. I think just one possibility is to try to play queen c2 and e4 or queen c2 and long castle. Queen c2 long castle with eventual e4 and try to play for advantage of two bishops where you put after e4 black will be compelled to capture one of the pawns and then we have a center pawn, we have pawns on d4 and c4.
So, or maybe
And
here,
then we try to push d5. Yeah.
sir, what about queen c2 and
Yeah,
then
queen
ready for
c2.
long castle?
Long castle or e4. Yeah, queen c2, long castle, king b1, and then either e4 or even f3 and e4. But when I play f3, I'm worried about e5. So,
Okay.
yeah, so generally queen c2, long castle, okay, cd, ed, okay.
Once again, c exchange.
Yeah, but now queen b3, there can be queen b6, queen c7, I think. Yeah, should be fine also. Queen b3, now queen c7 is risky, bd6, okay.
Okay,
So,
she played queen c2, bishop d6.
okay, so either h3 or long castle. Yeah, I think with target on g6, long castle and bd3 becomes more natural. So long castle bd3 and black will have some problems in castling because of knight d5 or knight b5. Yeah, but whether black should be playing queen e7 here and long castle, that remains to be seen. Long castle and yeah, it
Long
becomes
castle.
okay. Long castle. So knight g4 probably
I'm
can be met
feeling
with
now result will
bishop
come in
e1.
this game.
But because one pawn is going, Humpy has sacrificed the pawn. Knight g4 wins one of the pawns. Yeah. So
Yes,
bishop
yes.
e1, rook into h2, rook into h2, knight into h2, then bishop
Okay.
e2. So
bishop e1,
bishop
rook
yeah,
h2, rook h2, knight h2.
bishop e2 and queen g5 planning knight g4.
I think maybe Humpy realized that Lei Tingjie is not so comfortable with sacrifice something and
Sharp
play.
positions,
Yeah.
yes, and that could
So
be one of the
she's
reasons.
not able to, maybe she's not comfortable to handle that kind of position or compensation play. So maybe she's decided, okay, give that pawn and let's see.
Yeah, I think bishop e1 is more or less forced. I don't see any other move. Giving the f2 pawn is disastrous. So I think bishop e2, knight h2 would get the piece trapped because
I
it's
think
a
bishop e1 is
pin.
the
But
only move,
yeah,
na?
bishop is the only move.
What?
But, oh,
Oh,
knight e4. Okay.
nice move.
Yes, I missed this move completely. Queen e7.
Now
Okay.
knight d6, queen
Knight
d6.
d6 check. Fantastic. Okay, fantastic. And now, but we still lose the h2 pawn. Yeah. So knight d6, queen d6.
But this is okay. Like at least we will have double bishop in the end game now.
Yes, we have double bishop, and our bishop may have a better square than e1. Yeah,
Yes.
because we have got c3 and e5 available. Yes, that's very important. So, yeah, so nd6 and bishop, move the bishop not to e1 but to a comparatively better square, threatening h3. Oh,
Oh,
what's that? Sorry? Okay.
what is this?
She played bishop e2. She didn't play nd6, so she wants to play queen into queen and bishop g4. Yeah,
Ah,
but it's
okay.
heading to, but it's heading towards a draw. But I think I don't. Knight is coming to d5,
But
and
somehow I like now white. I will choose white instead of black now here.
knight f6 was more natural than this move. Yeah,
Mhm.
h4 h5 becomes a plan, but still okay. White is preferable because of the two bishops, but that bishop on d2
But
is
what about
not a great
h4?
piece.
What black has to play f5 or something? No.
King e7 or something, even king e7, and allow you to play h5 even, or knight d4, h4, knight d5, h5, then take pawn into pawn, or first play f5 and then take. It's not all that dangerous, unless the d2 bishop is able to do something. And that is immediately, it's not. But yeah, some piece, yesterday's game also, she had a bad piece, which eventually become a good piece. So Humpy is capable of playing slow moves like king
Yeah,
c2. And yeah,
she's improving pieces better.
yes,
Better than
king
Lei
c2
Tingjie.
and b3, yes, king c2. And but now I think h2 is still not attacked. So we could, but king c2 again, I'm worried about n5 and n4 check. So if you play a3, that's something I really hate, because black will get a5, a4. In
Okay,
this
Lei
position,
Tingjie played very fast in this match. She still have 16 minutes more than the time she allotted.
okay, so she did expect this line from Humpy,
Yeah.
and it would be interesting to see if Humpy has actually played this before. Yeah, so like perhaps Humpy has already played this before, or at least the same idea. But h4 has to be played because anyway that h2 pawn is
No, Humpy is
hanging, and
playing on
sometimes,
normal speed. Oh,
yeah,
she played bishop.
bishop,
I'm saying
yeah,
Humpy is
bishop.
playing in normal speed, but Lei
Hmm.
Tingjie is played very fast.
Yeah, yeah. So now bishop into h2 generally should be ruled out because of g3. But because f5, then king e7. I don't know if the bishop can be attacked. So
I don't
again,
think
that
she's
is a
going to play this line once again.
bishop into h2 g3. Now black is down the h2 bishop and h8 rook. White is down the h1 rook. So the entire battle can shift around the queen side. That's, I think, Humpy's plan. So bh2 g3. And this is not going to trap the bishop. Anyway, there's no way of attacking the bishop. What would she do? Probably is to play king c2 and b3, a4, and try to play on the queen side as if she's a piece up. She will try to play with d1 rook and the two bishops against the
Mhm.
a8 rook and knight on b6. And she will try to weaken some points. But of course, the bishop on h2 remains there. And black also has a chance of f5, g5, and f4 coming immediately, eventually. But bishop h2 will be a too committal a decision. And knight d5 could be a safer decision, I thought. But the purpose of bishop e2 is now probably she wants to play h3 and f3.
She played king e7. Now maybe
Yeah, so
play just h3 and free.
yes, h3, and if she can play f3, then
She
and
played
she gets
h3.
e4. Yeah, she gets e4. Then I think black will have to maintain a pawn on e4. If there is no pawn on e4, then white's bishops will become very strong. Because the
Will
other
be
bishop
dangerous,
will
yes.
get into play with e4, particularly with king on e7. That she can't afford e4 to come. So f3 becomes a standard plan. And f5 makes the pawn weak, but at the same time, who can attack it? That's also a problem. So f5,
So
then we,
f5 in f5, for example, in any position, what do you think? White will play sometime f3 to give break or something? No, to open f file or
yeah,
no?
f3, yeah, f3. Again, it depends on ef. What do you want to play? Because if you play gf3, the h3 pawn is a matter of concern. If you take
No, but
bf3, then e4
take
is not
f3 for
really a break.
example. If she
Hmm?
don't take, and I will exchange on e4 and then place the bishop on g4 somewhere. No.
Yeah, but black gets knight d5 and knight f6 or something.
Ah,
Means
okay. Yes,
you
yes,
can't you
yes.
can't attack it twice. Yeah, you can't actually attack it once itself. For rook df1, bishop d1, bishop c2. Opponent just puts a knight on f6. So it's a
So
d2 bishop. Yeah, it's a d2 bishop that needs to be just run something about.
I
And
think in the last game also the Humpy dark bishop was not working,
yes,
and in this
yeah,
game also the same issue is there. Okay, she already played knight d5.
yeah. So she wants to play f3, f5, and the knight will be ready to go to f6 if required. So yeah.
Or maybe we can prepare first, like rook f1 or something for f3 break. So
Yes, rook
just
f1, black will anyway play f5.
okay.
And yeah, so black will generally play f5.
But for
And
example, apart from this position, from where white will play then? Because there is
yes, it's I think there's no other. The before b5 is a standard break, but see a3, a5 becomes very sensitive because your king is there.
no, because our
And
king is here, so
yeah.
looks
See,
like
as a
playing.
minority attack doesn't work. Minority attack doesn't work really And also you will not find enough control of b4 because only one of your minor pieces can cover b4, whereas black's two pieces can cover b4. So a3 b4 is ruled out because you will not get b4 itself. If you
So I think
already
only
got
activity
b4
is possible in F file.
f line, but I am not very optimistic about f3 f5 how to break open, because even like knight d5 prevents you from getting bishop e1 also. F3 she played. Black should play f5, I thought, safer move, because ef3, then both bishop into f3 and gf, no, bishop into
Okay,
f3
she
only.
already played F3, sir. She already played F3.
Yeah, so f3, okay. And f5 looks like a normal move, and rook d f1, and then fe will take place.
Taking
Rooks,
F3 could be big,
yeah, a little dangerous, yeah. But
dangerous
again,
for.
it may not be all that bad, because e4 is not so easy to come. But yeah, but f3, yeah, then I think gf3 is a principled move. And if gf3 works and then e4, then black would
Then
have
put,
some problem, because
yes, because then
knight
black
f4 can be
dark
made.
bishop
Yeah.
will also activate and light bishop already
Yeah.
doing well.
Still, that also can become a fortress with g5. But yes, that is somewhere. White also will play with a weak h3. So yeah, but ef is a very complex decision, and white is bound to get some advantage with bishop f3 because your king is in
But black
center.
should make sure in in her mind that her e4 pawn is safe anyway, even a single pawn.
Yes. And also the e line is closed. See what happens in ef3, bf3, f5. White may play e4 and pawn into pawn, bishop into queen, and you are already attacking g6, and you are also threatening rook d e1 with a discovered check. The king on e7 is quite loose. It should have been on c7. So ef should be ruled out, I think, because even bishop f3 looks quite strong, and then e4. Strong or no strong is different, but at least after bishop f3, things are not clear, and white will be attacking and black will be defending. So black may have to create a fortress, keep the position close with f5, and perhaps I don't see how g4 can be attacked, e4 can be attacked, because even if both the rooks are exchanged, then the e3 point is also sensitive. bg4, bc8 may come, but yeah, that's again a very far-fetched plan, even if the rooks are exchanged. But that could be a priority to exchange rooks and put, okay, c4 is knight f6. I think, well, now I think I should plan to play fe4 at right time. So let me play king c2, bishop c1, and then fe4, or rook d f1, then bishop, then fe4. Knight h5 is a possibility if I play rook f1. So rook h f1 should come. And then I'll try to play perhaps bishop c4 and fe also.
So someone is asking that. Oh, 1 minute, 1 minute. Here things are already changed. She
What do you
played
mean?
knight
Ah, knight
f6.
f6, exactly, yeah. So I think rook h f1 suggests itself. And I try to play bishop c4, say, and pawn takes pawn or something of that
Mhm.
sort. And put one of your rook is on f8, then I just go bishop b3 and bishop c2. But when I play
So
rook
this is all
hf1,
about the viewers can see this thing that sir is always talking about how to improve your pieces, which pieces are not working, which pieces you have to bring to the game, which pieces are not activated right now. So you can learn a lot from his explanation. That all the time he's talking about, okay, which piece in problem now. He simply goes that way. Okay, which piece is not working? Okay, let's bring into the game. And this is all about right now happening here. Humpy is fighting against Lei Tingjie, and sometimes they choose the move which we are not predicted, and things suddenly change everything.
yeah, but knight
So, sir,
f6 is
what do you
an
think now?
intelligent
Knight
move.
f6 change
Yeah,
how much plan of
I
white?
think rook h1 should give white some. I mean, white has a lot of moves to improve. Rook h1, king c2, bishop c4. So like, but black is trying to play c5 break. Okay, no, black can try to
And
play
sir, what do you think
c5.
is still about this bishop? How to bring this bishop
Yes.
into the
No,
game or exchange or
once
whatever?
I get e4, my idea is to compel you to play ef3. Once I do
Mm-hmm.
that, then I'll be able to get e4. Meanwhile,
Okay,
how
so now
quickly
your
can you
idea
get
to
c5?
keep bishop on f4,
No,
one
but
rook
bishop
on
c4,
h1, and
I
then
think
take
rook
the
f4
pawn.
is fine.
So
Yeah, but bishop c4, I'm little worried if black plays rook c8 here, then bishop c4, there can be c5.
okay, she
So
already
that's a
played
very,
here rook h f1.
yeah, so rook c8 looks like a logical move. So bc4 becomes risky because of c5. Black would
Mm-hmm.
actually play b c5, so which means white will have to keep. The problem here I see is when white puts rook e8, not the best square. I think now bishop c4 makes sense.
Now bishop c4 is possible.
Yes, bishop c4 makes sense, and you have to play the other rook to
f8.
f8. Yeah. Now I'm happy because you will never be in a position to give any threats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that seems good for me. And then I will see how to improve the other piece. Yeah, but bishop c4 looks natural here. And probably then a4 and try to create some cramper on the queen side a4, preventing b5.
Bishop
I don't
c4.
want b5 to come. Yeah. So rook h8, I think a4 looks good. I don't want b5 to be played at sort of disappointing moment. And I'll decide where to put the king, whether to put the king at b3 or to b1, and then suddenly play rook c1. So bishop on d2 may have to remain a defensive piece for a long time because the e3 is black probably wants to play rook h8 and king d8 or something. So f into e4 can be taken with rook into e4. But that is, I think, is going to please me a bit because I'll get e4 soon. And that will be fine. So also rook h8 is a tough move to play because there are additional moves such as g4 coming sometime. Here g4 is not working for rook h8, but I can improve. I think a4 looks like a very standard move, or king c2 and bishop c1.
But somehow, sir,
So
now my question is, what do you think now? White is in the position to play, not to play fine moves in difficult way, and black has to little difficulty to find best moves now.
Yes, I think I prefer white clearly here because white is first a lot of moves, as you said, to improve king c2, bishop c1 come to my mind first, so that there is no counterplay when I take f. First of all, what are you going to do about f7? I think rook c8 would have made bishop c4 impossible because of c5.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have to play d5, it would be worse actually. The black would be better then. So that was an opportunity. Now I think rook c8 is slow because I take pawn takes pawn. Still, yeah, and I don't know. C5 is still a very complex position. Yeah, now rook c8 is also a possibility.
Now,
Yeah, again
but what
back.
about
It's I think still a possibility, but yeah, but if e5 c5, is it? I mean e5 e5 cd4. No, e5,
I
yeah,
think
king
king
b1
b1 is there, I think.
and cd4. So I'm just analyzing this cd4, and the bishops are getting opened up, and now there will be a threat of e5. So bishop pawn into e3, bishop into e3 and e5, bishop into a7 is attacked. Here white is much better because yeah, a7 can be taken as well, and g4 g5 also can come at right moment. f7 is really weak. So rook c8 missed one move, and now you cannot play that. So see, one opportunity is wasted. Once the bishop comes to that diagonal, now it is not possible to drive it away. Whereas rook c8 would have prevented the bishop from coming. Now to bring the bishop to b3 would have been a headache. And rook d1 and bishop d1, rook d1, bishop d1, bishop b3. It would have been slow. Okay, rook h f8. Okay. So I think first improve the king and bishop. I think the logical moves
Or
would
she
be.
bring the rook to f8.
Yeah, I think so. King c2, and yeah, so she has played rook h8. So I think king c2, perhaps bishop b3, bishop c1, and then try to go for something more active.
Okay.
Fe, I don't think still will be useful. Till you have bishop on d2, you should not play Fe because knight into e4 is the important tempo. So king c2, bb3, bc1 will be good square. The advantage in the bishop is that bishop, whether it's in the first rank or second rank, it can be as powerful as it is in the center. Whereas
वो जब भी गेम में आएगा स्ट्रांगली आएगा.
नाइट का रेंज बहुत लिमिटेड होता है. So knight will be able to control only when it's nearby territory. So आसपास के pieces, but still black I think wants to play king d8. Always fe is coming. So king d8 is impossible.
Oh, she played h4.
h4. I didn't understand the point in this, so I'll contemplate a bit because I did not understand this move. Because I was not worried about g5. I think Humpy was worried about g5.
So what is the idea actually?
Yeah, it's just to prevent g5 probably.
But for example, in some moment rook h8 back or something is not.
Rook h8 back here, fe4 is winning, but yeah, rook h8 back. And Humpy's question is, yeah, Humpy is deciding things on very simple thing. You cannot guard f7, so you can never play rook h8. That is a simple logic. that since you cannot guard f7, if you could get, say, this position rook e to h8, it would have been sensible. But there's no way it can be done.
But what about king goes to e8, d8 somewhere now? Black king d8, and now maybe because now
Yes, you are
rook will
actually
support to e4
yeah,
also.
yeah, yeah.
Or
But
she
you
played
still
king.
don't, yeah, king d7. But you still don't threaten rook h8, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think king c2 or bb3. Now h4 is a bit
bb3.
risky because when black plays nd5,
Mm-hmm.
there's a threat of
She
ef3.
now she played king c2.
Yeah, but nd5 looks logical, and you can never play rook e1 because of bg3. So nd5 you'll have to play g4 and ef3, rook f3. If white gets e4, only then white can play for advantage. If white doesn't get e4, white will not play for advantage. So let us see how things go. Knight d5, g4. And I want to play, yeah, again, bishop c1, I think a move that may be required with knight on d5. I can't play that, and b4 check will be coming all along. Also, you have to worry about b5 sometime. So
Mm-hmm.
b5, bishop b3, c5 can be, I mean, with not only with your king on d7, but with king on c7, even that becomes a plan, b5 and c5. Not surely
Okay,
with king on d7,
in
nd5.
about timing, Humpy is having now 8 minute 11 seconds, and she's still thinking. And Lei Tingjie is somewhere 7 minute 48 seconds. So in time is now okay, balance almost.
So black realized the mistake that she didn't play f5, and now she's planning to play f5. So if white
Hmm.
wants to do something, I think g4 is a must.
You have to stop
Uh,
f5 now.
yes, otherwise, yeah. So g4, and then at least after f5, you are really weakening everything. So maybe h5 or maybe g into f5. And once the g5 gets opened up, the g7 also becomes a target. So for g4, f5 may not be a useful move.
Hmm.
gf and subsequently g7 can prove a very dangerous target as well. So white rooks can be more active than blacks. So g4 looks like, as you said, there's no action on queen side because after a3, b4, b5, the entire plan is very slow. And black can always play b5 and a6, which means the queen side is closed. So the action has to take place. h5 break is now ruled out generally because you cannot move the. So if you look at the f8 rook, it's passive but also a d1 rook. D1 rook has no future and it cannot go to even. Okay,
He played
a3. So okay,
a3.
knight. Yeah, I think a useful move. Knight b4 check and b has been prevented.
Sir, I
Yeah,
will
but
back
now,
just in seconds.
yes, definitely. I think we have a, yeah, sure. So we have very interesting position. Black can play ef3 when you can't play gf3 because of knight e3 check. So ef3, rook f3, and white will be better only if white gets e4. If white doesn't get e4, then it's not clear. So after pawn into f3, rook into f3, rook e4 attacking the h4 pawn also can make sense. The d2 bishop is a little unfortunately placed, and that can be exploited. I think ef3 is possible. Black need not even play pawn into pawn, but release the f8 rook. I think it's important to release the f8 rook. So play f6 so that you are able to play rook h8. So black may play f6 here, but then again you have to analyze if f into e4 and bd3 is possible. Rook g4 is coming, and also e3 is hanging, like e3 check. Yeah. So yes, so it becomes. I think the d1 rook has to go to e1, but it can never go because of bishop g3. So white's
Okay,
at
so
this
so
time,
what do you think, sir? Black should play f6 here.
yes, I think yes. F6 looks reasonably good, and white has probably no plan because the bishop on d6 has really become strong. You cannot go, and black wants to play rook h8 simply,
Hmm.
and it's putting pressure against the which he can't do direct. She can't do directly because of fe4. So rook h8, fe4, but f6 threatens rook h8, and the move h4 doesn't seem to be good, or it had to be followed up with g4, not a3 and king c2. I was not very comfortable with h4. I thought if she wanted to play king c2 and a3 such moves, they should have been played before h4.
Now this create extra weakness on white
Yes,
side.
yeah. Yeah, also now after playing h4, she finds that she is not prepared for activity, so she's playing a3 and king c2. Somewhere error of judgment. H4 could have been delayed, and first king c2 and a3 could have been played, and then you can play h4 when you're ready. You think you're ready to play that. So somewhere I think a little hasty decision, I would say, because black realized that knight on f6 was unfortunate,
So one
and
more
she
thing
has
is
come
there,
back.
sir. Sometimes this bishop g3 could be annoying. So if we
Yes.
go for f4, then this bishop will become more bad.
F4 will probably lead to a forced draw. I mean, okay, F4 will
Mhm.
lead to a draw. There won't be any action after F4. Black may
Oh,
trouble.
here she took f3. Okay,
Okay, F3.
this is
I
somehow
don't
good.
know why. No, it's all right because you are forcing rook F3, and then she can play perhaps. Now it all depends on if white can get E4, white is better. So she's going to play F5, I think.
No, because
And
now after rook into f3, even
she's
one
going to
movement
play
you can
F5.
play g3.
No, if you get a chance to play G4, you should play it now
Ah, okay.
because F7 is weak. But she will not allow you to play G4. I think for rook F3, she will play F5. And now your pawn on H3 would have been handy. You could have put
But
king
what
on
about
D3,
rook f3, rook e4?
rook F3, rook E4. Okay. And I'll have to attack F6, rook F1.
Ah, she played rook f3 already on the board.
Okay, so rook E3, I think I have to play rook F1 and I take G6 pawn when you take H4 pawn. So rook F1, if you play rook E4, rook F1, F6, I must play BD3.
Oh, she played f5. Okay, she didn't play.
It's also
Now
good.
maybe next move
Rook
rook e4.
G1, rook G1 and G4 is the only plan. So let's go for it quickly. But again, G4 has a problem of hanging E3.
But do you think
So we
some
may have to,
moment white maybe has to take this d5 knight to avoid any problems?
yeah, but then it means continuously defending a bad position, weak
Yes,
E3 and a
yes, yes.
bad bishop. And yeah, like I think one of the Divya versus Harika had such a bad bishop, and she lost that game. So I think white must play rook F1 and BD3. Rook G1, I mean, rook G1, BD3, and G4. That looks like a only plan. So when I'm really attacking your pawns. So rook G1, BD3, because I can't play direct G4. Pawn takes pawn will weaken my E3. So
Hmm.
somewhere I will have to play that way that I play rook G1, BD3, and then I go G4. So for pawn takes pawn, I can exchange rooks, then I can go E4, something of that sort. Rook G1, BD3, and then I'm ready for G4.
Hmm.
So that I can meet FG with rook F8 followed by E4.
But now this rook is free, so maybe this rook can go to h8 now.
Yeah, attacking a pawn. And in that case, can I play G4 because I'm getting rook F7 check, but it's not adequate because rook E7 is coming. So
Hmm.
yeah, white's turn to play. White should play rook G1. For rook H8, I can play G4. No?
Okay,
But
so rook g1, rook h8,
G4, I
g4.
thought possible.
Uh, for example, if we take,
Then I
maybe
think
this
we are
is
better.
even
No,
good for
GF.
white.
Yeah. Winning for white. I think rook G7 check should win. But
Even
G4,
bd5 is coming.
okay, BD5 is also strong. Yeah.
Uh,
Because we are winning quite a few pawns. Yeah, but rook
so
G1,
rook
rook H8,
g1, rook
rook
h8.
H8. G4 looks like the only move, I think.
Mhm.
But black can. Okay,
And
black can.
for example, black want to avoid and give pawn here to take h4.
Yeah, because of F line now with black rooks are pawn into pawn, then rook into H4 and F5. This becomes again a drawish position. Now white pawns are
Mhm.
very weak. And the G1 is badly played. F5, you can just play rook
Okay,
F8
she
or
played
something.
bishop d3 first. Nice.
Okay, bishop D3 is more logical.
Oh,
You
knight f6. Okay, to
F6,
stop
yeah.
g4.
So which means that G4 will never come now. I think the game is now no longer going to be very interesting. There may not be much of activity here now because I don't see any breaks for white. Because white can play G3 and bishop E1 and it's a solid position. And beyond that, I see nothing. So rook H8
Now
is going to be the
Humpy
next move.
is uh, in under 4 minutes already,
Yeah,
and Lei Tingjie still have 5 minutes.
yeah. So black's
She
plan is
played
going to
rook
play rook
h1.
H8. Okay. So black will probably play rook H8 or something. Look. Yeah, H5 is still not coming. Yeah. Okay. So rook h8, can we really go for no h5 is not going to work. Yeah, there's no chance. Yeah. No, I was just seeing if sometimes some sacrifice can come, but it's
And
not working.
this bishop will be here, or maybe after maybe something rook h3, she can do bishop
Bishop
e2,
e2.
bishop
Yeah, I
f3.
don't know. Bishop e2, but then yeah, rook fh3. If you go bishop e2 and then
She
bishop
played
e1. Okay,
bishop, okay,
so
e1.
purely on defensive. Purely on defensive. Black will now open c5. I think b5 and rook b8 looks b5 a6 and c5 looks logical. So bishop is a good bishop on d3, but it will be restricted. And black has now a c5 break. White does not have a break because h5 is guarded, g4 is guarded, e4 is guarded. So now I prefer black because black can just play say rook e8 and rook e7, and black may still get a draw. And just
Mm-hmm.
by playing rook e8 and rook e7.
So now you're saying that black has to play this part of the board now.
Yes, now because the
Suddenly,
kingside breaks have ended, I think
king
this
side already
the
blocked
early, yeah,
almost.
the early middle game has not gone in favor of white. White has blocked where she could have played actively. It means that her opponent now has an opportunity to go for her counterplay.
And
Immediately,
sometimes
if
this
she
has
had
become the
something.
critical when it's your turn to make plans.
Yes, now it's no longer defending, but yes, I must say that Lei Tingjie has defended extremely well, and I must say that now it's black up to black to play for a win or a draw. Black has a almost sure draw. Okay, so she wants to attack the pawn. Bishop d2 is forced.
Or now
Bishop
bishop
d2 is
again. You have to
yeah,
play to bishop d2.
yeah. So bishop d2 is forced where the white is threatening h5 perhaps. I don't know, but it seems that bishop e2 may threaten h5. That's why I would have preferred if Humpy had kept rook on h3 and this rook on f1. Rook on h3 is protected, so after h5, h6 can be played here. h5 may not be a threat because of knight f6. So the rooks have been
Yes.
put wrongly. Now you can't do it because knight is on g4. So rook f4.
Ah, yes.
It'll allow a pass.
H3 rook will be defended, huh?
Yeah, but okay, she's
So,
playing for a draw. Okay.
so,
So
so
now white can try rook h3.
play
White
this
can
rook
try.
here. Oh, repeating.
Yeah, Humpy realizes that she has no plan. Okay. I think it's good that Humpy. See, there's no point in playing ambitiously when you are. I mean, when only your opponent has a plan. Humpy
Yes.
must. Yeah, I mean, there's no point in playing rook h3 and saying that I'm trying to win. I think it's better. It's not the end of the championship. It's only 1-1, and it's going to be another game. But yes, Humpy's stronghold is rapid,
Okay.
and
Again, she
yes,
played
now.
bishop
So
d2.
black plays knight f6. She can actually claim a draw. No, same
Yeah.
position has come for the third time. So if she,
Yeah. I think
without
it's
moving
this is
this,
happening.
yeah, yeah, it has happened, but she has not probably claimed. Before playing knight f6, she could have also claimed a draw. Yeah, I think h4 was a serious inaccuracy. I would say that the game was, of course, heading towards equality, but because of h4, she got g4 square. White does not get a chance of a g4 break. A
So this is
g4
the
break
draw again. Second
has
draw.
it
That
ended? Oh yes, it's ended in a draw. Okay,
now we are going
so
to enter in another rapid section of 10 plus 5.
okay,
So
so
there will be one more break, I think. Thank you so much, sir,
yes, I
for
think we
your
should be
amazing
back by
insights. And
yes. We
uh,
should be back by what time? I think any idea?
I have no idea. I will inform you, sir.
Yes, definitely. So see you viewers, and I think we're going to see more and more excitement because as the things get quicker, then you have more thrilling moments. So be ready for a lot of interesting
Yes, yes,
chess
yes.
now in next two games.
And
And
let's see
see
what
you
will
soon
happen.
then. See you
Yes, sir.
soon. Yes.
See you soon. So, viewers, we will back soon before the next game. One more amazing game. So, score is 1-1 now, and next segment will be 10 plus 5. Two rapid games once again. And after that, if result will not come, then this will enter on the blitz section. ओके सो मैं आपको बता दूं जो भी हिंदी वाले व्यूअर्स हैं कि ये दूसरा गेम भी ड्रॉ रहा है हम्पी सफ़ेद मोरों से खेल रही थी और अब स्कोर हो गया है 1-1 और इसका मतलब है कि टाई ब्रेक जारी रहेगा और सो टाई ब्रेक जारी रहेगा, इसका मतलब है कि इतनी जल्दी रिजल्ट जो है वो नहीं आएगा।
this pawn. Rook b4 check. And now king d5 should be met with rook b3. Very important move, so that later on this pawn is under pressure. No, she blunders with king h3. And now Divya is winning again. King c6. She brings her king in. We'll analyze why this move king h3 was a huge mistake at the end of the game. But all of a sudden, now Divya is totally winning. Because if, imagine the rook was on b3, could have given a check. If the king went on the b file, could take the pawn and win a queen. You could give a check back and win the queen for the rook. And then you would have two passers. But with king h3, you didn't manage to do that. She plays a check. But now king d5 again. Rook b4. King c6. Look at Divya smartly trying to gain the time there. She has been playing on 2 minutes. King b5 played. And now rook goes to c1. But this is exactly what white wanted. Now rook g8. Oh, she goes rook g5 first. Attacking the pawn, forcing the king to come back. So if you went here, then maybe king b6 and then rook would block the check. So king h4 attacks the rook immediately. And Divya now down to her last few seconds. She should play this super carefully. She goes rook g8. A good move. And a check to the king. King c6. Rook comes to b3. But now Divya can simply queen and win the game. Final calculations here. She's looking for the queen. She's right next to her. Well, of course, she makes the queen. Takes. We have take on b8. Rook takes b8. King goes to g3. But this is where the rook comes back. Rook to b3, defending the pawn. And now the main part of this. The h pawn will run down. Look at Divya. She's winning. h4, king d5, h3, king e4, h2, rook comes back, defends the pawn, and everything just works out in time for Divya Deshmukh there. Tanjongi knows that the writing is on the wall. Divya Deshmukh knows that she's going to reach the finals of the World Cup. She cannot believe it. This game has been so topsy-turvy that it has been a complete ride of emotions for not just the viewers, but also the players. And Divya calming herself down. There's not much that Tanjongi can do apart from pushing her pawn. And now king d5. Of course, Divya finds this move. Coming to e4 and then stopping the pawn and then eventually winning the f pawn and queening it. A very, very nice finish there. Tanjongi resigns. History is made. Divya Deshmukh enters FIDE Candidates 2026, the first Indian to do so, and she also reaches the finals of the FIDE World Cup, and she also gets her first GM norm. Well, if she wins this World Cup, she will become a Grandmaster directly, so she wouldn't need the norm. But now with this victory, she also doesn't have to play the tie-break day, and the next day is also rest day, so she gets 2 days off. That's huge for her. She can recover. Meanwhile, Humpy drew her game with Lei Tingjie, which means that they're going to still play the tiebreak. So Divya's opponent in the final is not yet sure. She arranges her pieces back calmly. And what a moment for this young girl from Nagpur. She's made her country proud by beating one of the strongest players in the world of chess, Tanjongi, and we have Michael Rahal there, who's ready for an interview. You can check out that interview on the FIDE channel. But for now, guys, I'll leave you with this amazing, amazing moment for Indian chess, where Divya has made it to the candidates. And let me just show you the key and critical in this pawn. Rook b4 check. And now king d5 should be met with rook b3. Very important move, so that later on this pawn is under pressure. No, she blunders with king h3. And now Divya is winning again. King c6, she brings her king in. We'll analyze why this move king h3 was a huge mistake at the end of the game. But all of a sudden, now Divya's totally winning. Because if, imagine the rook was on b3, could have given a check. If the king went on the b file, could take the pawn and win a queen. You could give a check back and win the queen for the rook. And then you would have two passers. But with king h3, you didn't manage to do that. She plays a check. But now king d5 again. Rook b4. King c6. Look at Divya smartly trying to gain the time there. She has been playing on 2 minutes. King b5 played. And now rook goes to c1. But this is exactly what white wanted. Now rook g8. Oh, she goes rook g5 first. Attacking the pawn, forcing the king to come back. So if you went here, then maybe king b6 and then rook would block the check. So king h4 attacks the rook immediately. And Divya now down to her last few seconds. She should play this super carefully. She goes rook g8. A good move. And a check to the king. King c6. Rook comes to b3. But now Divya can simply queen and win the game. Final calculations here. She's looking for the queen. She's right next to her. Well, of course, she makes the queen. Takes. We have take on b8. Rook takes b8. King goes to g3. But this is where the rook comes back. Rook to b3, defending the pawn. And now the main part of this, the h pawn will run down. Look at Divya, she knows she's winning. h4, king d5, h3, king e4, h2, rook comes back, defends the pawn, and everything just works out in time for Divya Deshmukh there. Tanjongi knows that the writing is on the wall. Divya Deshmukh knows that she's going to reach the finals of the World Cup. She cannot believe it. This game has been so topsy-turvy that it has been a complete ride of emotions for not just the viewers but also the players. And Divya calming herself down. There's not much that Tanjongi can do apart from pushing her pawn. And now king d5. Of course, Divya finds this move, coming to e4 and then stopping the pawn and then eventually winning the f pawn and queening it. A very, very nice finish there. Tanjongi resigns. History is made. Divya Deshmukh enters FIDE Candidates 2026, the first Indian to do so, and she also reaches the finals of the FIDE World Cup, and she also gets her first GM norm. Well, if she
Welcome back, everyone. And once again, Pravin sir is with us. And sir, what do you think now? 10 plus 5.
Yes, I think as long as it's rapid, I'm a bit comfortable for Humpy. But yes, the quality of game played by both was quite good in the sense that they've shown the real qualities of a champion, like taking decisions, even in difficult positions, they are taking decisions which are really improving their position or trying forcing the opponent into taking some decision. And that's, I think, a great sign. We're going to see very interesting games. With regard to rapid, I must say it's 10 minutes, but still rapid. So I believe that Humpy has a little better chance. Let us look at Humpy's records in rapid. She's reigning rapid world champion. She has been once before as well. In Blitz, I think she finished second. She was world number two once. So I think she's well known, and of course, Lei Tingjie, we not had much of exposure to her being able to play this. But yes, Chinese have a lot of secret training systems and they practice. So I'm sure that both of them are really good at that. And particularly the second game, I think Lei Tingjie came up with a novelty Humpy was not aware of, and it really became a very complex game, knight g4, and it was a very complex position, which was in which Humpy was trailing in time seriously. So I think with 10 minutes, this has to be avoided. Humpy may have to play a little quicker in the opening and probably safer because we are going to see a e4 game here. And in the first game, Humpy's king was a bit weak, and we are going to see e4, e5 probably. So Humpy may have to play a bit more carefully than the first game. Let's see. And as the viewers would know, we are running it a little behind the schedule because of the regulations, anti-cheating regulations. So fair play norms are very clear that there won't be direct live telecast. So we were lagging a few minutes, and the moves could come very soon. So what do you think, Niklesh? It will be e4 or d4? I think Lei Tingjie plays e4, yeah?
I think E4 once again.
Yes. And I think e4, e5, I think if Humpy has prepared e4, e5 for this tournament, she's going to play e4, e5. Whereas Karo Khan, okay, she can play Karo
I
Khan well
think
also, but yeah.
she had a good break time, 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, both times. So I think her seconds and coaches, whoever available there, they must discuss what happened in the game one, where she went wrong or something. So I think maybe
Yeah,
some other
they must
variation
have,
we will see.
they must have done. Frankly speaking, her move Bishop E6 is not the most popular move, which she has chosen that. Fine, and let's see if she goes for simpler variations. There have been players who feel that first Queen E7 and then Bishop E6 should be played so you can capture the Queen. But again, that's a subjective issue because White did not exchange Bishop on E6.
But
So
one thing I'm
Black,
happy about it, that like I think before just 1 year or something, uh, Humpy was already stopped taking risk in her game. And now
hmm.
once again she start taking the risk. That is also showing that now she again had a confidence on her that okay, she can take risk and create something.
Yes, I think confidence is one of the very important issues, and of course, I think she has achieved so much that people will have a lot of expectations from her. So she wants to rise to that expectation, make her try. Because if she plays safer, then probably she may not be able to
सर आई हैव
get the
वन
result
क्वेश्चन टू यू,
desired.
आपने
Yes,
पहली बार हम्पी को कब देखा था?
पहली बार देखा था वो वर्ल्ड, वो इसमें हम ब्रिटिश चैंपियनशिप गए थे, तो मैं और भाग्यश्री इंडियन टीम के मेंबर थे, और तभी हम्पी और उसके फादर आए थे। शी वाज यंग, सो दे वर ऑन देयर ओन। लेकिन हम शायद हेस्टिंग्स या कहीं जा रहे, ब्रिटिश चैंपियन लंदन से कहीं टूर्नामेंट जा रहे थे, तो हम एक ही टाइम फ्लाइट पे पहुंचे, और वीसा भी हमारा, मतलब तभी इमिग्रेशन था, वीसा वगैरह चेकिंग होके हम बाहर मिले। मोबाइल्स तो तभी नहीं थे इतने, हमारे पास तो नहीं था, तो वी रियली मेड एंड देन वी डिसाइड टू ट्रैवल टुगेदर। तो काफी समय हम कार में भी,
कितने
ट्रेन में भी
कितने साल की थी सर
बात
हम्पी
करते थे।
तब?
हम्म।
कितने साल की थी हम्पी? एज
तभी
क्या थी
हम
उनकी?
भी तभी 12 या 13 साल की थी, मेरे ख्याल से 13 साल की थी। 87 का 2000 वाली ये ब्रिटिश चैंपियनशिप है, तो उसमें काफी उसका प्रदर्शन भी काफी अच्छा रहा, और वो थोड़ा कम बोलती थी तभी, और फादर उसके काफी बोलते थे, लेकिन हमने काफी उसके बारे में, बाकी भी चेस के बारे में काफी डिस्कस किया, क्योंकि हम जब ट्रेन में सफर करते हैं 3-4 घंटा, तो नेचुरली बातें तो होती रहती है। सो इट वाज वंडरफुल, एंड देयर ऑफ कोर्स वी हैव बीन इन टच रेगुलरली, एंड व्हेन इन 2003 she was the captain of India B team in the Asian Team Championship, and I was the second board on that. She was the top board, and I was second board. So she was the captain in 2003 of the India B team, and I got individual gold medal on second board. So I scored 6.5 out of 7. That was a record score. I got individual gold. So there I had a lot of support from her, although she is much younger. But as a captain, she provided support to all the players. She said, "Who doesn't want to play today?" तो ये उनका सवाल बहुत अच्छा था कि अगर किसी को नहीं खेलना है, एनीथिंग, डज एवरीबडी वांट टू प्ले टुडे और समबडी wants a rest or something. So सब जब कहते थे सब खेलना चाहते हैं, then we would discuss. If somebody voluntarily opts out कि आज हम नहीं खेलना चाहते, हमारी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, then she would say ठीक है, in that case we'll have the marriage. So she was a very good captain. She was a very good captain, and that's also, I think, a very great
मैं
experience.
पहली बार 2003 में ही मैं हम्पी से मिला था, नेशनल सीनियर में नागपुर में। आई थिंक शी वाज
Yes.
सेकंड सीड और समथिंग, एंड I don't exactly recall who won. Humpy won or Ramesh wins.
But I think it was also important at many times, if you look at the rating criteria, she could have been a member of Indian team, Indian A team also. So somewhere she might have played open Olympiads for India as well. Not necessarily in 2003, but probably 2002 or 2004 she might have been. Okay. So, okay, I think there seems to be some delay in transmission. Can we just check why we are, because the games were supposed to start a bit earlier than this time, and if the moves are played and we are not connected, let's just check. Viewers, we are just checking if everything is wrong. We don't think the games are in progress. There could have been some requests of some
Okay,
time off or
so
something.
game is about to start, I think, in few minutes.
And we'll see a closed Geico piano once again, I believe. So देखते हैं कैसे होता है. And I think 10 minutes is not very difficult. It's not much different than rapid. regular rapid. So this is the for rapid format, and let us see.
Oh, game is
Yes,
started. E4,
yes, already
E5, knight
begun.
F3.
Yes, already begun. Okay, so we thinking of second move. Yeah, okay. I think it is. Yeah. So same close Geico piano one can expect. Yes, as we already see, it's heading towards similar lines again.
Okay, almost same line, but let's see where
Yes,
Humpy is going to change.
yes. Perhaps she played at 6 years
Okay,
or
she
same.
went
Again,
at
six
6
castles.
again.
Yeah, d6 again, same it will be. And d6 knight bd2 was the move, no? Yeah. And then a5 was played.
Yes,
d6 knight
D6.
bd2
Okay.
a5. Knight bd2 a5 was the last game.
Yes.
So let's see. Yes. So I think knight bd2 is a standard move because at this stage h3 may not be a useful move for white because black has not castled. In fact, in one of my games, my opponent played h3 and I was able to get g5 and g4, and I really got very strong attack. So it was a sharp line. I think white must refrain from playing h3 here. That's a very important decision. But yes, okay, so Lei Tingjie is prepared something else because she played knight bd to a5. And apparently, although she got a better position subsequently, she was not in a better position earlier in the game. So yes, rook e1, she changes the line. And because h6 has been played, then move knight g4 has been ruled. Okay, no, so
Now
I think
Humpy
same
already
knight.
castle, yeah.
Yeah, knight bd to a5, same thing, and rook e1 castles. So I think we are heading towards exactly the same move order. Bishop e6 was played here, and bishop, yeah,
Hmm.
same, okay. We are heading for
Same.
the same, okay, yeah. So, yeah, so one has to be, oh, yeah, so knight f d7 and not knight h7, okay.
Yeah, this time she improved the knight this side. This is better.
Yeah, yeah. So d4 is a
Oh,
threat now, and
D5.
black plays d5. Wonderful. Okay, so black is okay, all prepared. Knight is, it could be theoretical lines. So in such lines, if black can play d4, it's good, but d4 has to be seen. For example, strategically, if d4 works, then it's very strong. D4 pawn into pawn, knight into pawn. So I think it could be a possibility, although d4 has to be analyzed. If it's say knight c4 is going to be strong or some other move is going to be strong, it will have to be checked. But d4 is usually a possibility. D into e4 is a simpler way of playing for uh, a comfortable
Or
equality.
either D4 or either D
Yes,
into E4. Two
yeah,
options are here.
yes. D4 is more ambitious, but it's more risky also because here the knight is going to g4 as well. So there could be some dangerous chances, and we are not in a position to put pressure against d3
But
pawn.
in both case either D4 खेले या D into E4 मारे knight C4 तो कभी ना कभी white के side से आएगा.
हाँ, but white may try to put knight to f5 or g4. थोड़ा सा king side को खेलने का
Hmm.
plan रहेगा. Secondly, if d is played, then bishop c4 also eventually becomes a possibility to weaken the d5 square. But e5 pawn remains. Now again, after d, white has to decide what to do with that knight. So knight c4 में queen f6 आ जाएगा. So again,
Okay, D4 D4 हो
yeah,
गया.
ded is played, and probably because the knight d5 could be an awkward move to reply to for queen f6. I think queen f6, knight d5, maybe knight d5 could be really awkward. Yeah, queen f6. Knight. I don't know still, but bishop into d5, e d5, knight b8 is necessary. So queen f6 may not be a
Maybe sir also rook e8 could be also good move.
yes, rook e8, and generally they either play they just retreat the bishop also to f8 sometimes. And but how to release the d7 knight? That's I think an important factor. And c6 knight
So that is
cannot
why I'm
move.
thinking if we put rook e8, maybe some moment we are able to move knight f8, knight g6. No.
But knight f8 always bishop into c6 and knight into e5 has to be analyzed. So rook e8 is fine, but still I think black has not completely solved the problems after rook e8. Probably the knight on c6 may have to move, but then e5 pawn. So purpose of rook e8 can only be bd7, bd7. So I think after rook e8 we can plan to move that knight,
Sir, I will come
perhaps
back
to
in a
a7.
moment.
Perhaps to a7, yeah. Rook e8 and knight a7, I think seems to be good. Because then bd7 I have bd7. Whereas directly I cannot play knight a7 because of bishop into d7. And I don't want to remain in the perpetual threat of bishop into knight and doubling the pawns and taking on e5. So I thought rook e8 and knight a7 looks like a logical way. Humpy has spent some time to play rook e8. So time, yes, only about 8.5 minutes and 11 minutes almost. Somewhere I think Lei Tingjie has seemed to be better in opening preparation. Apparently, she is able to guess Humpy's opening moves better. So Humpy has probably not had that sort of comfortable opening phase. But yes, if you get knight a7 and b5 and c6, perhaps you could be in a good position. Knight a7 and then bishop a4. We could even play c6 first, just to make sure that we have a strong position. White will have to move the knight somewhere in order to move the e3 bishop. And where does that okay, knight g4? So I think this knight generally has to be captured because and capturing and bishop e7 also is a possibility. Moving the knight is now ruled out. Direct b knight a7 is ruled out because of bishop into d7. So you may have to take bishop into knight, and probably a little better ending for white can come if bishop into knight and knight f6. White must exchange queens because g4 is attacked, and queen d8, rook d8. The g4 pawn is again attacked, and f2 is also weak. So it seems to be bishop g4, h4, knight f6, queen d8 only move, and rook a d8. And black seems to have a comfortable position. White may have to go knight h2 or something. So probably bishop into g4 and knight f6 should be fine. And I think I'll see a forced variation almost. bg4, hg4, knight f6, queen d8. So must take rook a d8 and then knight h2, or first bishop into c6 and then knight h2. I prefer direct knight h2. So white has very small, yeah. So queen into queen is forced because g4 is attacked. And g5 is dangerous because of knight g4. Direct knight h2 is perhaps possible, yes, also. But then the e4 pawn is going queen into queen and knight into queen. Queen into queen and knight into e4. So again, white is forced to play queen d8. Knight h2, then queen into d1 and e4 pawn is going. And if you play g5, both queen into d1 and knight e4, I think queen into d1 and knight e4 is just disastrous. So white is forced to play queen g5, then queen d1, rook d1, knight e4. Black just wins. So exchange queens and knight h2, and again posing a question to the c6 knight, that what is your future? So queen d8, rook d8, knight h2. I think the rook will probably have to move.
So queen
the
d8.
D6. Yeah,
And
rook
we'll take from
a8.
rook a8.
Rook a8. Yeah, and now knight g4 cannot be allowed. So knight h2. Yeah, and this looks normal. There's no combination coming. So yeah, rook d6. I think preventing the doubling of the pawns. And it looks like almost white will undouble the pawns, probably g5, pawn takes pawn, bishop into pawn. Yeah, that's white is little preferable, I think, here. There's no combination coming knight 4.
Mm-hmm.
And the bishop on
maybe
g5
knight
is
h5, knight f4. No.
Knight h5, yeah, knight h5, and perhaps rook g6 as well.
Okay.
So, yeah, knight h5 is complex. So, yeah, but I think, okay, here it's white who is going to press this for sure in this endgame.
Okay, just to confirm, sir, this is 10 plus 10, not 10 plus 5.
Okay, so 10 plus 10 is a lot of time. Then I think it's going to be as accurate as the earlier games. I think I don't see much different.
That was
except the opening
plus,
preparation.
10 plus 15, that was.
That was 15 plus 10, yeah?
Yeah, sorry, 15 plus 10, yeah.
15 plus 10.
Now Humpy played g5. Queen exchange already.
Yeah, too committal a decision. Okay, she
don't want to allow g5 sacrifice.
Yeah, and also the bishop on c1 is now so the knight on f6, h2 is a target. It doesn't have any good square. So black may just play king g7. Only thing is how to get out of that pin, because once I am able to move the c6 knight, I'm in a fine position.
Now this rook d6 is not working now. Rook d6 and rook d8. Another
rook d6 is fine as well. Yeah, rook 6 seems okay. Rook d6 looks normal. Rook e6.
He played rook e6.
Okay, so fine. She wants to move the knight. So
EDC,
white
huh?
must play. Yeah. So white has a clear idea: f3, king e2, and knight f1, g3. Now, how quickly are we able to create some
Yeah, so like,
threats?
yeah, f3, king here, and then she's playing to bring this
Okay,
knight here.
yeah. So the king is safe on g8, but black knight on f4 can be captured. And black knight is not reaching f4 so easily. Knight e7, king e2, knight g6 perhaps, knight f1 and knight
But
f4
okay,
check.
in this way, we can go like this.
Yes, so
But
before the knight comes to e3, we can play knight f4 check. I think it's, but g3 is always a possibility. The problem is, white may even play g3 and king g2 instead
but
of
for
king e2.
example, we played d6 and she played king e2.
King e2, yeah. Knight e7, so knight f1, knight g6,
So what about h5 here?
g5 is hanging. It's not good if g5 is not hanging. Okay, so pawn into pawn, knight into pawn, bg5, there is rook g6. Suddenly, white may get into some serious checkmate trouble. Yeah,
If
in
we
that
go,
case, h5 is a good. Yeah, h5
yeah,
is a
but
good
if we
move.
go directly this,
White may play
this,
g3. No, knight g3, I
but
think knight f4. No,
but
c6 and knight.
here they are saying because this bishop, black will have two tempos, c6 and b5.
Yeah, and after c6, I may play even knight. Yeah, and then knight can also go to f4 subsequently because e5 is not no. Now the bishop has to move to a4 and c2. No, I think so.
Okay, in board already she played king e2, so the game is already moving towards the direction we are discussing.
Yeah, so rook e d6 perhaps, and then c6 as we are discussing. White will be it will be risky for white to play knight f1 because of h5 many times.
Mm-hmm.
So the rook e d6 would be a good move because it prevents the king from running. And then black's plan
And
is
now
clear. Rook
because
d6.
black is having c6 b5, this is good.
Yeah, yeah. The d3 square will be available.
Yes.
But eventually, well, black has to win. Then black has to try knight g6 and knight f4 check. And bishop into f4 e f4. But the problem is rook d6, knight g6, white can play g3.
Mm-hmm.
So there may not, a position may come where there's no improvement for either side. But it has to be tried. Black will expand on the queen side. Take a5, a4, and then perhaps b4 break. So trying to penetrate at d2. So first let us occupy the d line.
And
That
Humpy
looks
is
like
little
logical.
down on time.
Yeah, about a couple of minutes down. So rook d6 looks logical. Rook
Yeah, because
e6.
yes, otherwise after c6, bishop c4, we will lose the tempo. So it's better
Yes, and
to,
white may play a4 then.
yeah,
Yeah, so rook d6, white may anyway play f4, a4. But then we are in a position to probably play knight g6 and knight
knight
f4
f4.
check. Yeah. So somewhere c6 I may have to play anyway because when I play knight f4 check and if I take with the e pawn, then e5 will be a fork. But with two rooks there, rook d2 check will be a mate. So I think rook d6, after rook d6, we really plan ng4, ng6 and an f4. And it will exchange the bishop and it will also exchange both the rooks. Or after rook d6, when you go knight g6, white has to play the courageous g3, for which we may play h5. It's going to be an interesting position, but it's going to be an interesting position because white king is little unsafe. King g7. I didn't find this move because the knight is coming to a4 as we were already discussing that a4 will safeguard the bishop position on the diagonal. So that will be very important. White may have a slight pull because
She
black
played
has
okay. She went knight f1 and
knight
Humpy played
f1
actually
now.
king
Now
g7.
h5 is going to create some real anxious moments, I think. And a nice trap could be pawn into pawn, knight into pawn, bishop g5, rook g6, bishop e7, rook g2 mate.
So h5 could be crucial. Oh, Humpy played king g6. What is this idea?
No, she didn't see the tactical h5. Oh, now I prefer white after the exchange of bishops, perhaps, or even knight e3. I think Humpy has some plan for knight g3. What that could be, I'm just trying to find out. Because knight g3 also looks a bit awkward, knight g3 and knight f5. But the other option is to exchange the bishops and take with the knight while you don't get rook d2 check.
But what
So
about
yeah,
now?
b3.
White can bring the bishop e3 now.
Yes, be3, knight e3 is a good advantage for white because black still has to play h5 quickly. But yes, king g6 perhaps a bit undesirable. I think a bit forceful play was required. She just felt that g5 was hanging, but you can just show viewers how it was unnecessary to play this. I think we just go back and show h5, pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn was
Yes,
possible.
here if
Yeah,
h5.
pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, and bishop g5, rook g6, and bishop e7, rook g2 checkmate. So yeah, so yeah, so this was a possibility, and which means that there's no need of king g6. So the g5 pawn did not need support; it was uncapturable. So somewhere king g6 turns out to be a loss of a tempo and also a hindrance in your own plan of knight g6. And yeah,
Because now
here I
she can
prefer.
bring bishop, and if you
Yes,
exchange the
I
bishop,
prefer.
this is good position for.
I prefer this because now rook d6, knight f5. No, knight f5, rook d2 check. Sorry, knight f5 is not coming. Rook d2 check is there.
Maybe knight
So rook
c4.
d6. Yeah, I think knight c4 and rook must go back to e6.
e6.
And now rook d1.
Then
It
knight
takes
e5.
a5. Sorry, the e5 pawn is hanging. Yeah. In that case, knight e3
Oh, so this is
is a
getting
very
dangerous
awkward move to
already.
meet. It's a very awkward move to meet now. That means bishop e3.
She played knight g3 and h5. Oh,
Knight g3,
but
okay. So,
no, but
okay.
here
But h.
Humpy played
Okay.
h5, but here they say bishop c4 is very dangerous now.
Bishop c4, yes. And knight could come to f5. Now that g5 pawn can be weak, but knight f5, we have hg. So let's see. Bishop c4, and take on h5, and bishop into f7 is hanging. So bishop c4,
Humpy
you
in
can't
trouble
move
in
the
this game.
you can't move the rook because of knight h5 or
Yes.
gh5 check. Gh5 check. So bishop c4 seems to be very strong. Bishop c4 seems to be strong. Unless you want to give that exchange with hg and bishop e6, gf3 check.
Yeah, only wrong move from white side is to taking h5 right now. If she play bishop c4, then Humpy already in trouble.
Yes, but of course, knight h5, gh5, king h5. And now I'm not worried about bishop c4 because of rook
Yeah,
f6.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, because now
Yes.
rook can come to even f6.
Yes. Yeah. So I think the f7 would be hanging. So bishop c4. I think she must give an exchange, pawn takes pawn, and the bishop e6 and pawn takes, and maybe f6, so gf3. Yeah. Bishop c4. Or that
this
pawn
is
has to
the
be given.
critical moment of the game. If Lei Tingjie find bishop c4 here, this is not so good news for Humpy. Bishop c4, she
Yes.
played it.
And I think that's an obvious move. And whether to give an exchange or to give a pawn. So rook d6 is giving a pawn, but h5 goes without any
Oh,
rook b6.
she
b6
give
is probably
direct
worse.
pawn.
No, rook should, and the second pawn also will come eventually.
Now rook is coming to h1, king g7.
No,
then
when she moves the bishop, yeah, rook h1 check also, and king g7, and then okay, bishop moves back, and you have to support the g5 pawn. Now it's losing, I think.
oh, now
Yeah,
this
king
position.
g7, bishop b3, the g5 pawn. I think the position is extremely risky. Bishop b3 guards b2 indirectly because rook on b6 is. Oh, now there is no threat of bg5. So okay, fine. So maybe you can play knight g6 now. Good chance. Bishop b3 I was worried about. Now I
Knight
think it's
g6.
time to play knight g6.
Knight
Yeah.
g6, bg5. Okay,
Rook
okay,
need to check.
bg5 you have rook into b2.
Rook b2 check. Yes. So that's what I want to do. But I'm still worried about g3.
But sir, what about knight g6, g3?
Yeah, that looks dangerous. I still have to. I have to exchange rooks. Rook h8, rook into rook, and then guard the pawn with bishop e7 or something. Yeah, it's a bad position. One pawn down and two bishops to the opponent should be bad, but yes, I think it's better than playing rook g6. Rook g6, I do not approve of at all.
Oh my god.
I think the initiatives, the e5 is weak, rook h5, knight g6, and bishop h6
So
check.
she give one more pawn and with damaging the structure, but okay.
Oh, so white is playing a bit passively. b3. She wants to play bishop g5 or bh6 check, but I thought rook h5 was strong. But anyway, this move prevents rook f8. And
So now, for example,
bishop,
g into f3, g into f3, and rook g6 first.
rook g6. That looks like the only way. And we have compensation, I think, here.
And now this is
Sort
okay because
of practical compensation, because people are afraid of rook g2 check, and it's more or less a practical compensation, not a real compensation. But once you get rook g6, you can scare your opponent for sure.
one more time, Humpy trying to come back.
Yes, rook g6. And I think should be, because rook h2, I want to go bg1 and then rook h5. Then, okay, it's still getting complex.
Yes, because if she exchange here bishop, then our knight could be dangerous. Knight g6, knight f4 means some kind of compensation will be there.
If the black bishops are exchanged, black is no worse. Black is actually better. Knight g6, knight f4. And white would have to defend very accurately. So I think, but still a tough position with two bishops. White has been playing a bit passive. p3 was not really a call for move, but we can understand the importance of the tournament, and yes, where to move the pieces. Rook must be activated to g6. It's doing nothing at b6. It did a great job by attacking b2, but now it is no longer doing that job.
But Humpy need to take care of the time also. She should not down so much in time.
No, I think 3 and 4 minutes. I think she's capable. In one of the games when she beat me when she was 13 years of age, I was in a completely winning position, and I had a lot of. What is this?
I think
bishop h6
she
check.
went knight g6. This was not needed.
No,
I think
bishop
rook
h6.
g6.
No, bishop h6.
No, bishop
check
h6 is coming. Yes.
Yes.
And all the pieces will be in the game.
And also rook g1 or something of that sort.
Yes, this game.
But she wants to play nf4 check. She wants to play nf4 check for king f6. White can stop it with rook h5. I think rook h5 wins. Other moves don't win because of knight f4 check. But rook h5 wins because you can't play knight h4.
Because
knight f4,
after exchange, rook f5 is coming.
c5 bishop is hanging. Yeah, so rook h5 threatens bg5 check and prevents knight f4. And next move is rook f5 check.
She played rook h5. Okay, I think this game
is, I think with this initiative there, I see very little hopes. Let's see how the games go.
Yeah, another rook is coming now.
Yes, exchange is lost minimum. I don't know.
Minimum rook f5 is coming. Yes.
Minimum exchange is lost. King e7. Otherwise, rook f5 check, bg5 check. So many pieces could be in trouble.
Bishop g5 is a threat.
That cannot be stopped. Bishop g5 cannot be stopped, I think. Yeah, bishop g5.
King is actually in deep trouble. All the squares nearby him already controlled.
Yeah, the mating attack. Like you play a move like rook a8 to save the rook. Then rook f5 check and rook f7 check. No, rook d1 followed by rook f7 check. Bishop checks coming. bg5 check. So many checks are coming. I think bg5 check wins out.
So the people who are watching, I just showing that knight f4 is not working because bishop f4 and this bishop is hanging. So you will simply lose the piece here. So that's why that plan failed. And here we are talking about when she played knight g6, the most important move to rook g6, because this rook is not allowing black to freely come anywhere, and also the threat with rook g2. So that's why this was the important move to stop white activity, and knight g6 allow her immediately with the check to bring her all the pieces into the game.
Yes, and now rook h5 is the key move, and probably black is losing because black must give an exchange. Attempt to play rook d7. So bg5 check and rook doubles. Yeah, bg5 check first and rook double, threatening rook h7
I think
check.
now only miracle can save this game.
Yes, bg5 also direct rook f1. Even bg5 check and rook f1 or rook h1 or direct rook h1 also. bg5 check.
Anything will work here.
Yes, I think apparently a bad position to see the rooks are coming to the rook h1 move may be the strongest. Yeah, it threatens mate with rook f5 check and bg5 check. So rook h1.
And I remember this will be maybe the first win in rapid against Humpy by Lei Tingjie.
Yes, could be. I think so because Humpy is so strong in rapid in general, and she has shown very good reasons. So rook h1, I think in bishop f8 is not possible because
So, friends,
He's
anyway, if this game Humpy lost, don't worry. There is another chance for Humpy in from white pieces, and
yes,
this is not
yeah,
all over. So
yes,
she
but
will
it's
be 1 point
unfortunately,
down, and next
yeah.
match will be Karoya Maru.
Yes, I think, but okay. Now we are lucky that white has insufficient time because there will be some pressure on finding the accurate moves. Although when you're giving checks, I think it becomes very natural because BG5 check, Rook H1, those moves can be played instantly. I don't know why she's taking so much time on Rook H1. The Knight F4 is still not possible, and King E7, Bishop G5 check, and King D6. You would
I
lose
think
the
in this pressure games, the most important thing is when you are winning, it's difficult to find the moves
yes, yes,
in
yes,
pressure.
very good. Yes, I think the because people tend to play not so yeah. Another idea that can come to mind is F4 and trying to win the E5 pawn. So F4 and F5 check followed by Rook F1 check is also a plus possibility. Again, making use of the hanging position of the C5 bishop. So I think almost all moves are winning. Rook F5 check, okay. Comparatively less because the rook check is not coming. And now she wants to give bishop check. I have to play king e8 in advance in order to meet bishop g5 with some other bishop move so that I have freedom of defending. King e8, bishop g5, and I'll be able to play rook g7 and bishop f. Yeah. So king e8 prevents bg5 in a way. But if you don't play bg5, I play rook h7. So I'm in life now, and maybe we can hope for a draw because, yeah, so bishop g5, I want to play rook g7. I'm not losing any material now. And, well, I think it's a position which doesn't end directly. So that's what we can hope for. And then the b6 knight is really bad. Had it been on d6, it would have been really useful because there would be threats of knight f4 check. I think somewhere not
Sir, how
bringing
but
the rook to g6.
yep, now these both all three pieces actually doing nothing.
Yes, at least the b6 rook can come to d6 in order to be prepared to do something. So given chance, black will play rook d6, c6 and try to play b5. The white can always play a4. And black is waiting for white to play bg5, then rook g7. Or otherwise, I may just play rook h7 and when you play
Oh,
f4.
whoa, rook h7 is coming now.
Now rook h7 pinning this bishop. And now we are threatening knight f4 check or something because the h1 is hanging. Who is better now?
No, but this is some chance for Humpy just to do
Yes, who
create
is better? I
something.
don't know. Maybe h1 rook is hanging, so rook h7 now. And
Yeah, now rook h7 is I think the only move, na?
yeah, rook h7 wins, but because it draws, okay, because you will play f5. And you get opposite card bishop ending. Rook into h6, rook into h6, knight f4 check, rook into
Mm-hmm.
f4, rook into h6. Yeah, I think we can just play the move rook h7, f5. And
But this is the move now. She has to play this move.
yes, rook h7, f5, rook h6.
Yeah, if something else come, no, then position. I think this is the last chance to come
Yes,
back.
yes, and white does not have time to move. Like your blunder could take place if rook h7, if rook h5 or something, then knight
Mm-hmm.
f4 check or something of that sort. No, but
She played rook h7. At least something she played
okay. So
now.
now I don't think it's going to be a loss now because f4. I analyze this opposite colored bishop ending is a reasonable chance. f5, rook into h6,
Mm-hmm.
rook into h6,
And
knight
then take
f4
the
check,
rook.
rook into f4, rook h6, and I'm threatening rook h2 check. So
Wow.
again, only to this pawns e5 and e4 pawns. It's a theoretical draw in my opinion. That
दोस्तों
ending.
दोस्तों उम्मीद मत छोड़ो, थोड़ा सा मौका फिर से बन रहा है, हम्पी
नहीं बहुत ही
कमबैक कर
बेहतरीन
सकती
ये
है.
रुक डी7 और रुक एच7 किंग ई8 और रुक एच7 बहुत ही बेहतरीन चाल चली है और आई थिंक सम ब्लंडर्स कैन आल्सो टेक प्लेस परहैप्स रुक एच5 is a possibility here
और
and the
जैसा कि
trap
मैं
is
बोल रहा
that
हूँ बार बार, जो
yeah,
जीत रहा होता है उसको ज्यादा दबाव आता है कि ये क्या गड़बड़ हो
हाँ
रहा है.
नहीं बिल्कुल सो यहाँ जैसे एनालाइज करते हैं रुक एफ5 में क्या होगा सो रुक एफ5
रुक
में
शी प्लेड रुक
yes
h5. नाउ
yes
बिशप
okay
f8.
yes bishop f8 and bishop into bishop knight f4 check so white में भी so इसमें जीत भी सकते हैं इसमें ब्लैक
अरे
जीत भी
ये तो
सकते हैं
दिस इज इवन बेटर पोजीशन देन.
नहीं उसमें Fe5 शायद अच्छा वो वैसे भी अभी पीस कटने का चांस है किंग हटना पड़ेगा बिशप F8 बिशप इनटू बिशप नाइट इनटू F4 चेक I
So
think viewers
bishop
can see.
f8, bishop f8, then knight. No, this is even
Yeah.
winning even.
यस यस एक्सचेंज अप इट विल बी विनिंग. सो अभी वैसे भी हमारा थ्रेट है h6 को कैप्चर करेंगे और एक पॉन तो वापस मिल गया क्योंकि बिशप हटना पड़ेगा अभी. सो हम रुक एक्सचेंज करेंगे और f4 चेक में मार, पहले नाइट f4 चेक मारेंगे, बिशप इनटू f4
Humpy
में रुक
already
h5
played bishop
मारेंगे.
f8.
Yes, he played bishop f8. Now black can't lose. It's a draw now,
Whoa.
obviously. A fantastic activity oriented play. Suddenly by Humpy after getting into
कितना कितना खराब पोजीशन हो गया था, कुछ नहीं खेल रहा
क्योंकि
था.
एक्टिविटी नहीं थी और वो एक किंग जी6 चाल की वजह से सारी एक्टिविटी चली गई थी और अभी सडनली वी आर एक्टिव एंड वो व्हाइट ब्लेंडर
Whoa, whoa,
समथिंग.
whoa,
नो,
whoa.
यस
Now
व्हाइट
bishop
ब्लेंडर.
h6 is coming.
Yes, white blender. No, I think it's just a pure equality. Because you take bishop into bishop, your opponent cannot take rook into bishop. So pawn मार लेंगे
So
जी. Even rook h6, yeah, I think and take rook into pawn. Okay, e5
rook
pawn
b
कट
into
जाएगा.
g6 now is equal almost.
Yes, yeah, rook
Yes,
into
equal
g6,
now.
rook e5 check. Yes, एक opposite कट bishop ending में एक या दो pawn down रहेंगे, लेकिन
तो
activity
भी
बहुत है.
चलेगा.
हाँ, वो e5 भी जाएगा, लेकिन फिर भी हमारे बहुत चेक्स आ जाएंगे वहां पे. तो
हाँ
आई थिंक
दोनों वो
दिस.
नहीं. अब पहली बात तो उसको एक्सचेंज करना पड़ेगा. ओ
हाँ,
हम्पी टेक दिस. ओ
या बट
दिस इज
एनीवे,
एक्चुअली लिटिल थोड़ा गड़बड़ है ये.
नहीं डायरेक्ट मारना चाहिए था
नो नो,
बिकॉज
बिशप
ये बच
f7
गया.
क्यों दिया? ये पॉन
नहीं,
बचने दे दिया
ये
अननेसेसरली.
पॉन बच गया जी6 वाला, तो पहले रुक जी6 करना था. बट यहाँ भी शायद बिशप जी7 में फोर्ट्रेस मिल सकता है.
हाँ बट ये
यहाँ भी
थोड़ा
अगर हम,
डिफिकल्ट हो गया अभी.
हाँ, यहाँ पे हमको फोर्ट्रेस मिल सकता है अगर हम रुक एच7 में हम किंग एफ8 जाएंगे और
किंग
फिर हम रुक
f6
एफ
और समथिंग.
सिक्स रुक एफ6 और c6 करेंगे अभी, तो ये ड्रॉ हो सकती है ये भी पोजीशन. इतनी कोई बड़ी
हाँ बट
खराब
इधर
पोजीशन.
ज्यादा सिंपल था, इसको मार देना
पॉन,
था
हाँ,
ताकि ये पॉन नहीं रहे
नहीं
बोर्ड
वो
पे.
सोच रही होगी कि दोनों पॉन चले जाएंगे मेरे, तो लेकिन
हाँ
यहाँ बिशप से, यहाँ तो बिशप से मारेंगे तो यहाँ कोई पॉन नहीं मरेगा. डायरेक्ट रुक ई5 मारना होगा. नहीं, डायरेक्ट रुक ई5 मारना होगा, नहीं तो पॉन नहीं मिलेगा.
हाँ.
तो किंग डी
एंड
सेवन देंगे.
देन
अभी रुक इन रुक में हमारा बिशप आ रहा है एक्टिव.
हाँ,
नहीं, रुक से मारेंगे या बिशप से मारेंगे, रुक से भी मार सकते हैं. एंड बिशप जी7 विंस द c3 पॉन.
c3 pawn,
तो
yeah.
हम एक ही पॉन डाउन रहेंगे.
Okay, come back to the main game. This is the main position.
रुक
Okay,
h1.
this is not brilliant
नो, आई
comeback,
थिंक
but again,
आई थिंक रुक d6 शुड बी अ ड्रॉ. रुक d6 एंड c6 एंड रुक d6 रुक f6 खेलते रहेंगे. व्हाइट को ओपन करना है पोजीशन. कहाँ
rook
से
f6.
करेंगे? रुक f6 ठीक है. अगर आप रुगड़ी बनाओ, हम रुगड़ी 6 आएंगे. सो अगेन ऑपोजिट कट बिशप एंडिंग एंड
हाँ मतलब रुक को कहीं
वंस,
से एंट्री नहीं देना है.
हाँ, और c6 करके बैठेंगे और रुगड़ी 6 रुक f6 चलते रहेंगे, तो शायद
So
यहाँ ड्रॉ हो सकती है.
I think
व्हाइट के
once
पास कोई
again this game
कोई,
is
कोई
around to
कॉन्क्रीट प्लान
draw.
नहीं है. ऑपोजिट कट बिशप का जो होता है ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मैटर होती है. और पहली बार भी ऑपोजिट कट बिशप एंडिंग आई थी, तो हम्पी की ये बहुत ही स्किल्स हम कहेंगे कि ऑपोजिट कट बिशप जब वो पॉन कट जाता है तो ऑपोजिट कट बिशप एंडिंग लाती है जिसमें ड्रॉ करना सबसे आसान हो. आई थिंक वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर. इफ यू डाउन इन मटेरियल, ट्राई टू गेट आइदर रुक एंडिंग और ट्राई टू गेट ऑपोजिट कट बिशप एंडिंग where the pawn deficit is not really significant. And I think c6 can be played. Yes, it's, I think perhaps white has to break b4. c6 I was a bit worried because rook b1 and b4 may come. And if you play c5, I don't like it actually because the bishop gets into a very bad position. So देख सकते हैं अगर white को rook b1 और b4 ही खेलना है और pawn into pawn में रुक से मारना है. So that becomes a little tricky decision. क्योंकि हम अगर रुक को किंग को
But also
c7 ले
now Lei
जाते हैं,
Tingjie also is down to 20 seconds or something. So this is not easy, going to be very easy now.
perhaps we have rook b1, we can try rook h1. Okay, so we
So what
keep
about
attack
rook
on.
f4?
Yeah, rook f4. I think king e3 will have to be played, and then we may
Rook
come
f4
back.
she played,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, and
Now
king
king e3, maybe king rook to g, rook g4. No.
rook g4. Yeah, but I don't like the entry from d line sometime.
Ah, okay, okay,
Or
okay.
yeah, but rook g4 d line से वैसे entry है नहीं. But I just thought rook h7 and yeah, rook g4 is possible. I
Ah, she
think,
played
yes.
rook g4.
Yeah, so the rook is getting activated. Rook h7, we have king f8. Rook d1
Okay,
has no
she
entry.
played king d3. Okay.
White has to play rook b1 and b4, which white is not fine. Okay, now she wants to go king c4. Okay,
Hmm.
b5 could be too committal. So I think we'll not give a check. Or one option is
Maybe
G3
rook
check
f4
king.
back.
Yeah. She wants to go king c4
Now
okay.
rook f3 check.
King c4.
She played. Okay.
b6, I don't know. She's creating weakness on queen side.
Now rook
So
f3 is force? No.
rook f3, then b4
Yeah.
perhaps. b4. And some of the bishop could be activated. Bishop को h6 और bd2 का threat
हाँ
दे
वो लाना
सकते हैं.
पड़ेगा गेम में उसको किंग फिर
हाँ.
किंग से वो पॉन को संभाल के तब तक.
हाँ क्योंकि एक चांस है कि हम बिशप h6 bd2 करें तो शायद व्हाइट के ऊपर चेकमेट हो जाएगी. So you know like white doesn't play b4. Okay, she has
Now
stopped
maybe
that.
bishop h6.
Yeah. Bishop h6 is still good. And rook g2 you can just play king f8 or something. तो थोड़ा सा एक बार अगर किंग g7 भी आ जाते हैं तो निकी थोड़ा rook is now activated so draw is likely. White's only plan is b4 break and white must try to play b4 break so that there will be a king entry to at c5.
Oh, what happened? King f6,
Oh.
bishop e8.
No, now
What
the second pawn is going.
King f6.
Yeah, you can't play c5 here because white just plays rook c2 and wins
She
all the
allowed
pawns.
she forgot
Yes,
about.
now c5 loses to rook c2 and then king b5.
No.
Okay.
Now this is lost now.
No, it's losing. Bishop into b5 or king into b5. King into b5 and bishop f7 wins the a5 pawn. Now it's winning. King b5, rook c3, bishop f7. Yeah, and king a5.
But
now
okay, but
winning.
both are playing some moves weird.
Yes, I think still plus 2.
Why
The
she
game had,
didn't take from?
yes, I think king f6 was too ambitious a move. White bishop was almost trapped. So somewhere I think impulsive decisions have been taken. And
Now anyway, but a5 pawn is falling down, so it's difficult to.
Falling it. Yes, maybe taking the bishop to d4 may help, but g pawn is also alarming. And bishop f8, king into pawn, bishop f8, rook f2 check also makes it very awkward to reply. But I was planning bishop f8 and bishop c5.
I think Humpy time is also getting over.
Yeah, I think bf8, king into pawn, bc5 looks like the only way to play.
Looks
but
like
b4 is coming quickly. Yeah. The problem is even b4 cannot be stopped. So the pawn just marches. Maybe bishop. Yeah, and the bishop has no safe square. But still, bishop is a pawn on g7. It should come to active square. And we try to give rook c8 and rook b8 check. Yeah, I think bf8, king f8, rook c8. And then we try to play rook a8 check and rook b8 check and try to put bb4. But in absence of rooks, also it's a win. So unfortunately, after the a5 pawn is lost, there's no point in exchanging rooks because the pawns are on different sides. And now it's extremely unlikely that a mistake can be played. What is the 0.00? Has Humpy lost the game?
That's why. I don't know why.
It's 0.00. Either she has.
I think game over or something. This one. I don't know.
Lost some time. Okay.
Waiting because game is. Yep. Humpy lost this game.
Humpy has lost this game. Yeah, and now the next game, I think the last game of this tiebreak, the second game of this tiebreak.
We will show you in this game. Humpy already come back, and where was the final mistake happen is actually even before that here when Humpy find this trap and everything went wrong, correct, and she just need to take this pawn with this rook. And position was fine. And what was Pravin
as we can see, rook e5 check and king d7 and rook into h6, bishop into h6, and we are winning the c3 pawn now. Bishop rook into a5, rook into h6, bishop into h6, I think, and we are winning the
after bishop
c3
g7.
pawn.
This pawn is not possible to save, so this was draw only. But Humpy went wrong, and somehow she missed it. This check is coming, and this g7 pawn saved. And after that also position was fine here exactly, even here.
Yeah, b6. I think it's a basic principle that when you are playing opposite cut bishop or whatever middle game, you must keep the pawns in the color of the opponent's bishop. And her bishop was free to move actually, bishop h6. And we want to threaten bishop d2 and win. So bishop h6 actually threatens to win immediately. So
But here the biggest mistake came when she played King F6 and she simply
yes,
forget
and the
about
bishop e8, and
this.
surely you can't play c5, so she had to give up the second pawn.
And
So
then
allowing bishop e8 was a decisive mistake, and yeah, okay, the rook is going to h7.
तो नेक्स्ट मूव इज लाइक डू एंड डाई, करो या मरो का मैच है. अब ड्रॉ नहीं चलेगा, अब सिर्फ जीतने से काम चल सकता है और सिर्फ जीतने के
Yes.
बाद ही टाई ब्रेक कंटिन्यू रह सकता है. तो दूसरा मैच है अभी भी. और इन चेस वर्ल्ड देयर इज अ मैनी 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 एग्जांपल्स जहाँ पे जो लीड लेता है पहले वो बाद में हार जाता है. सो इट्स तो बहुत कुछ अभी बाकी है रोमांच. हम वापस आएंगे जैसे ही जो है अगला गेम शुरू होता है.
Yes, sure. So see you soon, viewers.
See you soon. See you soon. Thank you, sir. See you soon. एवरीवन एंड आई एम बैक अगेन। और मैच शुरू होने वाला है करो या मरो का। ये मुकाबला है कोनेरू हम्पी in the situation of do and die because she lost the last round and now right now she's behind 1 point full point against Lei Tingjie. And the point is here, you cannot play draw, you have to play for win. And the good thing is in this all scenario, the good thing is Humpy is able to come back. Humpy is playing with white pieces एंड अभी नहीं तो कभी नहीं। सो यही है जो करना होगा, आपको जीतना होगा, कम बैक करना होगा। और आपके सामने हजार एग्जाम्पल हैं ऐसे। आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी टाइम दिस ऑलरेडी हैपन दैट प्लेयर्स आर 1 point behind, they come back and they won the game. So Lei Tingjie will be also in super pressure to save this game. So let's see what will happen here. और हम फॉलो करेंगे इस मुकाबले को। किसी भी मोमेंट पे ये मुकाबला जो है उसकी शुरुआत होने वाली है। और जैसे ही प्रवीण सर भी हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे हम आपको लेकर के आएंगे। कुछ तो भी प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है मेरे कैमरे में, बार बार मेरा कैमरा फ्लिप हो रहा है, बट एनीवे क्या फ़र्क पड़ रहा है, मेरी आवाज़ अगर ठीक आ रही है तो। और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है कि बोर्ड दिखना चाहिए। सो लेट्स सी व्हाट हम्पी इज़ गोइंग टू प्ले दिस टाइम। D4 अगेन और मे बी समथिंग न्यू, बट द सजेशन इज़ ऑलवेज लाइक यू शुड प्ले वॉट एवर यू नो बेस्ट। और या ऐसी सिचुएशन के लिए हम्पी ने कुछ सरप्राइज़ रखा है तो सी हैज़ टू यूज़, बिकॉज यही वो समय है जब अब आपको जीत निकालनी ही पड़ेगी। और कभी कभी कहते हैं ना कि एक हार जो होती है वो चैंपियन को जगा देती है। सो फॉर हम्पी इज़ ऑल्सो लाइक दिस इज़ अ वेकिंग कॉल। अगर अभी नहीं उठे तो फिर कैसे काम चलेगा। हमारे साथ प्रवीण सर भी जो है वो भी जुड़ चुके हैं। एंड आई थिंक विवेक भाई विल एडजस्ट द स्क्रीन सून। सो सर मैच शुरू हो चुका है, किसी भी क्षण हमारी स्क्रीन पर आ जाएगा।
यस, हेलो व्यूअर्स। सो थोड़ा सा एक लॉट्स ऑफ, जैसे निखिलेश कह रहे थे कि लॉट्स ऑफ अप्स एंड डाउन्स का गेम हो गया था। यस, अगेन इट्स टिपिकल क्वींस गैम्बिट एज आई थॉट। एंड स्लाव के सामने अभी कुछ ऐसी तगड़ी व्यवस्था करनी पड़ेगी which could be, I think the main line Slav could be a better option. Okay,
और आई
so
थिंक दिस टाइम शायद एक्सचेंज वेरिएशन के लिए ना जाए हम्पी।
एक B3 एक लाइन है, मुझे लग रहा है कि उसमें सिंप्लीफिकेशन अवॉइड हो जाता है डीसी का। तो वो काफी मतलब एक पॉपुलर मूव है वैसे, लेकिन नाइट E4 वगैरह आते रहता है तो थोड़ा सा देयर इज लॉट ऑफ थियरी, बट इन्होंने बिशप F5 नहीं किया है टाइम। सो ब्लैक
हाँ
हैज नॉट
और
प्लेड विद बिशप F5।
हाँ,
ओके,
यहाँ पे
आई थिंक
उन्होंने ही चेंज किया है इस बार। शी वांट मोर
यस,
एक्सचेंज आई थिंक।
बट यस नाइट D2 इमीडिएट C5। ओके, सो प्लेड इंस्टेंटली, तो ये डेफिनेटली एक ओपनिंग लाइन होगा। और हमें वो अभी जो स्ट्रक्चर आ रहे हैं, सेमी तारा
हम्पी
पॉन
प्लेड
स्ट्रक्चर आ
B3।
गया है। Yes, so I think I like Humpy's position in the sense if she takes two hanging pawns, CD, ED, और तो वो भी अच्छा रहेगा, दोनों बार नाइट से कैप्चर करेंगे तो भी अच्छा रहेगा। बट टूर्नामेंट सिचुएशन देखते हुए शायद इसको हैंगिंग पॉन लेना चाहिए। और उसमें काफी एक एक्टिव प्ले विल बी देयर। White has to play for kingside attacking this structure. Yes, she has taken with the pawn, which means that the second time also she will probably take with the pawn,
विद द
and she
पॉन।
wants to play, yes, like Botvinnik, bishop B2, bishop D3. So bishop B2 probably here, and
बिशप B2
yeah, C5 will have to must be a theoretical line C5, and there could be E5 coming. So
इन एनी
C5
मोमेंट।
is a move
सो
which
बिशप
must
B2
bishop
हाँ।
B2. Yeah, I think it's important for white to play just B2 or BD3 short castle, and then Rook C1, pull out BB1 if bishop is on D3, and
I
then
mean in this
white
game you
will
should
need to.
keep your slight better advantage of opening, develop all the pieces
Yes.
and then go for attack or
Yes.
something.
So
Try to.
also I think A3 BD3, as Botvinnik has recommended, that knight B4 often gives a chance to play B6 and
So
bishop
first
A6.
play
So
A3 then bishop
yes,
D3.
A3 bishop D3 castle Rook C1, and A3 may threaten C5 also. So
Bishop D3 she
well,
played
yeah.
directly.
So B6, I think for B6 looks like a good move, threatening knight B4, and white should play A3 at that time. Then A3 खेलना इसमें जरूरी हो जाता है at some time.
Hmm.
So be it now or later, it doesn't matter. Knight B4 immediately may not be a useful move. I think we can go back to bishop E2 also and then play A3. B6 also Rook C1 and knight B, yeah, B6. So I think A3 is preferable to Rook C1, but Rook C1 is also possible. Like you can play knight B4 then bishop B1, and ऐसा कोई खतरा नहीं है. So
ओके सो जो
either Rook,
अभी सर मैं बीच बीच में थोड़ा हिंदी में भी लोगों को एक्सप्लेन कर
बिल्कुल
देता हूँ।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, yes.
तो अभी जो सिचुएशन है यहाँ पर, जैसा कि सर बोल रहे हैं कि इट्स बेटर टू यहाँ पर दोनों पीसेस को बोर्ड पर रखना जरूरी है और हैंगिंग पॉन के साथ खेलने के लिए तैयार हैं, ताकि अगर अपोनेंट सिटी यहाँ पे मारते भी है तो पॉन से ही मारेंगे। तो आइडिया ये है कि जब हैंगिंग पॉन होते हैं तो आपको एक्टिविटी मिलती है, और इस गेम में हम्पी को एक्टिविटी की जरूरत है अगर आपको मैच जीतना है। यहाँ पे रुक C1 आया सर, रुक C1, सो नाउ शी मे
Yes,
बी
yeah.
रेडी टू कीप दिस बिशप टू B1 इन सम मोमेंट।
Yes. So तो अभी नेक्स्ट मूव होंगे कैसल और रुक E1, एंड अगर नाइट B4 करते हैं तो बिशप B1, अदरवाइज कैसल्स रुक E1, and then we can think what to do. Perhaps pull back BB1 ourselves and then queen E2 or something. When the D2 knight becomes useful, then the attack could be dangerous. So white has some free moves, castles, rook E1, bishop B1, then decide where to move the queen. I prefer sometimes queen C2. अगर A3 करके queen C2 आ जाए BB1 के बाद, so BB1 के बाद A3 queen C2 आ जाए तो कुछ खतरा हो सकता है ब्लैक के H7 के ऊपर। सो वो टाइप से कुछ प्लान होना चाहिए, और इसमें हमें किंग साइड अटैक के लिए खेलना है। व्हाइट मस्ट प्ले फॉर किंग साइड अटैक इन दिस स्ट्रक्चर, एंड व्हाइट मस्ट प्ले शार्प, एंड इफ देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ अ रिस्की मूव, आइदर यू win or lose, then I think that it should be preferable to something that leads to obvious draw.
Yeah, Humpy has
So
to
it is
take
clear
chance in
that
this game
yes,
because
yes,
you cannot play
it's
draw
clear.
here. You have to go for win.
Yes. So black is now thinking twice before castling. So, or where to put the bishop? Yes, that's also a question, whether to put the bishop on B7 or A6. So bishop A6, in my opinion, is not. Yeah, B7 normal, castles normal, castle normal, and A3, BB1, rook E1. So white has that sort of possibility that white can keep on playing. White should not generally play A3 and B4, because then DC4 becomes
Okay, ऑलरेडी
a
यहाँ पर
strong
कैसल कर
possibility.
लिया है, दोनों साइड ने
हम्म,
कैसल कर लिया है। ओके,
हम्म।
सो नाउ दिस इज लाइक
हो
ओके,
सकता
नाउ
है
गेम इज एंडिंग।
रुक इवन या क्वीन E2 दोनों मूव खेल सकते हैं।
रुक
क्वीन
E1
E2
एंड
भी एक
कॉल
अच्छा
क्वीन
ऑप्शन होता है। क्वीन E2 एक अच्छा ऑप्शन होता है, तो रुक को D1 में लाते हैं F1 वाले रुक को।
E2।
या बट आई प्रीफर थोड़ा सा रुक E1, क्योंकि बाद में रुक E3 कभी भी आ सकते हैं उसमें, नाइट E5 जाके, तो
और
इट
सर एक
बिकम्स अ
बार
वेरी।
A3 कर लेना चाहिए क्या? वाइट
हाँ,
शुड प्ले।
A3 शायद सेफ रहेगा। A3 में एक प्रॉब्लम होता है कि ब्लैक कैन प्ले नाइट F क्वीन E2। ओके,
हाँ,
आई
शी
थिंक अ
प्लेड
वेरी
क्वीन।
वेरी सेटिस्फैक्टरी मूव, आई मस्ट से। या
रुक C8 आते हुए यहाँ पे। नाउ लेट्स सी वेयर हम्पी इज गोइंग टू प्लेस दिस रुक ऑन फ्रॉम F1, मे बी D1 to behind the her hanging pawn. So this is nice. Okay, and sir maybe knight F1 now, knight F1, knight G3 यहाँ पे आ सकता है।
यस, I think, yeah, black should, yeah, knight F1, knight G3 is possible, yeah, because you want to exchange. But also, I think the idea could be, generally when you move knight to F1, black creates chances with knight B4 and knight E4. So perhaps let's see. I think at this stage, because we can think more, perhaps. How do you like bishop B1 and then straight knight E5 or something?
और
So
also sir
that's
one more
also,
thing,
yeah.
maybe knight F1, knight E3.
Yes, knight F1, knight E3, but again, you don't want to capture CD5. So
Yes, yes,
black
yes,
is
yes.
playing. So black is playing rook E8. So black is, I think, willing to meet CD5 with ED5, and then knight E4 will come. So now where to? Knight F1 looks fine. Now putting knight on E3 is also fine. And then let's see how to go about it. I think just improving the positions, that's more important now. Let's concentrate on the plans. So knight on D2 needs improvement. So let's take the knight to E3 first. Black plays knight E4. We may have to take some
So
drastic
knight
steps.
maybe
Directly knight E4 is not
she
coming.
played knight F1, maybe idea of
Knight
knight
F1,
E3.
yeah. So one possibility is knight B4, but we just go bishop B1.
Knight B4,
So,
bishop
and then
B4.
knight E4 is not useful because we can play A3. Yeah, we could see that. So somewhere black will play bishop D6 or bishop F8, bishop D6 preferably. So knight E3, somehow the bishop will have to be pulled back to B1 after knight E3. And where to put the queen again?
But for example, if she goes for knight B4 or something, then bishop B1.
Yeah, then I think bishop B1, that's good for me because I am planning to play. Yeah,
bishop
now
F8.
I can play
Anyway,
A3 and
A3 is
C5.
coming.
Now I get A3 and C5. So then I'll get connected also. So yeah, in fact,
Okay, she
A3
played
may
bishop
threaten
F8.
C5. Bishop F8, okay. So little worse, I think. Knight e3 should be played. I think she wants to play g6 and bg7. Do you think that? I think she wants to
Looks
play
like.
g6 and bishop g1. But it could be a theoretical mistake if white gets
But
c5. Then white
if
could.
she played g6 something, maybe for future we have option of do something from here.
Um, well, I think with bishop on g7, we have a different way of playing. We could play c5 and try to play on the queen side and take on c5 with a rook.
He played a3 first.
Yes, I think a shrewd move. And only thing is the problem is knight f5. As I said, when you play a3, knight f5 becomes a matter of concern because you can't play b4. So that's why I was avoiding a3.
So knight a5, we have to go back to knight d2 or something to defend the.
Knight f3 will have to come to d2, I think, probably. Or maybe
But
knight
which
1
knight?
d2.
One first.
Knight,
Okay.
yeah, I think knight a5, knight 1 d2, and then we get knight e5. So our opponent will have to go back knight c6. Yeah, so there we can go back bishop
अगर ये
b1
वाला
first.
नाइट इधर ये आता है यहाँ पे तो ये वाला नाइट वापस आएगा डिफेंड करने के लिए एंड देन दिस नाइट विल गो टू e5 बिकॉज दिस नाइट लीव द e5 स्क्वायर.
हाँ, तो कुछ हम थ्रेड्स क्रिएट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि नाइट जब c6 से हट जाता है देन ऑफ कोर्स वी हैव अ चांस ऑफ.
बट फॉर एग्जांपल अपार्ट फ्रॉम नाइट e5 और क्या खेल सकता है ब्लैक यहाँ पे?
नाइट g6 इज समथिंग व्हिच आई डोंट रियली अप्रूव ऑफ क्योंकि g6 में शायद बिशप b1 हम वैसे भी हट जाएंगे बट फॉर बिशप g7 आई रियली वांट टू प्ले c5. सो बिशप b1 एंड बिशप g7 में शायद हम c5 कर पाएंगे. शायद, लेकिन pawn into pawn is a serious concern, so it may be risky. So knight d7 and b4 e5. So here these positions are who is quicker. Black goes knight d7 and for b4.
She played g6.
G6, okay. So
खेला उन्होंने g6 यहाँ पे.
That means c5 is not going to be attractive. So knight e3 she may play knight a5. Okay. It's heading towards an equal game now because bishop g7 cannot be met with c5 because black's idea is to play bishop g7. If white gets c5 and b4, white wins, almost wins. But c5 pawn into pawn may come, or black may play. Yeah, now of course c5 is not making any sense. Pawn into pawn is coming. But
so she came knight e3. Now bishop g7. And now you're talking about c5.
Yeah, now I was thinking of c5. And now, yeah, this was my idea that now I want to play b4. If I get b4, I'm almost in a winning position.
If she take, we will take with pawn.
Yeah, now I will take with the pawn. Yeah, so now whose pawns are stronger? Yes.
Okay.
So whose pawns are stronger? This is a risk you have to take. e5. E5.
I think this is the chance. Humpy has to take here c5.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance of losing this, of course, but c5 should be played because black already put bishop on g7. And if black now
she played c5. She played c5.
Very good, wonderful. So that's what she was planning. I think the entire planning I could make out that she played a3. So as I said, c5. And now if you get b4, it's almost winning. So
दोस्तों जो चांस यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा देख रहे हैं कि वो चांस क्या हो सकता है एक्चुअली में. विवेक भाई बोर्ड गया है क्या कुछ? ओके, ओके. सो आइडिया यहाँ पे ये है कि हाँ अभी हमारे 3 पॉन रहने वाले हैं यहाँ पे और अपोनेंट का 1 है. सो देयर इज अ चांस ऑफ क्रिएटिंग पास्ट पॉन्स. डेफिनेटली वहां पे निकलेगा कुछ ना कुछ और प्रेशर डालना है ले टिंगजी के ऊपर.
और मोर और लेस वो डोमिनेशन जो होगा b4 b5 में वो अलाउ नहीं कर सकते. तो ब्लैक विल प्ले e5 threatening e4. But then we'll play bishop b5 and we'll try to
release
attack
one piece from here.
The center pawns. So e5 bishop b5 and we attack the center pawns. e5 and d5 pawns. But
so हम यहाँ पे देखने वाले हैं कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग गेम जहां पर कुनेरू हम्पी ट्राई करेंगी क्वीन साइड से और लेई टिंगजे को सेंटर से कुछ ना कुछ करना होगा. तो एक इंटरेस्टिंग गेम होने वाला है दोस्तों.
यस, ये गेम अभी बराबरी में नहीं छूट सकता. आई थिंक हम्पी हैज गॉट इनटू अ पोजीशन वेयर either she wins or the opponent wins, which is something a very important factor. And white is going to, if white gets free before b5, white will win. Of course, c6 will come. So black will, if black gets e5 and e4, black will win a piece. So e5 bishop b5 attacks the. So we can see some chances where black can go wrong. Say e5 bishop b5 attacking the. Putting pressure on the d5
अगर e5 खेला यहाँ पे और हमने बिशप हटाया यहाँ पे बिशप b5
और अगर d4 खेलते हैं तो knight c4. I think suddenly d4 अगर खेलते हैं So we
knight
can play
c4.
knight c4. Suddenly we are threatening knight d6. We are also putting pressure on e5. And this is suddenly going to be extremely dangerous for black. So that is what she will have to try for. And Humpy
And
has,
also here, e5 is very important. You cannot delay e5 here.
yes, if black doesn't play e5, then white gets b4, b5, and c6. Then the black pieces are all in a box. And once you get such pieces in the box, yes, even if
And what
white's
about
turn to play
this
here,
kind of try, for example?
yeah, a5 here, yes. I think I'll
Bishop
play bishop
b5
b5.
and then b4.
Bishop b5. Yes.
Hmm.
Bishop b5, and I'll probably play b4 next.
Hmm.
And I'll also try to put pressure with different moves, like putting a knight on e5 or d4, where there could be some chances. Somewhere,
So
I think white has created chances. Objectively, I wouldn't
he
say
played
white is
e5.
better.
She played e5
e5.
here.
e5 is
So
forced, bishop b5 is forced. I think some of the
and
moves
now
are
the fourth move,
forced.
you have to remove your bishop because this pawn is coming here forward, and we need to play queen side. So first thing is move your bishop to b5 and get ready to exchange if needed. देखते हैं यहाँ पर
Yeah,
कोनेरू
but
हम्पी क्या खेलती हैं.
I'm generally worried about giving that bishop. Like bishop b5 में अगर हमको b4 का मौका मिलेगा फिर अच्छा होगा. So what will black do then? See, bishop b5, if you get b4, then we may even threaten bishop into knight and b5 and c6. Then the d5 and e5 pawns will be subject to attack by all our pieces. तो bishop b5 में black क्या करेंगे ये भी एक है.
Oh,
d4,
she played the
knight
d4. Now
c4.
she allows knight
I
c4.
think white has huge advantage now. Knight c4, huge
Knight
advantage in my
c4.
opinion. Yes, huge advantage I think.
Knight c4, knight d6 is coming, and now this position is actually favoring Humpy.
Yes, knight d6. She can't play bishop f8.
She might be planning knight d5, knight f4, but she might be miss knight d6 first.
No, she's probably giving that exchange and knight f4 and trying to attack with d3 or something. But I'm comfortable. At least imbalance has been created. So knight d5, knight d6, knight f4. I have to go queen f1. So I'm ready to win the exchange. I need not win the exchange because
Sir,
my
what about
can...
bishop f8? She played bishop f8. Oh, now b4 is coming anyway.
b4. I think white is winning. White is winning now because...
Okay, now Humpy need to
I
maintain
I
the...
could do... Yeah. I think I could even take knight into e5 soon. After b4, I may be able to play knight into e5 also, but directly it won't come because of bishop into d5 and queen d5 or something. But let's play b4 here. Black has no useful move. Black has literally no move here.
b4.
So I'm very happy about this position. White also has a nasty plan sometime of moving that knight to d6 as a sacrifice sometimes if the c6 is weak.
Yes,
so even that becomes a... But let's first play b4 so that black has no useful move.
Just secure the c pawn first.
Yes, I think we secure the c5
Humpy
pawn.
Just thinking, but maybe she's just calculating any center strike or something. So just I think b4 is natural now anyway because you have to save the c5 pawn.
Perhaps it is calculating knight into e5. I consider it to be unnecessary. I mean knight c e5. Knight e5, knight e5, because you are losing the c5 pawn.
But you need to just careful. We need to careful with this only.
But knight e5, bishop e8 is a possibility also. So
okay,
knight e5. I think she's analyzing knight e5. And
knight e5.
No, the other knight is probably better, maybe, or this knight.
Okay, this knight first.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, but and knight
then
e5.
Knight e5.
Yeah, you have to capture knight e5. No, b8 lose 2 pieces for a rook.
Okay, but sir, here if knight e5, this knight is coming.
This knight e5. Okay. Yeah, queen d5 is forced.
So queen d5 and then maybe f4.
Yeah, but
support.
I would prefer that with c5 pawn protected.
Okay, that's why I like b4 first.
Yes, so when I play b4, I'm really threatening knight e5 and queen d5 f4. And I don't have to worry about d3 and then bishop c5 check and all those.
Because e4 and anything is not coming now. So b4 is more natural currently. Yes. Just play b4.
And yes, rather than calculating knight into e5 and the complications lines which come from queen d5.
Humpy should not fall under over analyzing.
Black may sacrifice d3 or something, bishop c5 check.
She lost almost 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes to thinking about this position.
Oh, yeah, but I think she's ahead of opponent in time. I think b4 is an obvious move. Why she doesn't play? There must be some logic. She's afraid of knight d5, knight f4, or knight h5, knight f4. But
So
I'm
b4
prepared to.
finally
Yes,
she
okay,
played.
wonderful. So big advantage, and if given a chance, knight f e5 wins.
And
So
the interesting thing is, black is not able to push any of his pawns, her pawns.
yes, yeah, that's the purpose. Because if black can play e4 or d3 and followed by e4, it could be dangerous for white as well. But since black's pawns are blocked and white has various options, also the rooks on c8, e8, they don't have good squares. Anytime
Mhm.
a6 is played, there will be a new knight b6 possibility coming. After a6, white can save the bishop, and then knight b6 will be an additional option. So the pin remains. The rook has no way of getting out of the pin. Rook e6 is perhaps a possibility, but again you have to worry about knight g5
She played
coming, knight
knight h5.
h5.
She want to come knight
Yeah,
f4.
I think queen f1 is good here. I'm a bit
Just
worried about
stay out of any problem, any trouble.
yeah, I'm a bit worried about playing g3 because queen d5. I don't know what's happening there.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow we have to see that the bishop on b7 has latent power. When we play move like g3,
This is very
the
important
bishop
position.
suddenly
Humpy
can.
need to
Yes,
take care
yes,
of black counter play
yeah.
coming from knight f4, queen d5.
So I thought queen f1 as a precautionary move. And when knight f4 comes, we play g3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, still there is queen d5 at that stage. We can just play knight cd2 at that time. Yeah, I think it looks good. I was just analyzing if you play on the board queen f1, knight f4, g3, g3. And
Queen
perhaps
d5.
if queen d5, then knight cd2, and I'm really strong. The other knight, and I'm attacking the knight. I'm also threatening bishop c4,
Mm-hmm.
followed by b5, and the e5 pawn is also weak. And I
Mm-hmm.
think I'm doing well here. Bishop c4, then perhaps b5 and c6. I'll close your bishop, which is threatening to give checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be a possibility. Yeah, so I think queen
He played
f1
directly
should.
g3. Okay.
Yeah, I think g3. I'm a little worried about queen d5, but she must have calculated
But
queen
queen d5
d5.
is still knight d2.
Yeah,
Your
knight
same plan.
c8 was, yes. Yes. But
Queen
at least that
d5.
knight is noted. Yeah. Queen d5,
She played
perhaps
queen f6.
queen f6. Okay, she wants to attack that.
But
Now
still
the
knight
f3,
fd2 and knight e4.
yes, knight fd2, knight e4, and knight d6. So I think now, yes, knight d2 is
Yeah.
strong.
Oh, okay. Anyway, this is also fine. Humpy want to go d6 anyway.
Yes, knight fd2 is the right move here because queen
Yeah,
f6
knight
is a
fd2
bad
is
move.
better. Yes, knight e4. Yes.
Yeah, because now there is no risk of f5 and such moves.
Now
So
this is
now
in
this is,
control, sir. This is in control
yeah.
now.
Now black will not give a single threat because knight e4 and knight d6. I may take an exchange or may not take an exchange. Once I put knight d6 and I put bishop c4, I have mating attack.
दोस्तों यहाँ पे जो सर बता रहे हो हम जो समझ पा रहे हैं कि अब ब्लैक की तरफ से थ्रेट आना यहाँ से बंद हो चुके हैं अब सब कुछ ये नाइट इधर आने वाला है और फिर d6 के स्क्वायर पे नाइट जाने वाला है पूरी तरह से पोजीशन कंट्रोल में और ये सब होने के बाद यहाँ पे ध्यान रखिए कि व्हाइट के पास 3 पॉन है ब्लैक के पास 1 पॉन है तो जैसे ही वो क्वीन साइड से पॉन बढ़ना शुरू होंगे जैसे ही पोजीशन स्टेबल होती है यहाँ पर हम्पी जो है गेम में पकड़ बनाती हुई सो लेट्स सी यहाँ से लेई टिंगजे कैसे कंटिन्यू करती हैं
तो इस तरह की पोजीशन जो है जहाँ पे कोई काउंटर प्ले नहीं है उस पोजीशन में हम्पी बहुत ही एक अच्छी खिलाड़ी है और उसके लिए वो मतलब पहले से फेमस भी है कि अगर ओपोनेंट को काउंटर प्ले ना हो तो बहुत ही बढ़िया उनका प्रदर्शन रहता है सो आई थिंक क्वीन एफ सिक्स इज अ सॉर्ट ऑफ मूव विच गिव्स अ टेम्पो एंड ब्लैक गोज बैक queen e7 then there's direct knight d6 so when g3 has been played black queen must have planned to come to d5
d5
so now if she tries queen d6 knight e4 queen e6 knight e4 queen d5 then we may play knight d6 queen d5 knight d6 with the deadly threat is now bishop c4
now maybe
so
knight
white just
c6
wins bishop c4 is
yes
a deadly threat bishop into d6 and knight into d6 and now there is no threat coming against g2 for example let us see what happens to d3
No, or maybe knight
rook
a4 or something too.
knight b4. I think I have
Something.
yeah.
A knight into
Knight
b7.
b4,
Everything
b7.
is
Yes.
finished.
So
Yeah.
yeah. So I think d3 is the move which I was.
सर आई
d3
थिंक
that's
मूव
the
हुआ
move
है
that
बोर्ड पे,
fails.
बोर्ड हुआ है,
d3 अच्छा, okay,
वही
okay.
मूव हुआ है बोर्ड पे।
अच्छा, तो एक्सचेंज देने के लिए तैयार हो गई है, लेकिन एक्सचेंज देके भी
उन्होंने रुक
पोजीशन
d8 खेला सर पहले, पर विच
हाँ
इज नॉट एक्यूरेट एक्चुअली।
या तो अभी एक्सचेंज चला जाएगा, nd6 में एक को एक्सचेंज देना ही पड़ेगा और कोई भी कॉम्पेंसेशन नहीं है। नाइट
तो
d6
नाइट d6 बिशप
जस्ट
d6
नाइट d6 और यू मे गेन बिशप c4 आल्सो इफ यू वांट। नाइट d6 bd6 bc4 भी कर सकते हैं।
सर नाइट
या नाइट
d6 बिशप d6 पॉन से भी मार सकते हैं क्या?
कौन से भी मार सकते हैं, c6 भी अटैक हो गया, कौन से शायद ज्यादा अच्छा होगा।
हाँ, क्योंकि वो रुक मर ही रहा है और फिर रुक c7 भी आ रहा है।
यस, आई थिंक नाइट cd6 इज नाउ विनिंग एंड well, let's see.
कम ऑन हम्पी।
Looks like a good game. So let's look at this. Knight cd6, bd6 is if bd6 is not played, bishop c4 is deadly.
तो
b7
यहाँ
is
पर
attacked.
दोस्तों अगर ये नाइट d6 पे आ रहा है तो उसके बाद पोजीशन खराब हो रही है, क्योंकि ये एक एक्सचेंज कम से कम देना पड़ेगा आपको। यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हो डबल अटैक है, सो बिशप d6 मारना होगा आफ्टर cd6, c6 मर रहा है और इस पे सपोर्ट लगाना मुश्किल है और पीछे रुक रखा हुआ है। तो ये पोजीशन पूरी तरह से जो है वो हम्पी, और बिल्कुल हम्पी ने खेल दिया है नाइट इंटू d6, बिशप इंटू d6 एंड नाउ दिस द पॉइंट, c इंटू
Yes,
d6 इज बेटर मूव।
yes, क्योंकि उसमें डायरेक्ट थ्रेट c6 मारने का है और नाइट c5 खेल के b7 बिशप मारने का है। सो पीस कट रहा है, पीस बचाने का कोई तरीका नहीं है। मतलब शायद वो थोड़ा सा
हम्पी वेंट
वीकर
नाइट
मूव है,
d6। ओके,
थोड़ा सा वीकर मुंह है, क्योंकि रुक इंटू d6 कर देंगे। यस, लेकिन ये भी बहुत ही अच्छी मुंह है और क्योंकि e8 हैंगिंग है, यहाँ हम d4 ले सकते हैं।
ओ सर
सो
बिशप इंटू
शायद
d4 आ रहा है।
बिशप इंटू d4, नाइट इंटू d4, रुक इंटू d4,
हम्म।
क्वीन इंटू d4, बिशप इंटू e8, क्वीन d5।
थोड़ा ध्यान देना होगा।
थोड़ा सा ध्यान देना होगा शायद, लेकिन
हम्पी प्लेड रुक c5 फर्स्ट, वो d5 के
ठीक है,
स्क्वायर को कंट्रोल में ले।
ठीक है, अच्छी स्क्वायर, अच्छी मुंह है d4, लेकिन वो रुक को बचा लेंगे अभी ना। नहीं, एक हमारा थ्रेट और रुक e7 भी आ सकता है, लेकिन हमें डी पॉन को थोड़ा सा ध्यान देना है। तो रुक e6 करेंगे तो c6 गार्ड हो जाएगा और रुक e6 कंपलसरी मूव हो जाएगी और बिशप c4 अगर करते हैं तो रुक e7 जाएंगे। तो हमें बिशप d5, एक तो अच्छा है, रुक e6 में हम बिशप c4 बिशप d5 करेंगे ताकि हमारा पोजिशनल एडवांटेज बना रहे। There won't be any counter play. I think rook e6 we can play. Either we try to exchange the bishops with bishop a6,
तो रुकी से उन्होंने खेला रुक c7 खेला है सर।
7, तो वो कुछ कट नहीं रहा है क्या
सर
इसमें?
बिशप c6 नहीं आ रहा है क्या?
हाँ, बिशप सी से bd4 में क्वीन डी, बिशप bd4 में क्या कर रही है? बिशप से बिशप या bd4 ed4 रुक c6, बहुत ही ज्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, देखना पड़ेगा।
हाँ ओके,
बिशप c6 bd4 ed4 रुक c6,
बिशप c6 बिशप d4 एंड
ed4
देन
ओनली मूव है और रुक c6 देना पड़ेगा, दैट्स द आइडिया। सो इसमें कितना मटेरियल ज्यादा है, बहुत ही, इनसे तो पूरा ही वन साइडेड गेम हो गया। सो ये शायद कॉम्बिनेशन
बट
ये आ रहा
हम्पी
है।
ने यहाँ पे बिशप c1 खेला है और उन्होंने अपना बिशप ओपन कर लिया यहाँ पे।
अच्छा, लेकिन अभी भी अच्छा, थोड़ा सा कहीं एडवांटेज कम होते दिख रहा है।
क्योंकि नाइट आ रहा है अभी, यहाँ से डिफेंस इंप्रूव हो रहा
नहीं,
है।
तुरंत नहीं, तुरंत रुक e1 करके f6 करवाना पड़ेगा।
रुक e1 खेलना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे।
हाँ, और f6 करवाना पड़ेगा, लेकिन नाइट e6 में कोई ऐसा दम नहीं है, क्योंकि हम बिशप हट सकते हैं, वो रुक हट सकते हैं। But only thing is that immediate finish has been missed out. Now we are exchange up and we are playing with our technique. What to do with the bishop after f6? That bishop h6 is in a dangerous position. Bishop h6 can be a good plan with pawn on f7. लेकिन जब f6 आएगा, नाइट f7, बिशप को पीछे हटना पड़ेगा। सो कहीं
तो
पे वो
यहाँ पर
नाइट
टाइम
e6
में प्रेशर में हम्पी बिशप g5 खेला है उन्होंने
f6 को
एंड
प्रोवोक
दिस
कर
इज
रही है।
नॉट
ठीक है,
सो
दूसरे
गुड
बिशप
मूव,
का चेक, या दूसरे बिशप
बट
का चेक
एनीवे
आ
द
जाएगा।
पोजीशन इज ओके स्टिल।
क्वीन c4 चेक शायद खेलना चाहती है, नाइट e6 में
उन्होंने
बिशप
बिशप
c4
c4
चेक, ठीक
खेला
है,
है।
नाइट f7।
थोड़ा
सो कहीं
प्रेशर है यहाँ पे दिख रहा है।
आई थिंक ब्लैक इज स्लोली क्रिएटिंग अ डिफेंसिव मैकेनिज्म। बिशप हट
हम्म।
जाएंगे d2 या c1 में, बट वी
हाँ।
डिड नॉट सक्सीड इन एक्टिवेटिंग द बिशप टू c1। कहीं वो बिशप एक्टिव नहीं है, and we have to depend on stopping e4
Bishop
d3.
d2.
अच्छा, इसमें e4 क्यों अलाउ कर रहे हैं देखेंगे, कोई बिशप f4 करेंगे, e4 में बिशप f4 नहीं हो रहा है, रुक इनटू h5 करके करेंगे क्या?
सर ये
शायद
नाइट ट्रैप हो सकता है क्या? नहीं,
e4 में g4
नाइट इससे
ठीक
बट
है,
मारना पड़ेगा, ये तो मारना पड़ेगा। हाँ,
ये
क्वीन
मानना पड़ेगा, वही तो उन्होंने किया है।
बट आई थिंक
So
देन टेक द कंट्रोल इन द सी फाइल, सी फाइल पे चले जाए, दूसरा रुक
we have
लेके
to try to penetrate at c7. That's the reason why she played bishop.
या
So rook c1, and if rook c7 comes, white will win. So
हाँ,
rook c1, and if queen d6, queen c4 perhaps, and
आई
then
थिंक यहाँ पे
rook
ओके, सी वेंट टू c1,
queen d7, and yeah, I thought queen b5 is strong also. No, queen b5, there will be queen h3. Now I have to come back queen f1. Okay, so rook c7, you achieve rook
सर
c7.
क्वीन
but
d7 पे रुक c7 तो नहीं आ रहा ना?
हाँ, क्योंकि उसमें नहीं खेलना चाहिए, क्योंकि उसमें ब्लैक विल बी इन अ वेरी स्ट्रांग पोजीशन, आई थिंक. No, we'll have to
And what
have
about queen
c7
d, what
supported.
about queen d7, queen b5?
Yeah, queen d7, queen b5. I think maybe black may not play queen d7 also. Queen b5, I was just wondering queen h3.
Here, queen h3, okay.
And then we have to play queen f1, and then again
Queen
back
f1.
queen d7. Queen d, and then we go and goes back queen d7 or something.
Humpy is still winning and better position, exchange up. The only thing is she need to keep
How to
calm
improve?
and finish this game.
Yeah. So queen d7, maybe we just play f3 first. It's a possibility, I think. A valid possibility. But then we can't play queen e4.
She allowed queen c4. Okay.
No, if queen c4 comes, it's winning because the bishop is closed and two minor pieces getting exchanged. I think yes, queen c4, queen into queen.
Queen c4 पे queen h3 आए तो queen f1 आ रहा है वापस. Okay.
नहीं, queen h3 में अभी threat नहीं है वैसे, so we can start with rook c7 also.
Okay, yes. So queen c4 is better.
Yes,
Humpy played queen c4.
Yes, अभी e3 में queen into queen करेंगे और bishop into pawn देके वो वाला bishop मार देंगे. So now we are winning. Queen into queen, rook into queen, or even e3. Then we can play queen e6, rook e6, bishop e3 first, pawn into e3, then rook c7 check and rook into b7.
Okay, and then this is winning then. And now how complication तो चले गए.
So queen c4 जाके अगर e3 करते हैं तो भी शायद मार के rook c7 जाके rook exchange करेंगे. So I think even queen c4, rook c4, e3, we take f3.
Oh, anyway, okay, she allows us. She allowed rook c7.
Yes,
so now
wonderful.
This is over.
Multiple exchange. It's not one exchange.
होने वाले हैं अभी.
It's multiple exchange. Queen and rook are getting exchanged, which means elementary win. A7 pawn will go. The bishop is in trouble. Now it's probably a resignable position. Good game. Rook c7
okay,
played instantly. Now time is going to decide. Yes, but 1 minute for Humpy and it's time for probably to resign because
Humpy ने शानदार कंट्रोल किया इस गेम में. क्वीन साइड से बढ़िया खेला, सेंटर से अच्छा खेला.
यस, e3 कर दिया तो मार के अच्छा मारा तो क्वीन e4 कर रहा है.
क्वीन c7 डायरेक्ट. हाँ,
पहले क्वीन c7 करना होगा और बाद में हम f3 करके हमें एक पॉन मिल जाएगा. क्वीन पिन हो चुकी है तो बस अभी हम क्वीन लड़े या सिर्फ f3 करें, दोनों बहुत अच्छा है. जैसे f3 कर देते हैं और बस गेम इज ओवर.
यस हो गया. अभी f3 मार लिया, क्वीन कभी भी एक्सचेंज करेंगे और ये एक्सचेंज
तो बिशप इनटू e3 मार लेंगे. एफ में डी में बिशप इनटू e3
पॉन अप है हम.
हां,
पॉन नहीं, पॉन बराबर
क्लियर हो गए. वो पॉन चला गया. क्वीन स्पिन
पर a7 बचेगा नहीं सर.
हाँ नहीं, अभी क्वीन इनटू क्वीन चेक का बड़ा थ्रेट है तो बिशप बचाने के लिए उनको बिशप हटना पड़ेगा तो हमको और एक पॉन मिल जाएगा.
यस, तो पॉन अप भी हो जाएंगे और एक्सचेंज अप भी है और कॉम्प्लिकेशन जितने थे बोर्ड से वो चले गए सारे.
बिल्कुल. अभी इसमें कोई वन साइडेड गेम. एंड यहाँ शायद उन्होंने रिजाइन कर दिया है. हम देख रहे हैं 0.00 दिख रहा है और f3 में आइदर वो ली टिंजी टाइम पे हार गई है या फिर उन्होंने रिजाइन कर दिया है क्योंकि 0.00 आ चुका है वहां पे.
और ये
जब टाइम 0.00 आता है,
जब जीत की जरूरत थी तब जीते मैच.
यस, बहुत ही बढ़िया. ये हमेशा एक चैंपियन जो रहते हैं, जैसे एक विश्वनाथन आनंद के बारे में कहा जाता है कि जहां जरूरत हो बहुत अच्छा खेल लेते हैं. तो इम्पोर्टेंट टूर्नामेंट उसका एक बहुत अच्छा एक्सप्लेनेशन उन्होंने दिया था. आनंद से इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल टू प्ले वेल इन ऑल द टूर्नामेंट्स. यू जस्ट कांट बी द सेम. यू डोंट हैव दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ किलर इंस्टिंक्ट और स्पिरिट. वी प्ले सो मेनी टूर्नामेंट्स. So you have to decide where you are going to play more seriously,
और
where you
यहाँ
are going
पर
to use
कोनेरू
your
हम्पी
best
ये मैच जीत
novelties.
चुकी हैं, ऑफिशियली अनाउंस हो चुका है, तो इसके साथ ही शानदार वापसी की है उन्होंने। और अब दबाव फिर से ली टिंगजे पे होगा, क्योंकि जब आप बढ़त बनाने के बाद पीछे होते हैं तो फिर आप दबाव में आते हैं। बट अब टाइम फॉर्मेट बदलने वाला है सर। सो व्हाट डू यू थिंक
Yes,
अबाउट बिट
or
सेक्शन?
yeah, yeah. So हम आई थिंक हम थोड़े टाइम में ज्वाइन कर लेंगे,
यस,
और
फिर से हम
क्योंकि
वापस वापसी करेंगे जैसे
प्लेयर्स
अगले।
को 10-15 मिनट को रेस्ट तो देते होंगे, पानी पी के आने के लिए, कुछ खाने पीने के लिए। तो आई थिंक
यस
द
यस यस यस।
व्यूअर्स में जस्ट थिंक अबाउट हाउ अ चैंपियन इज डिफरेंट देन अदर्स, एंड हाउ वन इज एबल टू come back in a position where under pressure. So I think a great comeback, and let us now see, because we are still at a equal situation. Yes, all the tie breaks have three tie breaks. So classical, and then 15-10 and 10-10. They have ended in draw. So now we are at a position where the blitz. Humpy has been blitz world number one in 2023 or 24, if I am right. So again, blitz is also something which Humpy is playing.
No,
But I
he's
noticed here
good,
that
he's good.
Humpy is worse prepared than her opponent in the opening. And that is a matter of concern a bit from the Indian point of view. And that's a point of sort of hope for the from the Chinese point of view, because Humpy is likely to spend more time in opening, and that's a very important point. But good that when under pressure, Humpy is now decided to maintain more time than her opponent. It's a great game, and yes, viewers will see you in a while, and the games will start, and we'll see you soon.
ओके, तो सर जो है वापस जुड़ेंगे प्रवीण सर, अगला मैच जो है वो होने वाला है। एंड वन ऑफ द थिंग आई वांट टू टेल यू ऑल द व्यूअर्स दैट आई वांट टू डिस्कस और आई वांट टू शेयर विथ यू दैट Pravin Thipsay sir scored a grandmaster norm where even the Vishwanathan Anand didn't score the norm. He won even the Arjun award before Vishwanathan Anand, and he was 7 times national champion. He represented India in chess Olympiad record 7 times. He was the first person who started writing the articles in the newspaper in Times of India. एक कॉलम आता था जहाँ पे चेस के पोजीशंस आते थे, तो इंडियन मीडिया के अंदर पहला अगर किसी ने चेस डाला थोड़ा, तो वो प्रवीण थिप्से सर थे। तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा नॉलेजेबल पर्सन है। कई बार उनका एक्सप्लेनेशन डेफिनेटली आप कई लोगों को समझ नहीं आ रहा होगा, क्योंकि वो बहुत डिटेल में इस चीज़ को बता रहे हैं। अगर यहाँ पे कोई जीएम भी बैठा होगा तो वो बहुत एंजॉय करके उनकी कमेंट्री सुनेगा। तो कभी कभी जब आपको दिखता है कि बड़े प्लेयर आ रहा है इधर पे, जो हो सकता है कि आपको, क्योंकि जो सागर भाई एक्सप्लेन करते हैं, नॉट एवरीवन इज गोइंग टू रीच दैट लेवल, बिकॉज एक व्यूअर्स के साथ उनका एक सेटअप बन गया है। बट फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ सागर भाई इज नॉट अवेलेबल एंड वी आर ट्राइंग टू ब्रिंग यू सम ऑफ द brilliant people like Pravin sir, I hope you should learn, try to enjoy, because if you have to see like what you can learn from him. तो ठीक है, हम कोशिश करेंगे इसको थोड़ा आसान बनाने की, लेकिन हमेशा उतना बेहतर तो या जो आपका कॉम्बिनेशन सेटअप है वैसा तो नहीं होगा ना। सो आई होप कि बी रिस्पेक्टफुल एंड ट्राई टू एंजॉय। एंड हम यहाँ पे इसीलिए हैं सागर भाई, नहीं है कि कम से कम कुछ तो हम देख सकें लाइव, थोड़ा तो हम गेन कर सकें, थोड़ा तो हम डिस्कशन कर सकें, बजाय इसके कि लाइव स्ट्रीम ही ना हो। सो दिस इज़ माई रिक्वेस्ट टू यू, हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट, ट्राई टू एंजॉय, and we will try to bring more and more inside whatever in our style. Not everyone is not same definitely, but anyway we are trying our best to bring something, some good chess for you. Okay, so take care, and we will write back soon before the next game, and hope this time Humpy will take strike first and then maintain the lead and qualified for the final. So see you soon. We will come back. सो एवरीवन हियर जल्दी जो है यहाँ पर तीसरा टाई ब्रेक शुरू होने वाला है. इन द थर्ड टाई ब्रेक the games is the time control will be 5+3. It's a blitz game, but 5+3. And if this tie break also, if they didn't find any solution and game ended 1-1 again, then there will be 3+2 blitz, and that 3+2 blitz will continue until the final. Someone will take the lead. तो जब तक अभी 5+3 के 2 मैच हैं फिर से ब्लिट्स के, और अगर इसमें रिजल्ट नहीं आया तो इसके बाद 3+2 के मैच शुरू होंगे. 2 ही होंगे पहले, और 2 में रिजल्ट अगर आ गया तो आ गया, नहीं आया तो फिर वो 3+2 तब तक चलता रहेगा जब तक कि कोई एक लीड नहीं ले लेगा. तो सिंपल भाषा में समझे तो पहले ये 5+3 जो है इंपॉर्टेंट है. इधर रिजल्ट नहीं आया तो इसके बाद 3+2 से रिजल्ट निकाला जाएगा. सो हमारे साथ Pravin sir is also connected. So Pravin sir, welcome back again.
Yeah, thank you.
And this time Humpy is going to start with white pieces.
Yes. यहाँ पे ज्यादातर ऐसे देखा है हमने. We've seen that whites have been quite dominating. In the sense, the games are at very high quality, where generally white gets a technical edge, and players are so strong that they're able to make that edge quite serious. And as a result, in many games, white has been in a dominating position. Though a lot of games have ended in draws, but even during the
We had
classical,
witnessed yesterday Divya and Tan game. Compared to them, this is very clear that Humpy and Lei Tingjie is managing pressure more better because they both are more experienced.
yes, also we can see that hardly any mistakes. I mean, only 2 or 3 mistakes were committed in the classical games, and even the 15 minutes game, rarely mistakes. 10 minutes, yes, some mistakes did take place. But yesterday's, yes, Divya's match was a completely different type, and it was more or less like a street fighting game where anything could happen. And this is much more a sort of.
So game
yes,
started D4, D5 again.
Queen pawn again. Yes,
Okay.
very good. Again,
Slav
yes.
again. Knight F6.
Yes, we don't have much time for analyzing variations here. And I think it's going to be E3, but again, bishop F4, E3, E6. Okay.
Bishop D3.
So bishop D3, yeah, and not knight D2. So DC4, are you willing to play Meron? That's what Humpy wants to.
C4, bishop C4,
ask.
C5, yes.
Yeah, so yeah. But till I have played knight C3, Meron has no value. So
she again went for B3. This is nice.
So now she realized that knight on D2 was not good in this setup. And short castle, bishop b2, knight c3 is going to be a very strong setup, particularly black plays c5. So I think we'll see more or less idea of Kramnik, that castles and bishop b2 and knight c3 and queen e2 and then e4.
So she played bishop e7
bishop
here,
e7.
bishop b2.
I would, yeah, bishop b2, yes, as we were discussing. First castle, then knight c3, and then we are trying for e4 break. And black's option of dc4, okay. So
she
castle seems normal, and bishop a6 is not probably a possibility.
Knight bd2.
Knight d2, okay. I think a confusing move. I would have preferred knight on c3, but fine. b6 has been committed very quickly, so now she
castle already.
Yeah. So castles and e4. I think castles and e4 or direct e4. Direct e4 is also possibility. Very valid.
But why not to go safe, castle and then plan for e4?
But direct e4, what happens is after the preliminary action, there comes bishop b4 check.
Okay.
And the king on e1. So castles becomes a normal move. Although the plan is to play e4. But we should safeguard our pieces.
She castle and they immediately played c5.
Yes, c5. She doesn't want to allow that. So, okay, we are going to see a similar pawn structure here.
And right now there is no knight c6, no knight b4 threat this time.
Yes. Are we heading towards a similar position with queen e2 or rook c1? Or yes, now white has to decide where to put the pieces. Queen to e2 looks more natural to me.
No, she took
okay.
d5 exchange.
d5, okay. So I think she wants to play for the c6 weakness. So she will play rook c1 and pawn into pawn, knight into pawn, and bb7, then knight c6. She will try to take one bishop for one knight and try to play. It's a bit risky because I was talking of CD5, ND5, BB7, Rook C1 and CD4, knight into D4, BB7. Knight C6 could be a bit risky because take and there could be knight B4 coming. So I
She
think,
played now Queen E2.
yes, okay, Queen A2 first, not Rook C1. So, okay, which means that she is not going to play E4 at all. And she is going to play Rook on D1, Rook on C1 and pressurize on the light squares. Bishop A6 will be a plan. So after CD4, knight D4 and Bishop A6, Rook C1, knight C6, this will be the plan. The idea is to hit on the black squares. The difference between BD3 and Bishop E7 is now evident. Had black played Bishop Bishop D6 and Queen E7, black also would be in a position to play CD4 and Bishop A3. But it is not going to happen. And now whether one should play Bishop A6 directly or first Rook C1.
She played A3 first.
Yeah, so knight B4 prevented. So I think Rook A7, Rook FD1 could be the next two moves. Black must play BD6 here, but then knight C4 is coming, knight E4 is coming.
Okay, she exchanged the D4.
Yes.
Now knight D4 or knight D4?
BD4. I think knight D4 and BD4. I think knight D4 is the idea because
knight D4, knight C5.
Yeah,
Now,
that's
where we
what
are
I
going to
was
take this bishop.
fearing a bit, that we are not in a position Bishop C2, then Bishop A6. So Bishop A6 and where to put knight
Maybe
C4.
knight C4 then.
Yes, yeah. So, well, the idea of Bishop A6 is gone for a moment. Black is, I think, almost equalizing. But we could sometimes have threats with on the king side. So it's okay to put knight on and then move the queen to G4. So BC2 is forced and Bishop A6, knight C4 is forced.
Humpy is taking time here.
Yes, I think she's analyzing. She's analyzing Bishop C2, Bishop A6, knight C4, B5. But I think these are far-fetched moves because white knight also with threaten knight C6. So I think she should be
Bishop C2. So, I think she will go with Bishop A6 also.
Yeah, Bishop A6, knight C4, probably Rook C8 to stop knight E5. Okay. Knight C6,
knight
I mean.
C4,
knight C4.
Yes.
So Rook C8 to stop knight C6.
Then Rook need to be released from, I think, F1 to D1 somewhere.
Yes, Rook FD1, Queen F3, those moves seem to be natural.
So, Queen may for example, knight C4.
So knight C4, Rook C8, Rook FD1 will be the first choice. Yes.
A knight C4 played already.
Yes, Rook C8 is practically, or direct Bishop F6, but Rook C8 makes more sense. Bishop F6, knight
Rook
C6
C8 came, yes. I think now Rook D1 is almost forced.
Rook FD1, Bishop F6. I think it's roughly equal.
And then whenever you have time, you have to push B4.
B4 or Rook A7 first. B4 BB3 or B4 BD3. They are the options.
She played Rook D1, so she's going correct
Bishop
only.
F6. The B4 is sort of committal move which Humpy may not play, but B4 B5. If it's not played, then B4 B5 is strong. If you don't play Bishop F6, B4 B5 could be really strong. So Bishop F6 is
this move is very important, yes.
Yes, I think Bishop F6 and B4.
How Lei Tingjie will continue here?
Okay, B4, I think she will not be in a position to allow B5. So she is worried about Bishop F6, B4.
So maybe she's thinking about that. And if she don't play Bishop F6 here, then anyway, white will be fine soon.
Yes, no, she will have to depend on tactical B4, knight A4 or something. Yeah, that sort of possibility. But the C6, the queen doesn't have a good square. White queen is already in safety. Black must play Bishop F6. But what for B4? You can't move the knight. Knight A4.
So, for example, here, how black will continue if not Bishop F6?
No, Bishop F6 looks forced. Because
so Bishop F6, B4, knight A4 you're saying?
Yeah, knight A4, Queen D3 first, give a mate threat.
Okay, create the mate, okay.
Yeah. And after G6,
G6,
we can take on A4.
Then even Bishop A4.
And Bishop into C4, we just move Queen to E4 or D2, I think there is.
D2.
So we are penetrating at C6 now.
Yep. So that's why here Lei Tingjie is thinking more. From compared to last move, she already thought more than 1.5 minutes. She played knight A4. This is a blunder. Knight E6 is coming. Knight e6 is
Knight
coming.
knight e6, bishop e2, knight.
Knight
Yeah,
e6 and maybe queen h5 is coming after that for checkmate threat. Oh no, Humpy missed it something.
No, knight e6,
Humpy.
bishop. Yeah, knight e6 and f6, queen h5 was a too complex a line, and knight e6 nb2 was not possible. So, no, knight e6 was deliberately not played. I think she was not
Okay, now she
comfortable
played
with
queen
it.
g4. This is also better, looks better.
Yeah, there could be very serious threats, but c4 is now well guarded. My plan could be to plant knight b5 when my c2 is not hanging. First, I'm moving the knight to c6 or something, checkmating. So black must play bishop f6.
But here now white is looking better.
White is much better, I think. Yeah, bishop f6, e4. And you have to be
These
careful
two,
about that.
yeah.
You have to be careful about knight moving from d4.
Yeah, right now it's like knight e6 checkmate.
Yeah, knight e6 and various threats. No, bishop f6
I
is
think
forced.
bishop f6 is forced, sir.
Yes, and e4 is practically very strong.
Then e4 is coming. Oh.
Yes.
I think no matter what engine is saying here, I think now Lei in trouble.
Yes, I think so. There is the direct combat has begun and threats have started coming. So I think she was dependent. She was probably believing in bishop f6.
She played knight
f6,
f6 and this
a
is
very
not also
risky
good
move
move because now queen h4 is
yes,
coming.
queen h4. I want to play knight into e6 and whatnot, and you can't move the knight because of queen h7 mate. So you have to play h6. So queen h4, h6, and now I get a free move. If I have useful, can make use of that.
Maybe
free
knight
move.
f5 or something. And
I was wondering if knight e6 and such things are also.
so for example,
coming.
queen h4, h6 and knight f5. And then maybe
Knight f5 or
here,
knight
no?
e6. Knight f5 or knight.
Okay. Knight e6 also.
But knight e6, yeah, I have to see the queen. Yeah,
I think Humpy in control. Let's see, friends.
Yes.
अगर Humpy यहाँ पे पहले मैच में जीत लेती हैं तो ये बहुत फर्क डालेगा ब्लिट्ज में जीतना.
क्वीन h4. यहाँ शायद क्वीन बचना मुश्किल हो गया क्योंकि क्वीन का कोई घर नहीं है और अगर हम क्वीन c7 जाते हैं जैसे क्वीन h4 क्वीन c7 becomes quite a risky move.
हाँ मतलब कुछ भी किया तो.
No, there's no combination coming. Knight b5, bb5, bf6
but rook
is not
c1
coming.
simple
But rook
and
c1
then again
ends the game, and there is a threat of knight b5 which can't be stopped.
Humpy played queen h3. Maybe she want to avoid this, but this is sorry. No, I'm sorry, not this. Maybe she's avoiding this here. But queen c7 again. She missed it actually.
Yeah, rook c1 looks strong area, but she will play queen b8, I think.
But rook c1, queen b7. Now knight b5.
Knight b5. The idea is to play bishop into f6, and so that's why rook c1, direct knight b5, bishop into b5 and c2 is hanging. Yeah. So rook c1 threatens to play knight b5, and the queen must move from the c7 square. So rook c1, queen goes to b7 and knight b5, and yes, white is good.
इस बिशप को गार्ड करना बहुत जरूरी है.
व्हाइट को बहुत अच्छी इनिशिएटिव यहाँ मिल सकती है. क्वीन h4 में लाभ ऐसा होता था कि e7 वाला बिशप हैंगिंग रहता था तो कहीं बिशप इनटू h7 का कॉम्बिनेशन हो जाता क्वीन b8.
Humpy played rook c1. Now this is in control.
Full control. Most obvious move. Queen must go to b7 or b8 now.
Yes, and now knight b5 or knight b5.
Knight b5 looks like the only move.
Knight b5 she played it.
Yes.
Wow. So now threat is अभी थ्रेट है यहाँ पे
बिशप f6
और उसके बाद सीधा मेट लगा है.
खड़ा d6 भी हो जाएगा बिशप f6.
Now bishop d6 तो knight d6. Yes.
एक्सचेंज कट गया.
एक बार फिर से एक्सचेंज अप हो चुकी है.
ओके एंड नाउ थोड़ा सा क्वीन गलत जगह पे है.
बिशप e2 आ रहा है. She missed it.
ब्लंडर.
Giving exchange back. Yes.
तो सीरियस ब्लंडर क्योंकि d1 के बाद हमारा बिशप भी तो खतरे में है.
ये बल्कि थोड़ा सा खराब हो गया पोजीशन सडनली. But it was okay. Once again, opposite color bishop, but
black is preferable, but it's a draw. I think rook c2, queen f6 is a draw.
हाँ, but clearly
bishop g7 जाएंगे. Queen e2, yes. Now force.
Queen into f6, हाँ, ये तो अभी draw की तरफ चला गया.
ये अब रुक D8 में फोर्स ड्रॉ हो गया।
बट रुक
अरे
D8 भी कर
विन के लिए
लेती थी
खेल रही,
तो ज्यादा अच्छा था।
नहीं वो विन के लिए खेल रही है, व्हाइट है इसके लिए। टाइम कम है दोनों के पास, बहुत ही कम टाइम है, 5 सेकंड, 8, अच्छा 5-5 सेकंड मिल रहे हैं। क्वीन डी
हाँ
सेवन,
हाँ,
ये
नहीं 3 सेकंड
ड्रॉ नहीं
मिल रहे हैं।
मानेंगे। हाँ, अच्छा, अच्छी बात है। तो क्वीन D8 चेक, कहीं H3, वाह, चलो अभी ये करीबन सेफ हो गई पोजीशन दोनों की। और ये अब ऐसे ही चाल चलते रहेंगे, जब ब्लंडर हो जाएगा तो ही गेम खत्म हो जाएगा। यस, तो कोई, अच्छा काफी टाइम इसमें मिल रहा है। ब्लैक की थोड़ी सी अच्छी लग रही है, क्योंकि कुछ
ओके,
थ्रेट्स आ रहे हैं। सो थोड़ा एक रुक C2 खेल के
तो
हमारे रुक को पैसे, अभी रुक
रुक
F1
F1,
आएंगे, B5 शायद आ सकते हैं, क्वीन B2, क्वीन B5। B5 एक चाल है वैसे, B5 में
हाँ
A5
B5
खेलेंगे,
आ गया यहाँ पे।
A5 खेलेंगे और चल जाएगा B5 A5। और
A5, ओके, ये थोड़ा रिस्की हो सकता है ब्लैक के लिए।
नहीं, E5 अगर करेंगे तो थोड़ा सा, E5 करेंगे तो A6 रुक
बट
जाएंगे।
A6 अभी और बढ़
क्वीन डी,
सकते हैं A6।
हाँ क्वीन D8 अब तो A6 करना ही होगा, लेकिन वो क्वीन D6 कर रहे हैं, वो थोड़ा सा खतरा हो गया, ये पॉन चला गया। ये वैसे टेक्निकली ये रुक एंडिंग भी ड्रॉ होती है, लेकिन ये अब थोड़ा सा मुश्किल हम कर रहे हैं, और कहीं चेकमेट ना हो जाए, ये भी अच्छी बात है। रुक से रुक पिन हो रहा है, बट क्वीन F4 टेम्पो है हमारे पास, किंग H7। सो किंग H2 अभी एक,
ओ ये तो रुक क्वीन चला गया ना, ये कैसे क्वीन
queen is
बचेगा?
lost, yes, white wins because rook C8 is a threat and queen F7 is a threat. So बहुत ही
ओ,
अच्छी बात हो गई।
ये
ओके,
तो हम्पी एक
सो
बार फिर से
यस,
पूरी तरह से विनिंग पोजीशन पे आ गई,
यस,
क्वीन
a
वर्सेस
very
रुक एंड गेम।
very important theoretical win, and also she's H4 H5 H6 is just maybe
एंड आल्सो सो
G4
मेनी
next.
पॉन्स ऑन द बोर्ड, सो
Yes, no, now it's just H4 H5 and H6, no, the simplest.
वाओ, सो ये एक अच्छी खबर
Yes,
है कि कोनेरू हम्पी
yes,
ने
so
ये मैच
अब,
में ये जीत जाएंगी, ये भले 5 सेकंड
yes,
दे दो आप, वो इम्प्रूव कर
और
करके जीत
बस,
जाएंगी।
अब यहाँ एक जब E4 भी करेंगे तो और भी हालत उनकी खराब हो जाएगी, क्योंकि रुक को कोई प्रोटेक्टेड स्क्वायर नहीं होगा।
यस यस, इवन E5 भी आके ब्लॉक कर
यस,
सकते हैं।
एंड नाउ इसको आराम से,
H5 करके
यस,
H6 करके, आई
नहीं
थिंक
एच
मे बी
एच
शी
एच
विल
फाइव
रिजाइन
एच
नाउ।
फाइव में वो कॉन्टेक्ट कौन करना चाहती है, एच
नहीं
फाइव
नहीं,
में
अभी
उनको
नहीं, मैं
कॉन्टेक्ट
बोला
कौन
पहले एक
करना
बार
है।
E5 कर लेते।
या, हाँ, तो इसमें ठीक है, अभी एक क्वीन को,
ओके।
हाँ क्वीन को एक्टिवेट करा के फाइनली शायद क्वीन को D3 में रख के F4 भी कर सकते हैं। बहुत ही अभी
हम्म,
ज्यादा अटैक हो जाएगा इसमें, बैक रैंक में रखना जरूरी है, तो क्वीन चेक।
चेक।
एंड यस, इसमें तो
ओके,
कोई भी किसी भी तरह से एक बार ब्रेक कर दिया पोजीशन तो ये विन हो जाएगी।
हाँ बस आई थिंक शी इज जस्ट इम्प्रूविंग द टाइम, थोड़ा टाइम बढ़ा रही है बोर्ड पे।
हाँ शायद। सो
हाँ हाँ।
किंग को अभी F6 में ले जाने का भी एक प्लान है, किंग को F6 तक ले जाएंगे। सो रुक को भगा रही है। सो रुक A5 थोड़ा सा रिस्की, यस, तो अभी किंग को, किंग E5 कर सकते हैं शायद, किंग E5 लेकिन किंग G से बना रहा है, किंग A5 का उतना
हम्म
लाभ नहीं है। क्वीन C3 में होती तो किंग E5 अच्छा था, किंग E5 किंग F6, तो यहाँ शायद इमीडिएट विन नहीं है। सो क्वीन
हम्म।
D7 शायद कोई थ्रेट्स है नहीं वैसे, अगर किंग F6 में
हम्पी
जाते तो
यहाँ
शायद
पर
किंग को,
जीतने के करीब है, और इस जीत के साथ कोनेरू हम्पी जो है वो बढ़त बना लेंगी,
लेकिन बहुत
बहुत ही
बहुत कम
ज्यादा
समय है,
महत्वपूर्ण टाइम।
हम्पी के पास बहुत कम समय है, हमें वो डर लग रहा है, लेकिन 10-10 सेकंड मिल रहे हैं तो अच्छी बात है, कहीं
ऐसे
उनको।
3-3 सेकंड है, आई थिंक वो यहाँ पे थोड़ा
हाँ,
लेट अपडेट भी होता है, आई डोंट थिंक
हाँ,
सो वो
अच्छा,
प्रॉब्लम होगा।
नहीं यहाँ यहाँ भी F5 ब्रेक का उन्होंने फैसला कर लिया है, तो किंग को C4 या कहीं ले आएंगे, किंग
हाँ
इंटू
हाँ
पे
हाँ।
पॉन कर दिया, ठीक है। अब वो H5 के लिए भी कर सकते हैं।
Now
सो नाउ
now
इट्स
she will
विनिंग,
give check and king take to
यस,
F6.
so what's that, rook F8 and now queen E7,
हाँ हाँ।
H5 was as good, H5 was strong as well, yeah, now it's zugzwang, rook must threaten a check, but then will be queen F6
हाँ, ये
check
तो
and king
खेल ही
H6,
खत्म हो गया, अभी तो मेट लग गई,
queen,
यस, गेम
queen
ओवर।
F6 check and king H6, yes, king and rook is lost, king F8 only move, rook is lost.
सो
So
बैक टू
black has
बैक सेकंड विन
black,
कोनेरू हम्पी की।
yes,
एंड
black
नाउ
has
रिजाइन कर दिया यहाँ पे, कोनेरू हम्पी ने बढ़त
yes,
बना ली है नाउ।
नहीं 0.00 नहीं है अभी, हाँ हो गया,
नहीं हो गया सर,
जीरो,
हो गया 1-0।
yes, very good. So now we have a very interesting game, and ये अब कब चालू होगा, उनको कितना समय होगा अभी,
मैं पता करता हूँ
प्लेयर्स
सर,
तो
बट
बहुत
दिस इज
थक गए।
नाउ, दिस इज
तो
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग।
sometimes I feel that you need sort of an athletic body to play continuously all this, as Fisher has said, Bobby Fischer in one of the important interviews said that playing a chess game, tournament game, is like taking on your final exam. So you're as tired as your final exam. And यहाँ तो continuously हो रहा है, one after another. You see, if black's rook is on b5, then rook h5 will be a mate. So chess is such a game. Black का अगर rook b5 में होता तो rook h5 mate हो जाती. So all this, I think, very interesting things are happening. And let's
आई थिंक मे बी
hope that
ये ब्लिट्स के गेम में ब्रेक नहीं होगा, मेरे ख्याल से बैक टू बैक भी हो सकते हैं.
शायद बैक टू बैक होगा. चलो, विल कंटिन्यू एंड विल वेट फॉर.
हाँ, फ्यू मिनट्स वेट करते हैं. हमने लगा दिया ऑलरेडी बोर्ड पर. सो ले टिंगजे विल बी
Yes,
वाइट
yes,
एंड हम्पी विल बी ब्लैक.
yes. And the game has begun. I believe that the game. No, game has not yet begun. Okay. Yes. So yes, Lei Tingjie now will play aggressively, and here Humpy will have to play very solid in e4 e5. She has been 3-3-2. 3-3. So she has been very shaky. Don't you think that's 5-3? So it has been very shaky. Humpy's black side has been shaky, yes, in this
Yes, yes.
tie break. Compared to Lei Tingjie got comfortable positions with black, and Humpy had to really play well
I think
to outplay her.
if we discuss all the games today played, most of the time Lee Tingje got the good position, and Humpy
Yes, and
fight back.
particularly with black she equalized, and with white she got slight advantage. So
But I think everything
somewhere,
is changed now because
yes,
Humpy back to back 2 wins means your opponent
yes,
confidence already shaken.
yes, and Humphrey will have to play more solid than what she had been playing earlier. Yes, she did not play so solid, and she played for d5 break and those aggressive aggression. It will simplify. Let's see how the things go. Perhaps, but I think there will be a sort of tea break, and tie break will be accompanied by tea break because you must have some snacks and tea. So I think that's the
I
way
think
we look at
Vivek
it.
Bhai will update
So,
us.
and I think the viewers don't go away because the game could start anytime, and this could be the last game of this match, as
Okay. Yeah.
we
So
see
I think,
because the
sir,
leading.
it's still not so many announcements, so we can take break for 5 minutes or something, and we'll see
Yes, so
what happens.
viewers will see you just before the game starts, and see you till then. Yeah, see
Come
you
back.
after that, and bye till then.
Okay. Okay.
Hi, and where is he?
I think the most exciting situation because, well, it's a blitz game and a lot could happen in a blitz game. So let's see. And there is a possibility, of course, any possibilities can be there, different openings, different opening choices. Perhaps Humpy has something up her sleeve which is a different opening. It's possible sometimes that when you are in a must draw or just a draw, sometimes it's must win situation, sometimes just a draw situation. So people have different openings ready. Today, champions study it very well. And but I
So
think it's going to be. Pardon.
Lei Tingjie got the position where she want draw only, but Humpy come back in that position. Now Humpy having the same chance to just draw the match and win this tiebreak.
Yes. And as we see, it's going to be E4 and mostly E4, E5 because it's a stronghold of Humpy. And this time, I think perhaps Humpy should uh, try to play very safe compared to the earlier games. Because Lei Tingjie, who refrained from making sacrifices because she was not sure, early in earlier games, she may not do that. She may desperately sacrifice the pieces and open up the king as which she couldn't do in the first game of the regular 15 minutes time control. So somewhere Humpy has to keep the king very, very safe. In blitz, king safe, no pieces hanging. That has to be the policy. It's not even a pawn hanging, everything supporting each other. And this is not a right way to play for a win, of course.
So before this game start, I just want to know that the time you were playing Olympiad for India, how much importance of blitz was there?
I think when we played the Olympiads, it was basically increment and also adjournment. At the last one I played, there was no adjournment, but otherwise there was an adjournment. Till 1998, there was an adjournment. 2002, there's no adjournment. So as we could do without adjournment, sometimes yes, you have to be. It's not a question of blitz, but blitz was important when it came to time travel because very often we have to take decisions on the board as it is today. So even in a classical game, there have been times when there is no incremental time except a fixed time and not per move time. So when there is no per move time, you have to be stronger in blitz, and that is very important. That there were times when we had to play a few moves in 1 minute without any increment. Say 10 moves in 1 minute, or sometimes 20 moves in 1 minute. So I think that blitz was different. Like we have in Global Chess League where there's no increment. Global Chess League, they have 20 minutes each, but no increment. So what does it boil to? So it's you have to decide if you are left with 10 seconds, can you checkmate in this position in 10 seconds? King and queen versus king. So that's not a case here. You have 3 seconds. So you shouldn't get into a position where you are materially considerably down.
Do you
And
like to play blitz by you? You like?
yes, I enjoy actually. I like to play blitz and even bullet, but it's very addictive. So I don't play because if I start playing, then it becomes addiction. And the readers must have heard that the few years Ali Reza was playing very badly, and the reason for that was he was playing more than 100 bullet games every day, and his rating really came down. And
I think
he got
one of
yes,
the reason for one of the talent of Indian chess, R.R. Lakshman, uh,
yes.
he also played so fast that people say in classical also he is doing the same, and then he
Yes, I
lost
think
sometime. But he's
perhaps
one of
yes.
the brilliant talent.
Sometimes yes. Sometimes it's a disadvantage if you play too fast. It becomes a disadvantage because it develops a sort of impatience in a person. So look at Gukesh, for example, or Pragnanan. They are so composed. In 15 minutes, they will play. For that, Gukesh has now, of course, improved in rapid, but earlier he was not so much. But like Pragnanan, for example, Arjun, if you are playing classical game, they take a lot of time. If they are playing 15 minutes game, they still have 2 3 minutes left when the game ends. If they're playing 10 minutes, they're playing blitz also, they are having more time than the opponent. So they manage it this way. Okay, we
The
have
game
started.
started. Game
Yes.
started.
Excellent. E4,
Or
E5. Again, same guy ko piano. I want
Italian.
Humpy to play little safer than the earlier games. So we
Mm-hmm.
can see knight f6 and c3 and
C3. Now
h6
this is very
again.
important. Oh, she played the
Yes,
same variation, sir.
same position. And now
Good.
she played castles and yeah, bishop e6, bishop b5.
Okay.
So
Humpy is going for
D4.
the same way. He says,
Yes, I
okay.
think A5. So A5. So knight A7. Okay. She realized. I
This
think
is
this is the move
something
I
new.
was. Yeah, I was suggesting this move, and if you get B5 and A4, yeah, but you must be careful because the D4 should be stopped, and here white must play A4, I think, and then black will play
Mm-hmm.
B4. That's the way one should play. But yes, black seems to be in a comfortable position. White is
Oh, she
not
played
going to
knight
get it.
F1. So what
I
about
don't know
D5,
now.
sir, here?
D5 looks logical here. Yeah, D5 and
D5 came,
D5
yes.
D5 D4 is going to be wild.
Ah, D4. Ah, yes, yes, yes,
D5
yes.
D4 is going to be wild, I think,
Then
because
you have to take D into
ED.
E4.
Yeah, because ED CD BB4 she may even give up a exchange with E5
Mm-hmm.
and bishop into E on EF6.
Okay,
Yeah, so
so she
ED5 is
exchange
fine.
here, ED5.
Yes, I think black has equalized. Rook F8 because E5 is the target. Rook
Yes.
F8 and maybe Rook A D8 then, and I think it's equal now.
Now
So I
it's
don't
fine
see
because
any.
she did play on the correct time D4.
Yes. So I think that white should have after ED5 black can't have any problems. White will play for a equality now. We need to risk here after A4, and black will penetrate on
So,
the
sir,
queen side
even
as
black
well.
can play A4, na, here? No?
Yes, black's A4 is strong. Black's queen D7 is good. Queen D7, the idea will be to put knight D5. So queen
Mm-hmm.
D7, one may have to analyze knight E5, which is not working because of knight into E5, queen into E5, and bishop moves, and the even rook is
Mm-hmm.
hanging. So you can move queen safely when the white queen is in front. The purpose is of queen D7 is to put bishop D5, something of that sort,
Okay.
and also to play on the
Mm-hmm.
queen side. So queen D7 black is better, and there is no real threat of knight into E5 because
So
white
knight Queen
loses the.
D7 is actually better move to bring this
Yes,
knight.
yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Also, white may have to play awkward move like bishop D2 if white wants to threaten the
Mm-hmm.
pawn, which is not very productive.
We bring
Rook
one more
A8,
rook.
okay.
Okay, this is also
Solid
okay.
move, solid move. Yeah. So, yeah, so there's no immediate plan of bishop D5. Black may play, white may play bishop E5. It is clear that white is now not
Okay,
really.
she
If
played here this.
I think B4 is not to be feared of. I can just move the bishop. I can refer, or I can just play bishop F8 right now. B4 is not a threat. You are weakening C3 yourself. B4 is not a
Mm-hmm.
threat. I will be happy if white plays uh, B4 because what next? So maybe we just safeguard our bishop, put bishop on F8 so that there is no tempo. And if white plays B4, we can think what to do. Of course,
Mm-hmm.
black's objective plan is to play E4 break, but E4 break is almost impossible
Oh,
to
she
achieve.
played
Yeah,
A4
yes,
first.
a good
Then
move.
after this is bishop D2. Now maybe
Yeah,
your
now
plan Queen D7. Say.
Queen D7, yeah. The strategic plan would be knight A5, but it's a blunder because C4 is coming as well as E5 is also hanging. So Queen D7 looks good, and black is now going to dominate with BD5 and perhaps knight A5 at right moment. Queen D7, there could already be a threat of knight A5, but after supporting
This
the
is very,
E5
very
pawn.
important
So now
moment of
my
the game.
main task is how do I support the E5 after Queen D7? That is a tricky option because BD6 I don't want to play. Queen D7 is good. BD6 and then yes, it's not easy. I think white is fine. I think it's just equal. Center looks strong, but black bishop on E6 is awkward.
Sir, Queen
Had the bishop
D7.
been on,
Queen
yeah,
D7.
Queen
Knight
D7
E5
is
is still not possible.
yes. So bishop had the bishop been on B7, black would have been in a good position. Then black would play
Ah,
BD6,
okay,
knight
okay.
A5, knight A5, C5. Bishop on
काश
E6
सीधे
is
उठा के रख देते.
actually
She played Queen
bishop
D7.
on,
She played Queen
yes, very
D7.
good.
This is nice.
So I think she will probably come back bishop D6 and then she will try to move the knight and play C5. If black is able to get BD6, move the knight and C5, black will have big advantage. So
So let's
BD6 looks
see.
logical. As it is,
Koneru
BD6
Humpy.
looks logical.
Okay, Humpy is little down on time, almost 2 minutes. But this is
Okay,
also the
okay.
time where Lei Tingjie has to think how to continue because there is no clear plan for. Oh, why this is a big blunder? Why?
What's that move?
Oh,
What's that?
E4. E4 is coming.
Yes, and E4, and I don't know if you take pawn
E4,
takes.
D4, bishop C4.
Yes, and bishop C4, queen D1, and this I think getting sort
Oh,
of
Humpy
crushed.
played bishop B3 here. Okay, but
Oh,
anyway, this
E4.
is good for black.
Yeah, but E4 was strong because the
Yeah,
black
E4
was
was very strong.
winning. I think yes, it's almost winning.
E4 was immediately game over because you cannot take if you take
bishop c4 and we win the f2
queen
pawn.
d1 and then bishop into f2.
Bishop into f2, and white can resign actually. So bishop b3, black is still better. King h2, a very careless move because f2 is hanging, and black wants to probably play knight d5. This exchange is very good because then white is no longer afraid of any time the bishop getting opened up, and if you play bb1, now you are making a big concession. bb1, I think e4 will come again, so that will be even stronger probably. So bb3 is forced, and after pawn into b3, black just wants to play nd5, f5 if given chance.
I think this move will equalize the time also.
Yes, bb3, but king h2 was a senseless move. What's the point in having so much of time if you are?
I think just casual moves he played.
Yes, and if black really is able to move the c6 knight and get c5, it will be a huge advantage. But
for viewers, ये आपको बता दें कि this could be the last match. If Humpy drew this match or won this match, the tiebreak will end here and Humpy will qualify for final. Okay. Only if Lei Tingjie come back and win this match, only then tiebreak will continue. Otherwise, tiebreak will over here if drew by or win by Humpy.
Yes, so black is better here, and the endgames are really bad because anytime bishop into
he played d4,
and there is e4 and ed4. I am checking which one is better. E4 is a standard move which should
even ed4 should be fine, na?
Yeah, ed4 also, but e4 looks so strong that if you play dc5, I take ef3. So I mean e4 queen into e4 is a possibility. Also bd6 looks like a very strong possibility. But e4 I like more.
E4 more, yeah.
And queen b5
I just take d4.
Okay, so playing for equality probably. It's going to be a draw now.
Maybe rook into e1. But she lost this pawn and this pawn in little trouble, but okay. She took c3.
I think she's getting f2, so it's all right. She's getting f2. Okay. So bishop into c3, bishop into f2. And it's going, but it's still wild because of rook d1 coming. She has not played rook e1. So bishop c3, when you play bishop f2, there can be rook d1 coming.
So this game is still not over. And
yeah, because bf2 really threatens bg3 check or queen d6. So rook d1.
Because the point is
game.
Because if this pawn gone, this anyway opponent have two connected last pawn.
No, c7 pawn is still alive.
Okay, yes, okay. Yes.
So there won't be two connected. Also,
pawn will be fast pawn. Okay.
If queens remain on the board after bf2, black will win. So I think rook e8 looks like queen e8 is fine.
Queen e8.
Queen e8 is correct because rook e8 has problem in sometime bishop c8. Queen e8, knight e8 also probably works, but rook e8 and queen c5, cd2. Queen c5 will be played, I think. And cd2. So
knight e8 also looks fine.
But a d2 pawn is
knight e8, queen e8, rook e8, 3 option. Let's see what Humpy choose.
I think queen e8 is
time में थोड़ा पीछे हो रही है.
Queen e8 is in a way safer because it plans to exchange quite a few pieces.
Let's see, friends. यहाँ पे क्या होता है?
Queen e8.
काफी मूव नहीं
and अगर bishop c3 करते हैं तो we have to play bishop into f6, bishop into f2, and थोड़ा सा
she took from knight. This is better actually.
Okay, safer move. So सीधा queen exchange करके खेलेंगे. Queen c5, cd2, rook d1, queen d6.
हाँ, अगर क्वीन एक्सचेंज हो गया सर तो फिर तो ये काफी हद तक ठीक हो जाएगा.
हाँ, लेकिन क्वीन d6 के बाद कोई अच्छा मूव भी उनके पास नहीं है क्योंकि.
But what about bishop c3 सर? Bishop c3 पे क्या हो रहा है? Bishop f2 dangerous है.
अभी तो bishop f2 is hanging, so bishop c3, bishop f2 is very risky because then the g3 knight is in serious trouble. So ये अच्छा ही रिजल्ट लग रहा है और क्वीन c5 इनको खेलना पड़ेगा and pawn into bishop में rook d1 खेलना पड़ेगा. And then if white is able to win both d2 and b3, then black will be in trouble.
She take bishop c3, so bishop f2.
It's very risky. Black is now doing much better, and even
because now
check
the threat is queen d6, right, sir?
Yes. So rook f1 is forced, and bg3 check and queen d6 check. You have to put bishop e5 yourself. You're going to be a pawn down.
Okay. So and even one I think rook f1, maybe knight d6 is also coming. Knight
Oh,
d6,
96
knight
tempo
e4.
first. 96 tempo first, and then probably
And
queen
then
must go
bishop
to e2.
g3, take
Yeah.
g3, and then...
No, but I think and queen must go to e2. If queen goes to d3, she loses a piece. bg3 check and knight f5 check. So queen must go to e2, and then we have bg3 check and rook e8. And I don't know, it's
तो दोस्तों हम
26 or
ऐसा
96.
लग रहा है कि दिव्या देशमुख वर्सेस हम्पी का फाइनल
आज तो
फाइनल होने
बहुत
के
ही अच्छी
थोड़े
बात हो
बहुत
गई कि
करीब
अभी
है.
ली टिंजी की टाइम भी पोजीशन भी खराब है और अच्छा उन्होंने
He played
क्वीन
knight
का
d6. Now
सेफ्टी
knight
कर लिया.
d6, sir. Sir,
किंग
knight
का
d6.
सेफ्टी कर लिया. नाइट d6 also is
d6.
या नाइट d6 कहीं किंग साइड में कोई सैक्रिफाइस को नहीं आ रहा है, शायद नहीं आ रहा है, तो नाइट d6
और
also
सर क्वीन d5.
looks
क्वीन
yes.
d5 also exchange the piece.
या क्वीन d5 में वो क्वीन इनटू c6 को जो थ्रेट है उसको हमको थोड़ा बचना है ना अभी. देयर इज थ्रेट ऑफ क्वीन इनटू c6 एंड
Knight
नाइट
d6.
d7
Humpy
चेक.
played safe.
हाँ, क्योंकि पीस जाने का थ्रेट था, आपने देखा वो क्वीन इनटू c6 और नाइट d7 चेक.
हाँ.
वो एक थ्रेट था, तो वो नाइट d6 ब्लैक इज गोइंग टू रिमेन अपॉन. सो हारने का चांस बहुत कम है. नाइट इंटू g7 नहीं हो रहा है क्योंकि क्वीन अटैक्ट है, और नाइट इंटू नाइट करते हैं तो क्वीन इंटू नाइट चेक. एक तो परमानेंट बैक
तो
रैंक में बैठे
दोस्तों
हुए हैं.
हम इतिहास को बनते हुए देखने के बेहद करीब हैं. वी आर वेरी नियर, जहां पे एक हिस्ट्री बन सकती है और मेरे ख्याल से बनने वाली है. कोनेरू हम्पी विल बी इन फाइनल, और वहां पर एक सर जस्ट टेकिंग वन थॉट. What do you think now currently? Anything? Oh,
Oh,
this is a
somehow
blunder. This is a blunder.
she's
This is a
desperate.
blunder.
She's desperate. She wants
This is
to
a blunder.
checkmate. Yeah, of course it's a blunder. She's desperate to
The
attack.
GH6?
Yeah, so she just wants to play
No.
knight move and queen g4, something of that sort. But कोई threats है नहीं.
सर
Bishop
पूरे
d6.
गेम में, पूरे टाई ब्रेक में उसने कभी कभी मैं नहीं मारा
अभी
सेक्रीफाइस, और अभी
हम
आके सेक्रीफाइस मारा.
1925 थोड़ी मारेंगे. rook e8 will end the game.
यस.
rook e8 ends the
और
game.
कोई चेक
So
भी नहीं आ रहा है.
she's hoping for knight e5 queen e5. queen
Even this
e6
is
चल
okay.
जाएगा. ये भी चल जाएगा. rook e8 के बदले में ये चल जाएगा. queen h5. अब knight into e5 करेंगे और bishop into e5 देना. Yes. And bishop into
Then knight
e5 we just
f5.
attack the bishop. Attack the bishop, I think. Yeah, knight f5, rook e8, all those moves.
Yes. Wow.
So we are,
Wow.
yes, heading towards a rapid victory.
Wow.
Yeah.
और यहाँ पर मुझे लग रहा है कोनेरू हम्पी अब जीत के बेहद करीब है. This is over now.
check और
This is
mate
over.
हो गई.
No, knight
g3 check. Knight g3 check. And
Yes.
knight f1 double check. Knight f1 double check and queen h2 mate. So game खत्म होने वाली है. mate in 2
कोनेरू हम्पी फाइनल में पहुंच गई हैं. ये कंफर्मेशन यहाँ पर.
Yes, what a result. So as we had predicted a few days back, there could be two Indians in the, even today, as we
And
say, that there
not
could be
only
two
in
Indians.
final, see already in candidate also.
Yes, so
Wow.
let us now see. Yeah, so one Indian will play, one Indian automatically, yes, two Indians are already qualified, two candidates.
And sir, two Indians beats the superpower of women chess, Chinese
yes,
players.
Yeah, China, and particularly Tan, whom Divya defeated. Tan was not only world champion, but she was, I think, 4 times world championship challenger who lost to Zhu Weizhen three times, I think. So a player who had lost in matches only against the world champion Zhu Weizhen was defeated by Divya. And today,
Sir, do you remember, apart from China, anyone played World Cup final? I think World Cup final even Chinese didn't play both.
No,
because
I
Women
don't
World
think
Cup
so.
history is not so long, I think.
Yes, because World Cup was not all that old event, and when USSR was very strong, I don't think there were World Cups. Otherwise, USSR would have had such a possibility. But what a fantastic result for India, and we have both the players in the final. And I think viewers, tomorrow will be a rest day, I believe, yes. And then we'll have a 4-day match, 4-game match between the two Indian stars.
Whom you are going to support now?
Well, we have to support both, but let's see how the things are. Both the players have their own great qualities. For example, one of the important qualities is Humpy has, as we saw. She is able to strike back.
Yes.
And Divya's particularly, she defends so well in bad positions. With 10 seconds on the clock and losing position, she won the game.
We can announce India won the World Cup.
Yes, we can actually announce India has won the World Cup, and India has got first and second positions where the Chinese fight for third and fourth. So a
Yes.
fantastic result in all ways. And let's look forward to wonderful match between two Indians. One is a all-time star for more than 25 years, and a player who is just come to the top in
मतलब
last
I
3 years.
think I don't know last
Two
time किसी ने
generations,
ऐसा announce
two
किया
different
होगा final
generations,
के
two
पहले.
different generations playing each other. Yes.
This is a match of generation actually.
Yes, two generations, because Humpy is in team for 25 years and more than 25 years. And well, you guys
Divya is
just
just
come into the
19
team.
years.
Yes. So let's see whether it's, I think, the experience or the
Sir,
youth, the power
I'm
of
just
youth.
saying so many things are possible for good for India. For first thing is हम वर्ल्ड कप जीत गए नंबर 1. नंबर 2,
Yes.
अगर दिव्या जीती तो वो ग्रैंड मास्टर बन जाएगी.
Yes, that's
अगर
also
अगर
great
हम्पी
advantage.
जीती तो वो वर्ल्ड रैपिड के बाद वर्ल्ड कप भी जीत जाएगी. तो
Yes.
मतलब अभी अपनी चांदी चांदी है, कुछ भी घाटा कुछ भी नहीं, कोई नुकसान नहीं है.
And yes, I think it's so it also shows कि हम मतलब player can sustain the competition for several years, and it also shows that a youngster, if talented, can really do very well. So दर्शकों से अभी मैं I would like to take leave. And
थैंक यू सो मच सर, आपके आप
yes,
जुड़े.
bye.
थैंक यू सो मच
So
सर. बहुत
do watch all those 4 games, and if there are any rapid, all the best. And perhaps we could meet. But as you know, I'm a guest, and I may not be seeing you. But do not forget to watch these games of on 26 onward, 26 to 29 July. So good luck and bye, ChessBase team.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. थैंक यू सो मच. तो दोस्तों मैं कोशिश करता हूँ सागर भाई क्या अवेलेबल हैं. सो दिस इज द मोमेंट टू, अगर पॉसिबल हो और हम सागर भाई को यहाँ पे ला सकें. देखते हैं अगर सागर भाई अवेलेबल हुए. सो हम्पी, भारत विश्व कप जीत गया भाई. इंडिया ऑलरेडी वन द वर्ल्ड कप. अभी क्या ही होगा, परसों नरसों दिव्या जीते हम्पी जीते, बट भारत विश्व कप जीत गया. ये कितनी बड़ी खबर है अपने आप में कि आप 4 दिन पहले ही अनाउंस कर सकते हो कि हमारा देश जो है वो विश्व कप जीत गया. सो दिस इज अ सुपर बिग थिंग फॉर इंडियन चेस. और ये बैक टू बैक हो रहा है. फर्स्ट इंडिया, गुकेश वन द कैंडिडेट, देन हम चेस ओलंपियाड डबल गोल्ड मेडल हमने जीता, एंड देन हम देख रहे हैं कि प्रज्ञानंदा इज डूइंग रियली वेल फ्रॉम लास्ट 1 year, दिस ईयर स्पेसिफिकली 2025. और एंड नाउ ये बहुत ही हिस्टोरिकल मोमेंट है. नॉट ओनली हिस्टोरिकल मोमेंट, दिस इज अ बिग मोमेंट फॉर, यू कैन से, फॉर इंडियन वुमेन चेस. ये बहुत बड़ा मोमेंट है, ब्रेक आ सकता है. एंड इंडियन वुमेन चेस ऑल्सो विल बी लाइक राइज कर सकते हैं. स्पेशली दिव्या का जो कॉन्फिडेंस ऊपर गया है, कमाल है. आई थिंक सो. तो देखते हैं क्या होता है. ओके, मैं कोशिश करता हूँ कनेक्ट करने की यहाँ पे, और अगर पॉसिबल हुआ. ओके, जस्ट 1 minute. ओके, सो दिस इज बहुत ही ये बड़ा लम्हा है भारतीय शतरंज के लिए कि 2 महिला खिलाड़ी जो है भारत की वो फाइनल में पहुंच गई हैं. और जो बेस्ट चाइनीज प्लेयर थे, मैं सिर्फ इंडिया चाइना के बीच की कोई लड़ाई की बात नहीं है. दिस इज अबाउट चाइना इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट कंट्री फॉर वुमेन चेस. आप उठा के देख लो, लास्ट वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप्स में लगातार वर्ल्ड चैंपियन फ्रॉम चाइना चले आ रहे हैं. और उसको अगर कोई कंट्री ब्रेक करने के करीब रही तो पहले वो रशिया थी, बट रशिया इज नॉट डूइंग सो मच वेल, हमने देखा है. सो इंडिया इज नाउ द नेक्स्ट कंट्री हु इज चैलेंजिंग the Taj of the crown of women chess. Finally, Humpy is doing really well. She's fantastic player. Her achievements are already extraordinary. She's the greatest women chess player India ever had. But now Divya Deshmukh is doing really well, and this is the good sign. Even Vantika Agarwal did really well. Harika shown up, and she reached the quarterfinal. Vaishali was doing really well. सो ओवरऑल अगर हम देखें तो इंडिया के जो टॉप 5-6 प्लेयर हैं अभी वो बहुत ही स्ट्रांग हो गए. सो जो हमने ओलंपियाड में अभी गोल्ड जीता था वो भी कोई तुक्का नहीं था. दिस वुमेन चेस में भी इंडिया राइज कर रहा है. तो दिस इज लाइक गोल्डन पीरियड ऑफ इंडियन चेस। तो दोस्तों अगर आप हिंदी चेस बेस इंडिया में हिंदी में शतरंज के वीडियो आप सुनते हो तो ये वीडियो अभी हिंदी में भी आएंगे, आप हमारे चैनल पर पब्लिश होंगे, तो यू कैन गो एंड वॉच। हिंदी में भी जाके देखिए, हिंदी चेस बेस इंडिया को भी सब्सक्राइब कीजिए। और जब भी टाइम मिलेगा मैं बीच बीच में यहाँ पर आता रहूँगा। एनीवे सागर भाई विल बैक सून आई थिंक। अभी सागर भाई नहीं आ पा रहे हैं, सागर भाई आई थिंक समवेयर है जहाँ से अनरीचेबल है फिलहाल तो। सो आई होप you enjoyed a lot. Tomorrow is a break and we will come back in the final, ever great final, the final between the generation यहाँ पर, और वो होगा दिव्या वर्सेस हम्पी, और यू कैन से हम्पी वर्सेस दिव्या। तो बहुत ही एक ऐसा फाइनल होने वाला है जहाँ पे कौन किसको सपोर्ट करेगा, चलेगा किसी को भी आप करिए। दोनों भारतीय खिलाड़ी हैं, भारत विश्व कप जीत चुका है, इंडिया ऑलरेडी विन दिस वर्ल्ड कप, दिस इज द न्यूज़। एंड थैंक यू so much for watching us, and we'll see you back in the finals. Bye bye.